When I close, doors open. Every key I
This is a competition. Somebody's going home with the top closer title belt.
If I did 189, would you have to talk to her, or could you agree to that? All right, let's do 189.9 then.
If I gave you 31, will you sign today?
Where's our time?
So
If that's a price we can do, is this something you'd be ready to move forward with today as far as like an agreement in place?
More urgency. Closing time. Close it. Pick up the
Trap in, everybody get excited.
He was good.
But this guy's got skills, and his approach is different, and it works so well.
I look at rapport not as like, weather, sports.
That was probably top 5 that I've ever seen.
He us away.
The truth is I already knew it. I'm so hot I'm melting the vent like ice.
It's the noise talking and backing it up for me, and the consistency.
It's something that you're never going to be able to see, I think, replicated anywhere else. It's so much you can learn from this.
this is the best training series anybody could ever ask for.
Mr. Knox, we're taking care of him, and we're going to spend the money with the family for somebody I don't know, okay?
Yeah.
On every call, it's sell or be sold. Let's go!
Man, I thought that was gonna be something.
Is that something that you would want to move forward with, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything is possible. There is nothing holding you back.
Baby, you won! You won, man!
Yeah!
It's all on you. Close it. What you gonna do?
And that's the bottom line.
Close it. Hey, close it. Pick up the phone. Close it. Big gas pro. Close it. $1 million deal. Close it. It's all on you. Close it. What you gonna do? Close it. I want the proof. Close it. $1 million.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to day 48. Final day of our next to last week of the 50 deals, 50 saves, 50 days 2.0. Good morning, Miss Cassandra.
Good morning, Mr. RJ.
How you feeling this morning?
Feeling great. How are you feeling this morning?
Feeling pretty good. Feeling like I got my reps in. I'm ready for the Closers Olympics. Every morning I get to watch that little video, and all right, we're getting closer and closer. Well, we're about 10 days away. Yeah, buddy.
Where are you going to put your new belt?
I don't know, man. We might have to get a new bookcase back there. I'm running out of space.
Yeah. We could get I'm not going to do design wildlife. Anyways.
Might have to Josh says he'll hold on to it for us. I bet you will.
Yeah.
So this week is it's been an interesting week so far. Some unique conversations. Not a whole lot of fresh contracts sent out. Yesterday, did I send any new contracts? Let me look here. We had Pennsylvania, which I don't know why that one didn't get signed. So I'm going to have to follow up with that one this morning and see why that one hasn't gotten signed. We did get a signed contract last night from Taryn. So that's good. I'm glad that she chose to go with us and let us. Took about a week of following up there to get that one signed. Our contract with Mike in Illinois did not get signed, which, Cassie, you said he told you yesterday he would sign it last night, right?
Correct.
So,
if you call him, he'll sign it.
And then Wyoming, when I talked to him yesterday, he was like, I'm going to my daughter's. I'm going to print it out. Took all night for it to download. Give me a couple days and I'll get it signed. So I don't really think there's a whole lot to worry about there. I also don't think I should press too hard on trying to get that signed either. I think that'll get signed. Also, I need to talk to Justin about what happened with Colorado. We should have a couple of deals in Colorado now. If that's the case, then this week we have whacked Wyoming and Colorado off of our states which is pushing us pretty close. We're getting pretty close to being in the 40s, the amount of states that we've gotten. So that's exciting.
It's insane.
Pull open our KPIs here so you guys can see. This is where we're sitting right now through 47 days, 156 contracts sent, 109 signed. Lead Zolo just south of 50% of those. 22 terminations, 41 in dispositions, 20 sold, 26 have closed, and we're just south of 600,000 in revenue in those 47 days so far. So, pretty good numbers. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. There has been a little bit of a drop off, which is a little bit disappointing. But it's also to be expected with the amount of follow-up. Like we just talked about it. I mean, I had to do a week of follow-up with Taryn to get her to sign the contract. I'm having to follow up with the Illinois contract. I'm having to follow up with Colorado. You know, every little action that we take on a daily basis takes time, effort, energy, and it eventually takes a toll where it slows you down a little bit from where the numbers that we were putting up those first 3-4 weeks. I think it's just slowed down. I think at one point in time, Cassie, we were on pace for like 200 contracts sent.
Yeah.
Let's see what we would be on pace for right now. It's 156 divided by 47, 3.3. If we times that by 50, we're on pace for 165. If we do it by 51 days, it'll be 170. So slow down a little bit, but not like over the top, where it's like the first 4 weeks was like a shot in the dark or something. Chip says, what weekend is the Crucible in August? We're not doing a Crucible in August, Kip. I think if we do another Crucible in 2023, it'll be in October. Cassie and I really haven't made a decision yet. We had someone that wanted to come to the Crucible. They were like ready to give us money, so we threw out a date in October, and then they didn't pay. So right now, we don't have anybody signed up for a Crucible. We haven't really been marketing for a Crucible, so I think if we do want it, the next one would be in October. Steve says I should just wear the belt every day.
I mean, don't encourage this behavior, Steve.
I mean, I'm down for this. The problem is it is a little bit difficult to sit down wearing that thing. I mean, it's got a big plate on the front.
Lordy.
I love it. Good morning, Randy and Lisa. Kip says we're coming to the end. He's sad. It's okay, Kip. We're just going to keep going live. Don't worry about it.
Well, and I mean, that's kind of a big part of the Crucible situation, right? Like, I think for me, you know, I want to keep doing the 50-50-50. I want to take a minute. I want to ramp it up. But the truth of the matter is somewhere in there, I'm going away for a few days.
Well, here's the thing.
That's the truth.
I think that some of these 3-day weeks have been good for us as a team, as an organization. So I'm okay if we just roll into another one. I know I was a little bit like, hey, you know, we're going to have to do 4 days a week and all of that here during 2.0. But I'm okay with us if we just roll into another one. Us making a little bit of concessions there on how many days I just wanted to be consistent.
I have been thinking about this, and there is like a part of me that, you know, wants to do maybe 6-hour days, and then Thursday might be a shorter day and do a couple hours in the morning, maybe do a couple hours in the morning on Fridays, Friday updates, something to that level of where we're not necessarily always doing just acquisitions calls on those lives or something to that effect. I think, if we were to poll the audience or if we were to, make adjustments, we'll make adjustments to the schedule as well. That way, I mean, the live segment can have an effect on, when we can do certain things, right? So like for me, it's like I keep telling RJ, I'm like, the contract to close doesn't work around him needing a break, so it's like we don't get to time block certain things as well. But on the flip side of that, to RJ's point, is like being live keeps one of us in the seat of acquisitions at all times. So there is a benefit and to it. I mean, realistically, you can't deny it. So making just some adjustments to what we do live can be a good benefit to 3.0. And so RJ and I will probably have a deep dive into adjustments we want to make there,
So like Jeremy brings up here, showing the dispo process, calling buyers would be good to see. Jeremy, we've talked a little bit about this. The problem there is the fact that it's very anticlimactic, because a lot of times the dispo process is like, hey, we talk about the property, they want us to send over the pictures, and then from there they're going to run their numbers and or want to do a walkthrough. So there's not like that moment of like, boom, we sold it, or on acquisitions we got the contract signed. I think that's the problem. Josh, what I came up with yesterday is the Dispo Boys podcast. I think that's what it should be called, the Dispo Boys. What do you think about that?
Justin just said,
don't say that.
I'm not allowed to say his reaction to that. But
bring your little short shorts around on the camera, Justin.
I think that's a hard pass for the guys.
I don't care. Yeah. Look, that's a dispo boy right there.
Can I say that on camera?
No. You might have friends who are going
let's not all get.
Yeah, right?
Yes, there they are.
Garrett's shorts are shorter, though.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's a fact.
So here's so the three of them, what they want to do is they want to do a podcast where the three of them, and Josh, what do y'all want to talk about?
Whatever you'll allow me to talk about.
Yeah. So
there's going to have to be clear guidelines.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make sure that we pre-record it. I don't know that it can be live.
Definitely not.
Yeah,
might need some editing.
Censored. So the people are saying that they want to see you guys on the phone talking to buyers. What do y'all think about that?
I'm for it. Not a bad idea.
Okay.
You know how I feel about it.
You understand that means you're not going to be able to go walk around everywhere in the office and in the front yard and on the balcony. You actually have to just sit and talk.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Look, Justin right now is trying so hard to look so jacked. Like he is straight. Like, bro, it's just YouTube, okay? Like, calm down.
Not bad, man. You got to impress the people.
He's trying to help the viewers.
Last time Garrett was on, he got hit on, and I don't think Justin has, so I think he's probably trying to compensate for that. Yeah. So I'm talking about Garrett. Yeah, not really. It was fine. It was fine. So,
So to my three stooges here. That is, yeah. I mean, I am for it. Like we're, our dispo team is excellent. We're definitely willing to, get on those phones, but here's the thing. Like for RJ, and this is adorable, he's like Mr. Creature of Habit. And so like with the lives, for us to not sit there and say we're going to do that specifically for 50 days, like I'm going to have to like legitimately figure it out. Originally, we had planned to have cameras set up out here so we could throw the cameras to dispo. We couldn't actually quite figure out, how to do it without just setting all of the computers up with like, this kind of equipment.
The other problem is it's really about the lighting, because we do have such an open office with so much natural light coming in. It's even a battle for me and you where like I'm kind of in a cubby back here, which kind of allows it to at least have some normalcy on what I look like on a day-to-day basis. But your office is extremely hard. It's even harder for them. I mean, they literally sit right next to windows.
Right. So I have thought about, and I talked to the guys about this yesterday, about setting up our back office. It's currently basically storage. Now that we're going to have, our phone set up as of tomorrow, we're hardwired in. We could technically make that like a recording space, and we could technically, have the guys do, 30-minute segment of their dispo at a computer right there. They're logged into their normal stuff. You know what I'm saying?
I think enough people have said it at this point. I think everyone wants to see more of the dispo process. So I think internally we just need to have a meeting about, how are we going to do that? I think Josh brings up a good point. The continuing conversations with the sellers. What happens when, we lock up a property for $75,000 and we get an offer from all of our buyers at $65,000. What is the conversation that we have with the seller? I think that would be good for people to see. My
problem with it, just like with many things, and thank God I have RJ, but my problem is that I'm always trying to teach every single finely grained detail of every part of our process on these lives. And so sometimes I get brain blocks when it comes to like, translating it from like what we would teach at, the Crucible or a mentorship versus what we're showing on the live. I feel like, I struggle in that regard because I don't like to, for lack of a better way to put it, I don't like to half-ass things. So wrapping our brain around how it can still be like a good resource, a good use of our team's time to do dispositions live and what we can and can't show, and how, it would only, benefit us as a team to do it live and benefit our audience to do it live. We're absolutely more than happy and willing to take a look into how we do that, because it is something that RJ and I going into 2.0 wanted to do. Frankly, a huge part of the reason we're not doing that is because of this phone system thing as well. And that's what I was saying, like with that back office, it's not just the Ethernet situation. It's not just trying to have live cameras on the floor all of the time. But it is a matter of the follow-up. So just to give you guys an example, like our entire intention in going into 2.0 was never to have me go to RJ's desk while I was on. Our intention was for that to be like a lot easier for him to throw it to me and just show what I was working on, which typically speaking is that contract to close portion. I mean, it is, you know, unless I'm giving him a break. And, you know, it's just one of those things where it's like, I'm at his desk. It's hard for me to sit there and do my work and follow up. Well, with our phone systems being finally integrated, and it was not supposed to take this long, you know, I can do that now, right? So we can make actually quite a few adjustments to where our live setup, our recording setup, or whatever you want to call it, as well as our internal systems that you guys maybe aren't seeing, are going to be a lot more flexible for moving around and doing those things.
You know, it's funny, going back and watching when we first started. I mean, we were doing a good job of throwing it back to you at your desk and stuff like that. The internet situation there on days like 9 and 10 really kind of threw us for a loop. You know, that's where, or maybe it was later in the challenge, but it kind of threw us for a loop there. We started really making pivots, and then we have just gotten this habit of like, okay, you are coming to my desk. So I think we do need to have a conversation about how we're going to make changes. But I'm
excited to do it. You know, like honestly, for me, like, and don't get me wrong. I mean, the KPIs speak for themselves. We've still got a lot of work to do on the 2.0. What we've generated as far as opportunities there. We've still got a lot of work to do out here. We're not stopping. I see no reason that even if we didn't make adjustments and call this 3.0, that we wouldn't continue to go live. But I do really want to make those adjustments, right? Like we are absolutely in the habit of our practice now from 2.0. Like this is just how our office operates now. And I definitely think that there's a few key points that like we could adjust and do better. And, you know, that's part of this, you know, us making those adjustments, you know, showing you guys that, you know, no matter what, no matter where you're at in your journey, like your business always has to have the people in it that are digging in, making the adjustments. They're, you know, analyzing production. It's not just, I track my KPIs, right? It's getting in there and making the decisions that get you the results, you know?
Yeah. And, you know, for me, it was weird last week because I judged the Closers Olympics qualifiers on Thursday morning. I wasn't live, and it was just kind of like there was a sense of freedom that I could work on some other stuff, but there was also a sense of like, so what am I supposed to do here? You know, the accountability would be in live, the consistency that it forces you into. That's something that is very hard to replicate. And I love having that. So that being said, we do have some business to take care of today.
Much business. Wonderful business.
The Dispo boys need to dispo some deals. We're going to see if it just sticks. Justin doesn't like it.
Yeah, Justin doesn't like it.
Justin doesn't like it. Okay.
When we call them, hey, boys, they're like, men.
Boys is a hockey term. Garrett should get this.
Yeah, it's mostly Justin.
Yeah, when you're on the bench in a hockey game, everyone there is it's the boys.
Yeah,
like,
it's
the boys.
Gosh, they don't get hockey.
Yeah, well, that's how we know Justin is adopted. So, all right. Well, let's what's hockey exactly, Josh? I'm gonna get to the phones. You guys, y'all go sell some deals today, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Have a wonderful morning.
All right, see y'all. All right. Let's unleash the Mr. Mountaineer. Bam! Look at that dude. I don't care what y'all say. That's one of the best logos right there. The old angry West Virginia Mountaineer. I love it. Dispo boys the men. Oh, Greg T. Shine coming in. I wish Cassie were still here. Dispo Titans. Damn, that one's good. I honestly, Greg, that one might stick. I wish you had sent that like 3.5 seconds earlier, so Cassie could have still been here. But that one's pretty good. I like that. All right, let's get on the phone. Let's see what we can do today. Do we have any leads in our little problem children states? We don't. That's why there's our problem children. All right. We're going to start off with Minnesota in Chanhassen. Chanhassen. See that? Raheem says it has a ring to it. I like it. Dispo Titans. I feel like that is a fake lead.
Is not available.
Hey, Morgan, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Worthing, Georgia. You had entered this on my website saying you're looking to sell that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Hello, is Clifford there?
Who's calling?
This is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Slidell. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. Is that a vacant lot or is it a house?
It's a house, new construction. I was just trying to see if maybe y'all say y'all buying properties.
Yeah. I mean, we're investors, so I mean, you just built the property?
Yep.
I gotcha. Well, what's got you looking to sell it?
What you said?
What's the reason why you're wanting to sell it so quick?
Because I'm a flipper. That's what I want to do.
We're the same thing. I need to sell you some more dirt so you can build some more houses then.
We'll buy and sell.
I got you. You looking to pick up anything in New Orleans?
Right now, no, not right now. But you have some properties in New Orleans?
I do. I've got a property I'm trying to wholesale in New Orleans.
Where?
Robertson over there. What's it called? Musician.
Music?
Yeah.
Robertson the Music over there in the Ninth Ward. I gotta check it out, but how much you asking for it?
Let me pull it up real quick. I don't know. I was in buy mode, not sell mode, but then I got on the phone with you, so it was like, all right, let's do this. Let me look.
I'm willing to sell. Look, I'm gonna sell you still. I'm gonna sell it. You still gonna have like 90 to 100,000 in equity in it. If you trying to get at the top of the appraisal, I appraised it at 540.
What, this the one on Chimera?
Yeah, Chimera, yeah.
It appraised for 540, and what do you want to sell it for?
I sell that thing at 460.
Yeah.
480, because I know the closing costs and all that.
Right.
So if they want you to walk away straight up from it, you'll have at least 70,000 in equity in it, straight from as soon as you get it.
What's the square footage of it?
26 total, 21 living. I have a carport.
Gotcha. I mean, just being honest with you, man, I mean, I pretty much only wholesale down there in New Orleans area. So, I mean, it's just, I mean, realistically, you've got something, a good deal on your hands. I mean, I'm probably not the best solution for that property. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to shoot you straight, you know? But this deal on Robertson, it's 3631 North Robertson Street.
3631 North Robertson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see here.
How much you asking for? Is it a lot?
No, it's I'm probably gonna be asking like 140, 145. It's actually a house where the owner is an elderly woman. She's gonna be moving out. She's not in good health, so I'm dealing with the son. It's not in terrible shape. I mean, she's living in it, and it's got a new roof and like new siding and stuff like that, but it just needs cosmetics on the inside. Let me see here. I mean, you got a comp right across the street that's under contract with less square footage for 300. So, I mean, I personally feel like it's a pretty damn good deal. You know what I'm saying?
I'll check it out, but if I'm interested in it, I'll let you know.
Yeah, because the comp right next door or right across the street is 1420 Congress. It's got 80 square feet less. Just sold for 300. That was a flip.
I know exactly where you're at.
And ours is literally, I mean, we're what, 3 houses away from it, you know, right there on Robertson. So, and I think our property is probably going to need less work than what that one needed when it was originally purchased. So I'm just trying to get these people taken care of and get it moved quickly. So
I'll check it out. And what's your name?
my name's RJ Bates.
RJ
RJ Bates, Bates.
Oh, RJ Bates. My name Cliff Carter. But I'll check it out, and if intriguing, I'll give you a call back and let you know.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye. Raheem, you got a buyer? Let's do it. This guy, he feels like he's a tire kicker. I don't think he's got any money until he sells these properties. That's the feeling I got there.
Hi, this is Chuck. Please leave a message and I will call you back. God bless you.
Hey, Chuck, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Burr Oak Lane. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Hello, is Helen there?
Speaking.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Haystack Way. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. Is that correct?
Yeah. That's correct. You know, I'm not in a hurry, so, anyway, what are you offering?
Well, I don't know. I wanted to talk to you about the property to see what you got going on there. Let me get this pulled up real quick. Did you have an asking price in mind for the property?
You know, I don't like that. I mean, anybody can look at Zillow and look at the current comps. Be a real estate agent. I'm thinking I'm going to probably wait till springtime anyway. I've had the same tenant for 4 years. I'm just retired, so lightning the boat, right?
Okay. Did you say you don't like me asking how much you wanted for the property?
Well, I want, what the internet says, what the top say. I'm not going to put a price out there. That's I was a real estate broker. I'm not going to tell you what. Yeah, it's not the way I play that game. You're the one making the offer. You don't go to, ask a seller, oh, by the way, what will you take? And then make sure that's dumb.
Doesn't every real estate broker literally, when they list the property, put a price on the market?
Okay, 360. How's that?
Okay, something to look at. Seems a little bit high, but we can look into it.
And you're calling from?
I'm calling from where?
Well, your phone number comes up as Texas.
That's right. I live in Texas.
Right. So you know what they say? Real estate is local, baby. Listen, this is all too premature. I'm gonna.
Real estate's local? I've never heard that before. Is that something that they teach in broker school? Oh, holy shit. I miss the days of 2020 where I got to do that 25 times a day. She said, I'm a broker. I don't play this game. Sweetheart, that's literally the game that every realtor fucking plays. You list properties on them less with a fucking number on there called the asking price. Thank God she went to 2 weeks of school and got a license. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, is Joe there? Hey, Joe, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Kingston Road. How are you?
It was pretty good.
You had entered this on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. Is that right?
Yeah, but I think I'm gonna change my mind on that.
Okay. All right. Well, you want to call me back if you decide you want to sell it?
Yeah, I'll call you back if I decide.
All right. Was there a specific reason why you were changing your mind?
Yeah, I'm just stressing over it.
Well, that sounds like a great reason why you should sell it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
How much you want for it?
220.
220. Is it occupied? Is it vacant? What's going on with it?
Oh yeah, I have friends staying there.
Would it come vacant, or are they going to be there if I bought it?
Oh, they would be there if you bought it, but they might, it all depends.
They going to pay rent, or are they not paying?
Tell you what, I'm going to go back to sleep. You have a great day. Thank you for calling me, but I've canceled. Thank you.
All right, Joe. Oh, man. Day 48 has got some special sellers. Let's go, baby. Come on. Who's going to be nice? Linda in Des Moines. Do you actually have a property you want to sell? I want $220,000. I got friends staying there. They're going to be there when you buy it. I'm not going to tell you anything else. Cool, bro. You go back to sleep.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 515710. Not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Linda, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on 8th Street. You had entered this on my website saying you wanted to sell that property, so if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Seeing as
Please leave your message for 2516541.
Hey, Edith, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on East Horner Street. You had entered this on my website saying you wanted to sell that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Seeing as right now, there's probably 30, 40 of you guys watching. And I'm assuming almost everybody here that's watching is in real estate. Has anyone ever heard the phrase that real estate is all local? Because I don't think I've ever heard that before. Maybe it's just because I didn't want to hear it, because I definitely don't do local real estate. But have you even heard that phrase? I'm assuming by Jeremy's laugh emoji, he has not heard that. That makes sense.
Hello?
Hi, is Hattie there?
Yeah, this is my daughter. How can I help you?
My name's RJ Bates, and Hattie had entered her property here on 13th Street on my website, saying that she might be interested in selling that property. So I was just giving her a call to see if we could talk about it.
You would talk to me.
Awesome.
I entered it.
I got you. Well, how much are y'all looking to get for that property?
We're looking to get 110.
Okay.
Well, I think I put in 105. 105.
I like that number better. Tell me a little bit about the property. What you got going on there?
live there. She recently moved out. It is it's 2 units. So it's 952 and 954. It used to be 3 units, but something happened and they rebuilt it, and now it's just 2 units a long time ago. 952 and 954. It does need some updating, and I do know that, and that's about it. I think it's 2 bedrooms, and 2 bathrooms.
Gotcha. And both units are vacant, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And the water runs, and the electric's on, and all of that.
All right. Do you know, because when I pull it up, 952 says that it's just south of 1,300 square feet. Is that including both sides?
I don't think so. Because 952 and 954, yeah, they're two different units, yeah.
All right, let me pull up a picture of this. Yeah, but I mean, just looking at the building, I mean, that feels like it's a 1,300 square foot building. So it's like,
okay,
that makes sense if it's like 600 something square foot on each side.
Okay, okay. I'm not arguing with you there. I haven't been there in a long time.
Yeah. So you said it needs work. Is that just like because the people that were living there moved out and just needs a turnover, like a cleanup, or is it like gutted down to the studs?
Oh, it's not gutted down to the studs. It needs a little some upgrading. You know, there's a little minor maintenance. There's a back door that might need to be replaced. There is my mom was trying to do some molding work there, you know, to upgrade it, but she didn't finish. No, but it's not gutted. No, it's not gutted.
I got you.
Like I said, my aunt, she recently moved in the last month and a half, 2 months, out of it. She moved in June, so yeah, we're going on 2 months.
All right, give me just a second to look around here.
Sure.
Has there ever been a tenant in one of the sides?
Yeah, there was a tenant in each side, yes.
Gotcha.
And yeah.
Do you know how much they were paying in rent?
My mom owned it, and she was being very generous. One was paying $300, and the other one was paying $500.
I got you. And I agree. That is very generous. I think it could have definitely gotten more than that.
Yeah, she was being very generous for years. This went on for several years. My mom will be signing the contract. I'm just the one looking for a buyer.
I got you. That's actually a fairly common setup. You know, hey, you deal with this, and I'll just do whatever you tell me to do. Especially once it gets to something like this, where it's like, hey, I need to sell this. Do you have any idea what is to the right of the property? There's a fence with like all kinds of junk in it. Do you know what that is?
No, and that might be a very old picture. I'm not familiar with any of that, but I can definitely inquire with my aunt.
It's Google Street. It says December of 2022 is when it was taken. It looks like it's got to be like the neighbor right there on the corner.
It might be.
It looks like they've got like cars and all kinds of stuff in there. Feel like I'm pretty close to the 105. So the way it works with us is that, you know, we're cash. There's no realtor commissions. We cover the closing costs. So pretty much, is there a mortgage on the property or is it free and clear?
Free and clear.
So pretty much the only thing that would come out of whatever I can offer you would be prorated property taxes. And if there's any liens that pop up during the title search, everything else is pretty much net to you guys. Gotcha. So what I need to figure out here is exactly what I can do. If you give me just a couple minutes, I could give you an offer here.
Okay, that's fine.
Part of the problem is there's not any other duplexes around there that have sold. Everything is a single family. And I'm assuming you guys are okay with closing as quickly as possible, right?
Of course, yes.
Yeah. Let me look at one last thing, and then I should be good.
Okay. So based off of what I'm seeing here, I think I'm going to be around 90,000, to be honest with you. Okay.
So it's a little bit lower than what you guys were asking. It's mainly just taking into consideration the cash flow on the property on the backside in comparison to what some of the other properties have gone for. But yeah, like I said, there's nothing coming out of that. You know, it's just that's a straight cash number to you guys.
Okay. And you couldn't do 95?
I bet you if you twisted my arm hard enough, and I bet you I could. I'm not gonna lie with you. I mean, I don't like arguing over, you know, a couple grand on an opportunity, and also, you know, in your case, something that you need to get rid of. So here's the thing, though. I will say this. More often than not, my number is an accurate number. And so when I say I can do 90, we come out, we come look at the property, we get our contractors out there, and we put together all of our numbers. And then we say, yep, we're good at this number. Or we say, hey, no, it's in worse condition than what we thought. This is where we need to be. You either say, yeah, we'll take it, or no, you know, get out of here. You're crazy. So I can say 95 today. Just don't be surprised if we come back in a week and say, hey, we really need to be at 90.
Okay. And how long will it take you to get out and look at the property?
Well, it's vacant, right? I mean, is there access? Is there like a lot box for us to be able to go out there?
No, yeah.
Oh, well then, yeah. I mean, as soon as you sign a contract, pretty much the next day we'll be out there.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to drag it out any more than you do. You know what I'm saying? We only make money when we buy properties, and you're only going to make money when you sell the property. So.
Okay, and the contract is contingent on the viewing of the property.
Yeah, essentially, there's an inspection period on there. So, but there's an open line of communication. So, you know, we pretty much tell you what's going on throughout the process. We're not gonna drag it out or anything like that. We're gonna go out there, essentially have our contractors walk it. We're gonna get pictures, put together our bids, and run the numbers and see where we need to be. And the whole time you have a point of contact here at the office where you know what's going on. Simultaneous with us also opening title. So once we're done, then we can get it closed as quickly as possible.
Okay. And do you have my email address?
I think so. Okay. So let me just verify real quick. The property is in Hattie's name, but you want me to send it to you because then you'll take it to her and say, hey, this is what we're doing. And okay, so that's what I'll do. I'll send it over to you for the 95. And like I said, we'll let you know once we've done the walkthrough. I'll give you an idea. This is pretty much where we developed this system was during COVID. And it came straight from what Open Door does. So it's the exact same process where it's like, hey, this is where we need to be. We do our inspection walkthrough, and then it's, hey, here's the firm number. If I'll be honest with you, we do a lot of properties and on a monthly basis, and we don't like to poke people on the eyeballs or anything like that. More often than not, I'll probably talk to 50 people today, and 48 of them I'll tell them I'm not a good solution for you. But I do feel like I'm a good solution for you guys because this is exactly what I'm looking for. So we'll go out there and we'll take care of it, and we'll get it done quickly for you, okay?
Okay.
And by the way, what is your name?
My name's Becky.
Becky. Okay.
Yep. And we also have the option to accept your offer or not, correct?
Yes, of course. Yeah, so if we go, so the 95, when you sign the contract, that's like a done deal at the 95. But if I come back and I say, hey, I need it to be, 2,000, you're not stuck. I mean, you're like, I'm not selling you my property for $2,000. Okay. So then at that point in time, I have the option to either close at 95 or terminate the contract. So the contract essentially always gives me the ability to close at 95,000. But if I try to renegotiate, y'all have to accept that, and you have to sign a price amendment.
When you say if you have to renegotiate, what do you mean? Oh, renegotiate for
the price. Like if I come back to you and I say, hey, I can't do 95, I've got to do less. The only way that price changes is if you sign a document saying you're okay with the price changing.
Okay, that makes sense. Yes, of course.
Well, some people get confused about that. They're like, hey, there's a thing in the contract about renegotiation. The other part of that is like, there have been times where something happened to the house when we're under contract. So, like, for example, we've had houses burned down when we were under contract. I mean, I can't have you forcing me to buy a house for 95,000 that burned down. You know what I'm saying? So it's in there to protect both parties.
Right. Okay.
All right. So I'm going to send that over to you this morning. And just let me know if you have any questions. This is the office line. So when you call in, you can ask for me, RJ Bates. I'm the owner. Or you can just talk to anybody on the floor. They can help you as well. Okay?
Okay, great. Thank you, RJ.
Thank you, Becky. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
The best part about this is that it's in the same freaking state as this dumbass broker. Ha! How dare you ask for a price up front? If y'all haven't learned by now, I really like putting a chip on my shoulder and just pissing myself off. It just makes me feel like I perform better. It's just my personality. South Carolina is one of the more difficult states to comp and analyze. Non-disclosure state. So that was part of the slowdown there on me being able to analyze it. And even now, I mean, just to be honest with you, I'm still a little leery about what I was able to offer there. We have the closest comps were 220, 220, 200. But then as we got a little bit further out, it dropped all the way down. It's in Lancaster, South Carolina. So I didn't even look to see where's Lancaster at. It's like closer to North Carolina than anything. Comps kind of significantly dropped off. There were no duplex comps at all. So it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening with that. The property itself looks like it's in fairly decent shape. I mean, I've got a really good picture of it on Google Street View. Newer windows, siding, roof looks good. The exterior looks good. I mean, if anything, you could use paint. Is it close to the college? Let me see. I'm a little bit disappointed in myself right now that I don't know what college is in Lancaster, South Carolina. I am not seeing a college. What college is in Lancaster? University of South Carolina, Lancaster. There we go. I found it. So that's right off of the highway, like what appears to be the main happening downtown. We're probably 3 miles south of that. Not too terrible. Definitely worth a shot.
call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 954681 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Thomas, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Friar Tuck. You had entered this on my website saying you want to sell that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Another one in South Carolina. There are a wave of South Carolina leads. Kind of weird.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Person is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Susan, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Old Pond Street. You entered this on my website saying you want to sell that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. You gonna pull the old Garrison on me? When I make my offer, you go undercut me by $7,000. I still can't believe he did that. That's some weak sauce stuff right there. This person wants $179,000. Yeah, it's gonna be a hard pass there. There was a lead that I was on the phone with.
Cedric speaking.
Hey, Cedric, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on South Missouri Street. How you doing?
RJ, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. You still gonna sell that property?
Who told you I was gonna sell it?
Apparently you. I got your email, your phone number, your name, and the address on my website.
Okay. Oh, you got it on your what group do you work with?
Well, you saw my ad on a YouTube video and you filled it out. My company is Titanium Investments.
Okay, got you. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. What are you looking to do?
So are you selling the property?
Yeah, I'll sell it.
Okay. Well, how much do you want for it?
Make me an offer in writing, then I'll respond.
Okay.
Let me give you my email.
I've got your email. You gave it to me already.
All right, brother.
What's going on with property? Is it vacant, occupied?
Occupied.
By a tenant or you?
By me.
Gotcha. The property need any work?
Every property needs work.
All right. What does this property need?
Off the top of my head, I guess a fence around it.
All right. Everything else working, AC, roof's good, all that stuff?
Good, solid.
All right. So you just want me to send you over a contract, huh?
Send me over an offer. Let me look at it. If I like it, I'll respond. We move forward. If I don't like it, I'll let you know. But you won't waste your time.
All righty. Sounds good.
Okay, brother.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Let's see here. In a 1 mile radius, there are 13 active properties and 0 sold, according to Privy. Let me look on PropStream. This cannot actually be real. Holy cow. Okay, we got some solds here on got some solds on PropStream. I was about to say, I don't think I've ever seen a more dead. I mean, it's Pine Bluff, Arkansas, so there's a chance it could be that dead. So, Penn, what happened is I got a lead, and while I was on the lead, she said, "Do you work with Garrison, who's, you know, the guy I've been working with on some of the Novation deals?" And I was like, "No, we're two separate companies." But for whatever reason, she thought we were the same for a very long time. We had a great conversation. I made an offer, and later that day, I got blown up by Garrison, and I guess I had offered more than what he had offered, and so he asked me what I offered, and so what I said is I felt like I had good rapport with her. He had good rapport with her. I said, "Why don't we just work the deal together? She's probably going to accept my offer because it's higher." And he said, "Okay, sounds good. Let's get on the phone with her together." And then the next day I called her, and he went and he overshot my offer by $7,000. I called him. He didn't answer. I haven't really tried to talk to him since. It's kind of like a taboo thing to do, you know, like if you're going to call someone that you're already doing deals with and then you're going to ask them what they offered on a deal, you don't go undercut them after. He's a kid, I think, just probably trying to make a commission. So that's what I was saying. What are you going to listen to me talk to somebody in South Carolina and go undercut me by $7,000? Yeah, he did. And listen, he'll learn. I mean, I'll talk to him about it eventually. I actually just want to see if the deal goes through. I'm gonna call that seller. I think I kind of just let that seller do what she needed to do. Because honestly, I didn't really like the deal anymore when he bumped the numbers up. So. Hello?
Sorry, can't get to my phone. Please leave me a message.
Hey, Paul, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Georgia Drive. You had entered that property on my website saying you wanted to sell, so if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Is John Daly from Pine Bluff? Daly was born in Carmichael, California. He grew up in Dardanelle, Arkansas. So, Morning, RJ. Does the 1% rule still work? My seller is asking for 175. Rental comps are at 1950. I haven't seen the property yet. The sun just moved out, but livable. So here's the thing. The 1% rule is applicable in certain markets. So remember, as our job as a wholesaler is two things: provide cash flow, which you're looking at. Okay, that's good, but also to provide equity. So we don't want to send something to our buyers for $175,000 if the ARV on the property is $175,000 because it could rent for $1950. So you always start with the comps of the value first. That's probably most important to majority of landlords because they want to be able to get all of their money back out. So the ARV is $250. So if that's the case, you're at 70%, right? Good. But does the property need work? Because if it needs work, the max what they're really going to be able to get on a cash out refi is probably going to be 75%. So that's going to be kind of their barrier of where they're wanting to go. And then if you're talking about 5% of 250,000, I mean, you're 12.5 in repairs, closing costs, all that. It gets pretty tight. Plus your assignment fee. So just off of the cuff, feels like you're probably going to need to get the seller down just a little bit. $250,000 house that can be a rental in Houston. I'm going to assume that's a 1,400 square foot. Probably needs 25 to 30 in repairs. You're probably $25,000 off. Just my opinion. Pretty similar deal to what I just did in South Carolina.
Hello, you have reached Darlene Wenham with Alliance Allergy Solutions. Please leave a message.
They
and
wanted
I will return
105.
as soon as possible.
I offered 90.
Sorry, mailbox is.
They came back at 95. I just explained, hey, I'll send the contract for the 95, but once I walk it, don't be surprised if we come back and we need to be at 90. So just based off of the numbers that you put right there, that feels fairly similar in kind of the negotiations that you need to approach with.
Please leave your message for 4693580.
Hello, this is RJ Bates, going back to property there on Dowdy Ferry Road. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 6785981 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates, going back to property there on Pine Shoals Court. You had entered this on my website saying you want to sell that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. All right, let's see here. 133. Batesburg, Leesville.
Hello.
Hello, is this the owner of 133 South Oak Street?
Yes, it is.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling you about that property that you had entered on my website. You guys still looking to sell that property?
Yes, I'm interested in selling for cash.
Awesome. How much you looking to get for it?
35,000.
35,000. All right. Is the property occupied, vacant? What's going on with it?
It's unoccupied.
Alrighty. Does the property need work to it, or what's going on?
Yes, it needs some cosmetic and details fixed. For example, the paint and the siding. But it's still structurally sound.
Gotcha. How long's it been vacant?
For about 3 years.
Gotcha. So I'm looking at a picture from May from Google Street View. I'm a little bit concerned about what's happening with the foundation. It looks like it's sitting on cinder blocks, but in certain areas the cinder blocks are missing. Are there issues there with the foundation?
Yes, the inspector said that that we should look at the porch. That the porch, there were issues with the porch, but he didn't mention any foundation issues with the house itself.
Okay. All right. Let me look at this a little bit more. Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about that foundation, because just looking at it, I mean, it looks like it's missing quite a bit of what's holding it up there in certain parts. Give me just a second here to look around. Penn, are you in Batesburg, South Carolina?
Yes.
All right. So how'd you come up with 35,000?
Yes, that's what the website told me, realtor.com.
I got you. And it's 1,040 square feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just bear with me. I'm just looking at some of the other properties around there.
Yes, it's okay.
So I guess, was it like a rental property for you? Were you living in it, or kind of what was the story there? How's it ended up being vacant for 3 years?
Yes, it was a rental property before I bought it as a foreclosure.
Ah.
And I never got any tenants in. So it's been vacant since I bought it in 2020.
Gotcha. All right. I guess let me ask you this: how negotiable are you on that number there? If I could do cash No commissions, cover the closing costs. Are you negotiable on the 35?
Yes.
So like I said, I think I'm most concerned about the foundation there. That's my biggest concern. And I mean, I'm interested in property. Obviously, it's exactly what I'm looking for. I mean, same thing. You know, I want to do the same thing that you were going to do, right? Pick it up, fix it up, and then get a tenant in there.
It's a great area.
Yeah, and just I think I need to be closer to 20. To be honest with you.
Could it be 25?
Yeah, I can do 25.
Yes.
I can do.
Accept that offer.
Okay, then let's do this. I've got your email and
That's correct.
okay. How do you say your first name?
My first name is pronounced Alan, but it's also pronounced Alain.
Ah, I think when I left you a voicemail yesterday, I said Elaine because I was just kind of guessing. You know, I used what country is that from? How did you say it? Alain? Is that how you say it?
Alain. Yes, it's a French name.
Ah, that's cool. I like that. I don't think I've ever seen it. I see a lot of names. I don't think I've ever seen that way before, at least with a seller. So that's cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write this contract up. I'm going to send it over to your email for the 25. We'll get title open. And how can we go walk the inside of the property? Is it lockbox or is it unlocked, or how can we gain access?
I could send you the key.
Okay. Where are you located?
I'm located in San Francisco.
Oh, geez. You're on the other side of the world.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll figure out a way to gain access to it once we get the contract signed, and we'll go from there. Okay.
Okay. Yes. I'll be looking for the contract.
Yes, it'll be over to you probably in about 10-15 minutes. Okay.
Yes, I'll sign it.
All right. Thank you.
Have a great day.
All right, Alan. Bye-bye. Well, I guess today's just South Carolina. Like, forget West Virginia. We're just going to do South Carolina. Vacant property. Purchase from a foreclosure in 2020. It's been vacant ever since. Seller lives in San Francisco. Sending contract for $25K. Hey, that's a pretty good deal. I feel much better about this one than I did the other one. Have you sent that 954 yet?
Yeah.
So it's 954 and 952. It's
Yeah,
a duplex. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm giving you another one right now for $25K.
All right.
Penn, I still want to know if you're in Batesburg. So I need to add both of those to the KPIs. I think that's a first for me. 2 contracts in South Carolina in the same day. All right. On to the next. And you guys make sure to like the video for me. And also, if for some reason you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do that as well. Pumping out a ton of content for you
Please
guys.
leave your message for 6.
Between going live every day, we got Pardon the Disruption that gets pumped out every Friday morning, and then every Wednesday morning, we come out with a new podcast, titaniumvault episode. Today was with Rich Wonders, the Novation King. Fun interview with him.
Please leave your message for 9047428.
Hi, LaShawna. This is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Jacksonville, Florida. You had entered this on my website saying that you're looking to sell. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
The weather was Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 2408326 not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Wayne, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on East Preston Street. You had entered this on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Well, let's keep it rolling in South Carolina. Got another lead over here. See if we can go 3 for 3. All started with our little broker friend.
Hello?
Hey, is Jeffrey there?
Who am I talking to?
This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Woodside Village Drive. You had entered this on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property.
Well, not really, but anything I own is for sale. Sound like you got a little money that you want to spend.
I got a very little amount of money I want to spend.
Well, if you got very little, we can end the conversation right now. There's no need to go forward.
How much you looking to get for it?
$425.
$425. All right. That
Don't leave you no room for anything, right?
what's that?
I said don't leave you no room for anything.
Not much, no. That feels like probably should go to an owner occupant. So that feels like it should probably be sold to an owner occupant. You know, I'm an investor, so that doesn't leave me much room there. I see one property sold for $433, so maybe you left a little bit in there for some realtor commissions or something.
Okay.
But no, I think I might have to pass on that. That's not a good fit for me as an investor.
Okay, well that's what's up. I appreciate you calling.
All right, Jeffrey, thank you. I wonder if people that act like that ever actually sell something. Like they're like, if you're gonna overpay, then you can have it. And someone's like, fuck yeah, I wanted to overpay for something this morning. But does that work?
I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message and a phone number, and I will get back to you or send me a text message. Thank you. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Kimberly, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Florence. You had entered this on my website saying that you're looking to sell. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 9564557. Not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Shirley, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Calvin Road. You had entered on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. What's up, Rodney? The mad face didn't come through, so it's okay. But welcome to the show. Sounds like you're new, but this is where doing marketing across all 50 states and locking down as many deals as I can. We're at 109 so far.
Hello?
Hi, is David there?
Yeah, this is David.
Hey, David, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Traskwood Road. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Huh?
You had entered this on my website saying you wanted to sell that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. Let me pull this up here. What is it that you're selling there? Is it a vacant lot or is that a manufactured home or what is it?
It's a manufactured home. It's a double wide
Gotcha.
trailer. It's 5 bedroom, 3 bath. It's on about an acre and a half land.
Gotcha. How much are you looking to get for it?
Okay, this is the way it is. If they do it, are you playing that? That's all depends. If I got to put a foundation under it, it's going to be at 150. If I don't have to do a foundation or nothing like that, it'll go down to 135,000.
Okay. Let's see. What's it sitting on right now?
Well, it's sitting on the center blocks.
Gotcha.
It's sitting on a foundation, but they want it more permanent. Some loans want it permanent, some loans don't. And the engineer looked into the house the other day. He said it looks great the way it's set, but some want it the way it is, and some want to put their foundation.
I gotcha. Why'd you have an engineer out there? Just a buyer wanted it or what?
No, I was trying to get everything set up just in case. So I had all my P's and Q's in order about the concrete, because you got to have an engineer come look at it before they can do the footing. And these two guys normally work together, so I called him to come engineer it so he can lay it out and for the concrete guy.
I gotcha. I mean, just being honest with you, I'm an investor, so one of the things is like manufactured homes is kind of tough for me. Unless there's a lot of manufactured homes surrounding the area that have sold. But the problem is I don't see any that have sold.
There was a new one brought in, and right there's a lot more houses, but the estate is the ones where all the trailers are at.
Gotcha.
But yes, I've already had a couple of people come look at the house and been on the market.
Gotcha.
So it's been back and forth right now.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want to get in the way. I mean, if you've got people that might be interested, I mean, for me, it's probably a tough move. I mean, it looks like you got a beautiful piece of land there. If I could look at it and say, hey man, I got 5 manufactured homes that have sold, which I know you've got them around you, but it seems like people are happy living there, so they're not selling. So,
Yes, and that's why as soon as because I had a neighbor just move out and somebody just moved in with the house in that little surrounding area. Whoever moves out, people want to get in there quick.
Right.
They like it in that area. It's out in the country. It's peaceful. It's quiet.
Yeah, man, I think you're good. I mean, I think your price is more than fair. Just to be honest with you, I think you should be at the 150 regardless.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even bring up the foundation side of things. I would just tell people price is 150. Just being honest with you. Go get your money. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
All right, David. Well, I appreciate the opportunity, man. And if it doesn't move quick, I mean, you got my number. You can always call me back, and I can see if I can help you out. But I think it'll go quick.
All right, I appreciate it.
All right, man. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
What's up, Justin? Rodney, just trying to get back on my feet after a stroke and a heart attack. I used to buy and flip years ago, landlord before that, and some wholesale if I didn't want it. Well, hey, man, glad to see that you're getting back on your feet, and hopefully your health has gotten a lot better after those unfortunate incidences there. But, hey, listen, you can just take these videos that you're watching right here, mirror what I'm doing. And there's a lot of great people on these videos. that you can kind of communicate with on a daily basis. It's kind of cool, the little community that we've got going on here. We're seeing Penn is doing deals on a daily basis. He's on here almost every day. We've got Eric. He watched for several days, and then the other day he's talking about he locked up 2 contracts. We're working one of them together now. We got, of course, Kip and Jeremy and Anna. They go all the way back to 2020. Isaiah. And then you got Jamie, who's a Titan who's come to the Crucible. He's on here every day. I mean, there's just so many people that, you can kind of rally around and hold yourself accountable, right? So if you're coming on here every day, you're watching these videos and you're doing what you need to do to get on the phone and talk to sellers, there's a level of accountability that you can have if you're working alongside me on a daily basis. So happy to hear you getting back on your feet there, Rodney.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. Rob is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hey, Rob, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Buckeye Road. If you could give me a call back, you had entered this on the website saying you want to sell that property. So give me a call at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Jeremy says, it's good to surround yourself with like-minded people, or at least people who understand your success and failures and celebrate or consult how to avoid it next time. Absolutely, Jeremy. That's hopefully this right here on a daily basis is giving you guys a platform to kind of at least see what I go through on a daily basis, both the good and the bad. We've already seen some of that this morning. We haven't even hit the 2-hour mark. Yes, sir, Eric.
Hi, you've reached Denise Hunt, Director of Clinic Operations with Everside Health at the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. I am on another call or away from my phone. Please leave me a message and I will return your call as soon as possible. Thank you. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Denise, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Ridgedale Avenue. You had entered this on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. So if you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Look at that, man. $28,000 in assignments. Congratulations, Dana. Means a lot for me to hear that. Sometimes I don't hear about other people's victories.
You have reached a voice mailbox. Sorry, this mailbox is full. It can't receive any more messages. Please call again later. Welcome to Verizon's voice.
Yeah, I mean, I just talked to a guy, you know, he was like, hey, I want 420,000 or something like that for his house. I just got off. But the difference there is that I don't focus on that. I focus on the fact that I sent 2 contracts out. So yeah, I mean, it's a numbers game. It's just like anything else, though. I mean, any other marketing that you're going to do, you're going to probably spend about the exact same amount to mine to get to that exact same lead. So the thing that I like about it is that I'm speeding up the process. It's all about the efficiency. I'm going to have that conversation regardless of what the lead source is. At least here, it's just expedited. I can roll through them.
Please leave your message for 317361.
Hey, George, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Indianapolis. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Just started wholesaling. Looking forward to seeing RJ and others at the Closers Olympics. Started driving for dollars and cold calling sellers. Looking at JV with others in the Phoenix market. Well, best of luck out there in Phoenix. Stay hydrated and stay cool. It's crazy out there. And yes, Closers Olympics going to be a lot of fun. Got some good sellers. Hopefully we've got some good sellers, good closers. Come on, I'm looking forward to the competition.
Hi, I'm so sorry I missed your call. If you will, please leave me your name, number, and a brief message, and I'll be happy to get back in touch with you as soon as possible. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day. Sorry, mailbox is full. To send an SMS notification, your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 901606 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, LaToya. This is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Beauregard Cove. You had entered this on my website saying you wanted to sell. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 9792336 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Lake Jackson, Texas. You had entered this on my website saying you wanted to sell that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. There you go, Jamie. Thank you.
Please leave your message for 347207.
Hi, Lorraine. This is RJ Bates calling about your property on East Broadway. You had entered it on my website saying that you were looking to sell that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice.
Hello, is Steve there?
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, Steve. This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Wayside Road. How are you doing?
Hey, all right.
You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. Is that right?
I'm thinking about it, but then I kind of went and looked at prices because I've been thinking about moving closer to the beach. But man, they have skyrocketed down that way.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's a good time to sell because I only paid $105, and there's a little shitty cinder block house that sold for $199, 3 houses away from me. So I'm considering it. Do you have any properties down that way?
The only thing I got, no, not on the beach, no.
No, I mean like say going down 544 or that way, kind of.
No,
At the beach. No, I don't want to be in that zone one thing.
no, I don't have anything right now available in that area. No.
No. What do you do? Do you buy? What do you a realtor?
No, I'm a buyer, so I'm in.
That's what I was thinking. You buy them and fix them up and.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, shit. Because I have mine like one of those estimates I seen was like mine could be like 205 now. But what I've seen in my neighborhood, it looks like way more than that. But it does need a little work. It needs like a kitchen floor, but it's got a metal roof and pretty good chunk size of land compared to what other people have.
Right.
Have you ever Googled EarthTech?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, okay. The pond is the farmers out back, but I walk my dogs and they all swim in it, so I got pretty good access to that. So that kind of adds to what I got for me, you know.
Right.
But what do you think it's worth? Or like if I was to ask, you know, without looking inside or anything, just you see tons of them manufactured. They're all about the same, right? 3-bedroom, 2 baths.
Yeah, give me just 1 second. I'm trying to get a street view on it. It won't give me a street view on that street.
It's still a little Hickville out there. It's still country almost. They did just take down 87 acres, and there's a big development going in down by where 501 turns up towards my road.
Right. Is that above ground pool in the backyard?
I took it down this year.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it was. The kids all grew up, and it was sinking. So I got that pretty much cleared up.
I mean,
that was turning into a freaking money pit.
Right. And so you said the property needs a little bit of love, but not a lot, right?
No, man, I got a 50-year roof on it, and it's pretty nice. Not church price. I don't know, paint on carpeting, but a lot of people don't even like carpet no more. Huh? You do the wood flooring.
Yeah, everyone doesn't like carpet anymore.
Yeah, it's amazing, huh? So, you got any other projects out near me going on?
Not right near you, no. I buy all across the country, so.
Okay, yeah, I seen you in the Texas phone number.
Yeah, so like today I've sent a contract in Batesburg and Lancaster. So
Lancaster, PA?
no, South Carolina.
Oh, okay. I don't know what it is.
It's up north by Charlotte.
Oh, okay. I moved from upstate New York about 7 years ago. I paid $105 for that place cash.
Is it technically a manufactured home?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Why, you pick some up?
No, I mean it's a good looking property. I mean, honestly, you can't even really tell it's a manufactured home. I think if you were to put it on the market, man, you could probably get 200 for it pretty easy.
Pretty easy, yeah. I mean, that's quite the profit for freaking 7 years I've been there.
Right.
Right? And if you fixed it up really nice, you could probably get, what, 3?
Well, I mean, you've got a couple that are going in like the 260 range, but those are like brick houses in a little neighborhood.
Okay. You know what? Even though there's one of those neighborhoods down the street from me, and all the houses are the same, the mailboxes are the same.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
The HOA hoods, and a bunch of those have risen in price too, but I don't think as much because everybody from down up north is coming, you know.
Yeah, so those properties I'm seeing, those are selling for like 260 range right now.
I don't think they're worth that, man.
What's funny about it is people actually think that those are more valuable than like your property.
Right. But man, I got almost 0.69 acres. I think them guys are built 8 feet apart from each other.
Yeah, they basically have half the land that you have.
Yeah, they wouldn't like my speakers or my dogs.
I gotcha. Well, yeah, man.
Do you come this way often, or are you around?
No, I'm in Texas, so I don't go see the properties in person.
A little warm there, I heard.
Yeah, what are we gonna be today? I think we're gonna be 109.
Holy shit! It's like 90 and humid here. I haven't adjusted to the humidity in this part of the country, but
yeah, we're 109 in humid, so
109 and humid. Holy shit! Yeah, we were just talking. We got a guy here from Phoenix, and he said it's 130 at his grandma's house.
Yeah, but they have no humidity, so it's a little bit better, you know.
Yeah, I lived in Denver, and it was like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I go from my office to my car, and I sweat so much I feel like I need to take a shower, you know.
No shit. Yeah, sticky, man.
Yeah. All right, Steve. Well, yeah, man, not a good fit for me because you've got a nice house. You should sell it to somebody that, you know, could offer you a lot more than me, you know?
Okay. Hey, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man, have a good one.
You too.
Bye-bye. Man, holy shit. If this was going to be a day in a specific state, this should have been South Carolina. That's like all I'm talking to is people in South Carolina. So far, I'm 2 for 5. Not terrible. Pretty good numbers.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
What's up, Crispy Bacon? I agree. Everyone should like the video.
Belonging to 40.
Hello, is this the owner of 2705 Glenberry Lane?
Yes.
Hello, this is RJ Bates. You had entered this on my website saying that you wanted to sell that property. Is that right?
Yeah, I was I'm still in the process of fixing it. So I'm not quite ready yet.
Well, I'm an investor. I don't want you to fix it.
Okay. Okay, do me a favor. Can you call me back in about 30 minutes and we can talk because I'm eating.
That's okay. I like it when people talk while they're eating because then it gives me plenty of time to look at their property. How much you want for this?
I don't know yet. You can call me back in like 30 minutes.
All right, I'll call you back.
Okay, thank you.
And you're just smacking my ear, man. Ain't nobody gonna care about that. This thing says it's pending. What is she talking about? It says it's pending on the market. And this thing's being sold at an auction. She needs to smack in my ear instead of getting off the phone. What's up? So this lady, she's in pre-foreclosure. Her house says it's got a pending offer. She wanted to get off the phone so she could eat her lunch. Sweetheart, you're about to lose your house. You should probably smack in my ear. All right, guys. I'm going to go take a break. Miss Cassandra's going to sit in with you guys. And I will see you guys shortly. Hey, guys. RJ Bates III here. And I'm challenging myself to do 50 deals in 50 states in 50 days for the second time, all live on YouTube. Now, this time, I'm going to be using leads from a few different places. But one of the places I want to talk to you about is LeadZolo, where they generate all of their leads from YouTube ads that are specifically going after motivated sellers to come to us so we don't have to pull lists, we don't have to cold call, we don't have to talk to people that aren't interested in selling their property. We're just able to close motivated sellers. Now, I've actually closed their leads before live on stage at Wholesale and Live, where I won that belt right there. So has Seamus Goss, Max Jimenez, Naaman Taylor, Eric Klein. Some of the biggest names in this industry have all used LeadZolo. And hands down, we say it's one of the best lead sources for any wholesaler out there. So now it's your turn. The LeadZolo guys have reached out to me and said, hey, we want to give your audience a chance to try out a lead on us. For a limited time only, you can go to leadzolo.com/titanium and you could get 10 leads for only $1,000. Usually their leads cost about $300 a lead. So this is a hell of a deal that they're giving to anyone that comes out and watches the 50 deals in 50 states in 50 days challenge. If you want to check out the quality of these leads, come watch me close them live Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Central, where I'm closing LeadZolo leads all day, every day.
Hi guys. Hope you're doing well today. RJ Flyby spit in my eye as I was taking over, so sorry if I look weird. I'm trying to blink his spit out of my eyeball. He decided he wanted to make fun of me and then just went right in my eyeball. Hi, Jamie. How are you? Grammar wars and spitting challenges. I'm sure over the past 16 years I've spit in his eye before, so I can't really get mad at him as it was a total accident. But I can't really see out of this eye yet very well. He was making fun of me because I literally try to always give him a break at 11:30. And he was making fun of me because I came like barreling in here because I just dealt with, I'll just tell you all what I was dealing with. And I had a certain look on my face, right? So he's like, you just come in here, see me breaks, and like, you're just like, you know, I guess he doesn't like my energy, right? So in essence, I just spent the past hour dealing with this situation. We have a deal that we contracted to close, and we cleared a lot of issues for this seller to get it to the closing table. And basically, the person that contracted it is a guy who hasn't been doing this for very long. And we did not know that. Up until even yet, like for months, has been representing himself as an end buyer to us and signing assignment contracts. Well, at the end of the day, he's doing this under the advisement of his brother. His brother apparently has been doing this for 7 years, supposedly. They've been saying they're the end buyer all along. They're just waiting on us to help clear these issues for the seller, and they're going to flip this house. Cool. We're working on this for weeks, getting everything ready. Come to find out that they are unreachable when it's time to close. Comes out that they said their partner is this other guy who really they assigned their assignment to, but it's not assignable. Our assignments are not assignable. So you can't assign our assignments without express permission. And us signing that. Who the person they assigned it to went and assigned it to someone else by utilizing that person's realtor. So while they're doing all of this, and it's not contractually sound at all, we have no idea. They've also tacked on $23,000 for themselves to this property. and told us yesterday that well, they really have an end buyer, and the end buyer couldn't perform. The end buyer couldn't perform because the numbers don't work on the property because you added $23,000 to it. So I tried to, with our dispo guy, call the original people that had told us. As of yesterday, they were still saying, the guy was still saying, no, we're closing on this. We're closing on this. And we're like, literally, no, you're not. But he was trying to make sure they couldn't get in trouble and trying to act like they couldn't get lending at the number they had it at. And it's like, you're too little too late, bro. Like, title has let us know the real deal here. Like, we've now tried to be contacting all these people you've gotten involved. And so then we're playing damage control all the way back to our seller, right? I don't know how title let them get away with this long, to be honest with you. I really don't. I don't know how they did that. So long story short, we then got a call this morning, even though he hasn't been reachable for well over a week, wouldn't answer the phone, wouldn't call us back, and told us that, well, he didn't know that he wasn't properly under contract, but he got the realtor involved and he's gonna get funding and for the end buyer at our original price, and he should get a part of the assignment. I told him to kick rocks. And then had to talk to the end buyer because she put earnest money at title. So in the end, this guy then went and told her lender that because we won't give him an assignment fee, to not lend to her. I'm like, her lending got denied. I don't even know how y'all could have went on this in the first place. So y'all's whole hot mess, right? So we're just trying to help this buyer get it at the right price, retain her earnest money that she put down, and get these people who are acting fraudulently and lying the whole time. And this is what I try to tell all of them. Had you just been transparent about it, there might have been something that we could have done along the way. But instead, what y'all try to do is make an excessive amount that wouldn't clear underwriting if you even knew how to underwrite the deal. And this is the worst thing for me in this industry. Y'all are the reason that there's laws getting cracked down on wholesaling because people are doing it illegally. I just straight up told them, you don't have a right to do that. You don't have a right to do that. And it states so clearly on the contract. You lied about it the whole time. Don't lie about it. We tell our guys all of the time, there's a period of time in which, we are contractually able to market, we are contractually able to assign it, and we are contractually able to close. And we're vetting out the numbers and the exit strategy. If we assign it and, we assign it, then great. We're not going to sit there and lie about it, right? So y'all have heard RJ talk to a bunch of sellers. We may not go into the technical terms when every seller with it, just because some sellers, it would just confuse them. But if they ask, we're not trying, we're transparent. We're not trying to hide anything from anybody, right? It's so funny because 9 times out of 10, it's like, I always laugh. Like if a seller doesn't realize what something means, they ask questions about it, and they're like, oh, so you're not actually going to own the property. You wholesale the property, right? And we say, yeah, they're like, well, what are you making on it? And it's like, a lot of times it's less than you'd pay one realtor, much less 2 plus closing costs. So don't friggin' worry about it, you know? But, you know, just usually that depends on how big of a problem we're solving. You know what I'm saying? We're not trying to broker deals. I mean, we close on deals ourselves. We literally, it's just a matter of legitimately wholesaling solves a lot of problems for a lot of people. But when you have people that do crap like this, like, you're taking away solutions for people in the market that really need them by, you know, but here's the deal too. You know, I tell the guys this all the time too. Like, here we pride ourselves not on what we can get out of a deal, but what problems we can solve in a deal. Our knowledge and experience, the tools that we have in our tool belt. It's just like when people, it's somebody yesterday asking me if we're relying heavily on subject to because of low interest rates, and that's like our strategy right now. So they're new to wholesaling or they're new to real estate. And I'm like, no. I just don't believe in the approach that every seller that we speak to, we can't help if they don't fit our sub 2 buy box. I think a sub 2 oftentimes is not the best application as far as an acquisitions goes. Hi, Jeremy. And, you know, not that I have anything wrong with subject to. I don't have anything wrong with creative as well, but you who need to understand the dynamics in which you're getting into relationships with people and the responsibilities that come with it. And like this guy who doesn't even know how to run numbers and find out if it's a good deal is trying to sit here and talk about, should he try to acquire properties subject to? Like, I have a responsibility because I have a camera in my face, because I have experience in tenureship and I am a known educator in this space, to say, I do not recommend that. In fact, I don't recommend you even try to wholesale a deal until you know how to underwrite a deal. And that might not be the popular opinion, but it's like these guys, like, you're going to pay one day, you know. And I told them all, I'm like, you're lucky there's no lawsuits being thrown down, because I'm telling you what, right now, a judge would laugh in your face. A judge would laugh in your face. So, you know, all to the point of why RJ spit in my eye is I came in hot off of that conversations and dealing with that situation. And then I had to try to fix title and get them up to speed with Keaton on the whole entire situation. And like, it makes me insane that this guy literally had the audacity to sit there and be like, well, I brought the buyer, so if I'm not getting an assignment on this, then they're not going to close. Like, he's going to try to take their earnest money. And he's like, I've got lawyers too. And I'm like, that's cute. That's cute. He's like, well, it won't come back on me, because as far as I can show right here, you know, this person assigned it to me and that was good. I said, did you see their contract? He's like, no, but I didn't know. I was like, you can't claim naivety. You can't mess with people's real estate and claim naivety. You can't claim ignorance on that. You're literally signing contracts that you have no right to do. You have no right to do this. He's like, well, I didn't know about it. And I was like, you've known about it for weeks and you've been dodging our calls for weeks, but yet you're responsive when title wants something because y'all are more concerned about getting your spread that you put on this and made this a non-doable deal. And now you have the audacity to be calling us and saying, I'm going to need a piece of your assignment. Are you absolutely insane? The madness of the, like, I asked the one guy, the first guy, who taught you to do this? So I'm not griping. But I came in here just like, coming in hot, and RJ's like in here like happy acquisitions guy calling sellers and smiling, and I'm like hurrying up to his desk because it's like way past when I normally give him a break, and I'm worried about him like bursting a bladder or something. And he's like, whoa, like you come in here a lot and I don't know if you realize like what your face is doing. And I'm like doing that to him, and he's like and spits in my eye. But he was really just trying to continue to talk to me. And I was temporarily blinded, but I'm better. I negotiate crazy deals that I have no business doing if I didn't have Anna to do all that paperwork to protect. Yeah. Realistically, it is about, and I told them this on, like, Lord Jesus, y'all were telling us you're partners with people we assigned it to, so that's why we're even talking to you. And he said, no, I told y'all. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Justin, I didn't either. And at the end of the day, like, dude, and just so y'all also know, if you're out there and you're watching and you're any of these people, we did get in contact with these people from Investor Lift. And when you sign up to be a part of Investor Lift, you literally sign something that states you understand that if you do this, if you do what these guys did, Investor Lift can come after you and sue you for $250,000 for misuse of their platform and fraudulent representation, fraudulent activity. Just saying. Not to mention us, each other, and buyer, seller. Just why would you do that over trying to make $23,000 between 4 people? Why? Just do it the right way. Educate yourselves. Be contractually sound. I told them, learn how to read a contract. Hope he didn't put a memorandum to. He can't. He can't. Non-performance, dude. And if he did, God help him. They would get the socks suit off of them. It would actually be the dumbest thing in the world for them to do. You're my favorite coming in hot investor. For those of you who don't know, our dear friend Mr. Demes here. I told Jeremy, I tell you this all the time. We didn't always know it all. We didn't always know what we're doing. But like legitimately, in us figuring it out, when we figured out that we were doing something wrong, we paid dearly for it. We paid dearly for those mistakes and that ignorance. We paid a lot of dues, right? As I told somebody last night, like you're going to either pay for it in risk, pay for it in education, or by risk, I mean like you're going to lose money on deals, or you're going to get sued for screwing up because you don't know what you're doing. Whatever it is, like you're doing. This guy wanted to fix and flip and maybe buy and hold. And so you're going to either lose like that, or you're going to pay for an education. You're going to get educated one way or another. Or you're going to partner and do it or work for someone. So you're going to put in the sweat equity. You're going to partner with people who know what they're doing. You're going to pay for an education, or you're going to go out there not knowing what the hell you're doing. And what do you think is the most expensive way to do that? Just saying. Just saying. I mean, we have a YouTube channel. Obviously, we put a lot of content out there, and we try to be informative as we possibly can be. For free, sure. Because we believe in the power of real estate, but I also believe that you are not going to come in this and get rich quick. You're going to have to pay your dues one way or another. You're not going to come into this not knowing what the heck you're doing and not educate yourself. Apparently this guy, his brother, 7 years he's been doing this, and you're trying to tell me he didn't know that he was doing wrong? He just didn't care. He hasn't had to pay the price. But someday he's going to end up paying the price. And what I ended up telling them at the end of it was like, I don't want us to be on paper with you as having done business together. So no. Like us, guess what we paid when we made our first mistake? Earnest money to the tune of $5,000. That was our first mistake. We learned a lesson. Didn't do that again. We've paid on our first sub 2 deal, not understanding that there was a second lien from a loan modification. Learned how to read settlement statements that day. You know what I'm saying? Like we went into it with having paid for an education. So, some people, RJ gives me a little bit of heck sometimes about like over informing and like it being like, I don't want to scare people away from this industry. I want to encourage you to educate and partner or work for somebody who knows what if you're really passionate about it, understand you've got to build a business. Like you've got to, like I have a freaking doctorate plus multiple doctorates in the real estate industry as far as I'm concerned. And I paid heavily for them, like you've got to learn these things one way or another. And that's what makes this business and what makes this industry very different from others, But when you look at it another way, it's like I have a degree. My degree did not teach me what it would be like in the field, Locked up a seller finance deal yesterday where we did 50% down and 50% in 5 years net cash flow. Congratulations, I think. Sounds good. Nice to thank you, Robert. Today's show has been spicy. I wish I could have heard some of yours, but I'm out here just trying to like crack skulls, get deals moved across the board. They waste more of your time on ruining a deal than you spend doing a deal. Right. Like legitimately, they put everybody at risk, including themselves. Like, and I told them, I was like, you're asking me to pay you part of our assignment on this. You should be thanking me that you're not getting your butt sued by one party or another. You might even have to sell your soul. I sold Josh's soul to the good Lord Jesus, so it's okay. ARV on Josh's soul. Stop it. I think your ARV is too high. What comps did you use? I've used props screen to comment probably because your soul was in a non-disclosure state. Y'all are a hot mess. I love it. Well, thanks for making me smile. Today, after I put out a fire, then I think RJ thought I caught fire when I said that because he spit in my eyeball after that. So I guess we're ready now that story time is over to get to dialing. I'm looking at this 23 acres because it doesn't have. I think this is like on the border to Mexico. Being a broker, I can't believe you didn't disclose the broker's secret to RJ. He had a broker on the phone tell him real estate is local. What state was that in? Like, Lord. And a Chris high five. Real estate is local. Someone should tell the VAs in the Philippines and the Chinese investors. Look, bro, people are insane. Like, people are insane. I don't know how else to say it. I hear some of the craziest stuff being in this industry. Do I have a Titus in here? Titus.
Ready, you are.
I am ready. I'm going to go call one of our sellers back.
I'm right.
All right. This is why we've structured this way. This is why we're going to harp on you, and this is why we're going to hold you accountable. We'll hold your feet to the fire. We're going to say, hey, you need to work on this, because that's what you need to work on to go out there and be the difference.
I applied the systems and the processes and I generated a lot of revenue in my business. I'm actually back here for the second time at the Titanium Crucible.
These people pour so much into you. Nothing like it whatsoever.
The amount that they pour into you is priceless. Iron truly sharpens iron.
Can't underestimate that stuff. This literally right here, what we're doing here at the Crucible, was literally just a manifestation of words. We said we're going to do it.
Operate in the destiny that God gave you. The wealth will come. Lean not to your own understanding, but in all your ways acknowledge Him, and He'll direct your path.
This thing is so powerful, it will change your life. It's such a blessing, and I recommend it to anyone and everyone looking to change their life and get on track.
Get off your ass and come do it, man. Take a chance, put your faith in titanium, and get out here, man. Much love.
Let's get back to it.
Hello.
Hi, is Henry there?
Oh, this is you.
Hey, Henry, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Tacoma Street. How are you doing?
Good.
You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. Is that correct?
Yeah, I actually already came to a deal with someone.
Oh, well, congratulations.
I appreciate it, though, very much. I will definitely keep you in mind since I will be further exploring more properties in Detroit. And next time, I'll definitely try to wait a minute and maybe price you guys out and see if we can come to a better agreement, maybe.
Yeah, for sure. So you've got some other properties you're looking to sell?
Yeah, so I don't know if you're familiar with Michigan and the Detroit Land Bank.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so they only allow you, obviously, one property your first time, I think. But once you complete that, you can do more. So this is my very first property. So once I complete it, I'm going to definitely invest in more of the properties down there.
I gotcha. Did you sign a contract with Rich?
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah, Rich is my buddy. He was telling me about this. No, he's a good guy.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm in pretty bad spot. I almost lost this. Pretty much the last thing I got. So I'm hoping to sell this, get back on my feet, get a vehicle, get a place to rent really quick for cheap. I'm a single guy. I can find some $400 or $500 a month or whatever, and just try to get back on my feet, pretty much. But
I got you. Well, Richie, he'll take care of you, man, and he'll get you in a good spot there where you can get moving.
yeah, I appreciate that. Like I said, I hardly do anything. I usually like to go to work and come home and play my game, and it's like I'm watching people that are, I'm such a good tradesman too. Like I'm a 20-year roofer. I got the skills of I know 5 different roof systems professionally, and I'm sitting here struggling, about to be homeless, couldn't afford a car payment. It's just crazy.
Well, hopefully he'll get this one taken care of for you quickly, and you'll be back up on your feet.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. I'm praying. I'm always positive stuff.
There you go, man. Well, like I said, Rich is a good guy, and I think he'll get you taken care of, okay?
Yep. Thank you so much, sir, man.
All right, man. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, bye-bye. So this wave of leads, this is all the leads from the Closers Olympus qualifiers that they didn't get to touch, but they also just included that. So I recognize this voice from the qualifiers.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet. Goodbye.
Hello, Grease Mr. Whipple. How you doing? Save your name and number. We'll get right back in.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hey, Mr. Whipple, this is RJ Bates, calling about your property there in Arizona. You had entered it on my website saying you want to sell that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. I like that. Put the game controller down and put an RJ on the screen. That's funny. That was in your neck of the woods. That was Detroit.
Hello, you have reached Mary McLaughlin. Please leave your message at the end of the tone. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hey, Mary, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Keeneland Drive. You had entered this on my website saying you want to sell that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Please leave your message for 360631.
Hey, Natalie, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Church Creek Loop. You had entered it on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. Could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Ring. I don't know why it does this sometimes. Sometimes it just is like the numbers entered, and just nothing's happening.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 4802.
Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Central.
Your call has been forwarded.
Tomorrow, I will not be live, though, because I'm going out of town. So next week will be day 49, 50, 51, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then I'll be off on Thursday and Friday because we're getting ready for Closers Olympics, and then we'll start back up Monday. It's all about marketing, man. He doesn't know how to put himself in front of people. Saying is, it's like winking at a girl in the dark.
Please leave your message for 813481132.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Winterset Cove Drive. You had entered it on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 5042365 not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Carlos, this is RJ Bates. Call me back, 817-710-8689. Thank you. Hello, this is RJ. Yeah, we're the office above the Lake House restaurant. Do you see the Lake House restaurant? Can you hear me? Yes. We're above the restaurant. Yeah, we're the office above the restaurant. All right, thank you. Huh? All right. Hopefully they figured that out. Hello, this is RJ.
RJ, Dave. This is Dave Wolf. How you doing?
Hey, Dave, how are you doing?
I'm out here trucking up here in Oregon.
Oh, man. You making money?
Yeah. You betcha. Hauling cars.
There you go. You still looking to sell your property there in Arizona?
Well, here's the deal. I'm a little premature on this whole thing, but what we did is my mom's house, and she lived down there in Lake Havasu, and she passed away, and me and my girlfriend live up here in Oregon, so that's quite a distance to be going back and forth. So we rented the house to a neighbor, to one of our friends' son, right?
Right.
Okay, in hopes that we were gonna give him a deal on it, in hopes that he would buy this house. Okay, well, that was little over 2 years ago. The deal was supposed to be not more than a year. So we're looking to me and my sister is travel down there and get a realtor, and I don't know if we're gonna have trouble getting this guy in the house or what now, because things have gone sour because it's been so long.
Right.
You know, and so I really don't know what's gonna happen. So I was just curious to what you guys do. You don't deal with realtors or nothing. You basically give me an offer and then boom, right?
Yeah, I don't really mess around with realtors. They're just a waste of money. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I know, yeah.
So how much do you want for the property?
Well, I guess you go on what it's appraised for, right?
Well, I go off of how much you want for it so I can buy it, and then I go off of the condition too. You know, I mean, I'm an investor, so I got to find a way to make money with it, whether I'm keeping it as a rental or fixing up and selling it. But you know, I try to make it easy. So there's no appraisals, there's no any of that. It's just about me and you and see if we can work out a deal.
It's just so hard to do being so far away from the house.
You don't have to be there.
That's why I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I mean, this can be simple. We can be out of your hair in, you know, a couple of weeks. I just got to get that guy out of there, you know.
Now, who would be up to that? You guys would have to deal with that.
I mean, I can help you with it, but preferably, you know, you could just tell him, hey, man, we're selling the property. We need you to go away. If he's not compliant to that, then we might have to take other measures to get him gone. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's just too bad. Things have gone kind of sour. He got hurt. He's waiting for a settlement. We were going to give him this house for $265 2 years ago. Okay. Now it's up to $365. And we threw that at him, and he says, well, there's no way I can afford it. He goes, dude, why don't you just give me $60,000 and I'll walk away? I go, dude, you got no interest in this house. You're a goddamn renter.
Yeah, he wants you to give him $60,000. Yeah, he's.
Because he wrote up this. You're familiar with real estate paperwork, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when my mom passed away and we let this guy go in there, we wrote up basically a paper that said for sale, the house, the address to the house for $265 for yada yada yada, for as long as he makes $860 a month payment for the house, and then they have it notarized. Okay, so I went to a realtor attorney guy, told him the same thing, and he goes, sounds like you got a bill of sale for a 1985 Honda Accord. That's not the right paperwork.
Gotcha.
Because I don't care if it's notarized or not. It should say block 205. Yada, yada,
Right,
yada,
the legal description.
And all that, right, and all this other legal paperwork. He goes, that goddamn bill of sale ain't worth nothing. That's for a car. And so he's thinking that he's got us over a barrel, that he's got this paperwork. And I told him, I said, that paperwork don't hold sand, bud. So since he started that, you give me $60,000 and I'll walk down. Now I don't want nothing to do with that goddamn guy. Even if he's our friend's son, I don't care.
Right.
I'm sitting up here in Oregon trying to run my business. I own a truck and I haul cars with it, you know, and so I'm trying to think, okay, well, I got to go down there now and confront this guy and either get a reader on this whole thing. Well, that's why I called you, see what kind of stuff you guys do. I don't know.
I mean, I could buy it. You know, I mean, my thing is with him, we got to find a way to get him out. We can figure that out. We do that all the time. So, but I mean, you know, I'm an investor, so I want to be able to buy it so I can make money. So there's an expense with selling with me, if you understand what I'm saying there. You know, is that something that it sounds like you're willing to do, or are you trying to get as much money out of the property as possible?
Okay, let's just say, for instance, it's worth $365.
Okay.
Okay, and I owe so much. And if it's worth $365, you're not going to make no money on it.
Right.
So if I give it to you, like say, for $300, is that something you do?
I would highly entertain it at 300. Yes.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is, at the end of the month, me and my sister, because she's my sister and mom left the house to us, we're gonna go down there and basically try to get him out of the house.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. Just looking around at some of the properties. Let's see what we got.
You can bring it up as, I think it's 3500 Chimawavy Boulevard or Road or Chimawavy in Lake Havasu.
Yep.
It's a cool little spot.
Does it have a garage or is that enclosed?
Yeah, they enclosed that. Are you looking at it?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah. They made that into a living room. And, of course, we just put a new roof on a couple years ago. It has this stupid sand and gravel thing on there. We put a new roof on it for mom.
Right.
But it's a good little house. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I think we could figure something out there and make it work for sure. Like you said, I want the guy gone for sure. But
so how quick does that happen? I get rid of the guy, you'll find out how much the house is worth, I'm sure.
yep. I mean, ideally, we would already be under contract, and so we could go ahead and open up title, and so when the guy's gone, we could just close.
Okay, so I got to talk this over with my sister.
Right.
And I don't know. I mean, I don't know what this guy is going to do. He's just a punk-ass kid, man.
Right.
Just getting money for his injury, And when he said that 60 grand bullshit, that was the end. That was it for me.
Well, yeah, I don't blame you.
He's going to try to get this house and probably spin it, Spin us.
Yeah, he's obviously trying to do something funky over there. So when are you thinking about going down to Arizona?
Probably at the end of the month. Because I usually work my truck three weeks, and then I take a week off at the end of the month.
Gotcha. Is he paying anything? Like, is he making the monthly payment or anything like that?
Yeah, he's making a rent payment.
That sucks. So you can't really evict him because, do you have a lease with him?
No.
So what you need to do is you just need to file a notice that he needs to vacate the property. Because if you don't have a lease, but he's paying you monthly, at this point, what you need to say is hey, we're wanting to sell the property. We need you to vacate the property, and you need it, and you give them 30 days notice.
Okay. That's basically what we're gonna go down there face to face and tell them.
Right. Now, I will say that's good. And you need to have that conversation, but paperwork-wise, you need to file a notice so you actually have rights to remove him from the property. Because it sounds like if he gives you pushback, you're probably going to have to evict him. And if you file the appropriate paperwork to evict him, essentially the first step is to say, hey, we're giving you a notice that you have 30 days to vacate the property.
And where do I get this notice at? Paperwork?
It's probably best that you go ahead and hire a local real estate attorney. It won't cost you a whole lot of money. I mean, on this, you're probably talking about a couple $100.
And do that down there when we go down there?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Because then that way the paperwork is exactly the way that the city and the county wants it done. Because essentially, if you do have to go through the eviction process, they're the deciding factors. And realistically, the only leg that he would stand on would be one of which you just didn't do the paperwork correctly. And then the judge would say, hey, you didn't use the right notice. You didn't give him enough time. That's where the attorney knows all of those things.
I got you.
Because it's different everywhere. I mean, I live here in Fort Worth, Texas. I had to do this with someone, and it was like I used the paperwork from the city of Fort Worth, and Tarrant County said, well, you didn't use the paperwork from Tarrant County, so we can't approve it. You know, I mean, it's just legal jargon at that point, you know?
Okay, well, I'll keep your number here, and I'll keep you advised of what's happening.
Yeah, so I'll just put a note in here probably to call you like the first week of August. Does that sound good?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Whipple. Well, I appreciate your time, and let's do a deal in the future, okay?
All right, brother. Talk to you later.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye. Hello.
Hi, is Luciano there?
Who is this?
This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Black Oak Street. You had entered it on my website saying that you were looking to sell that property.
I might.
Awesome. How much you looking to get for it?
Hold on. I was in the middle of having lunch. I'm gonna ask $230 for it.
$230. All right. If you don't mind me asking, where'd you come up with that number?
CMA.
Gotcha. So you're working with a realtor already?
No.
All right. Taking a look at it, I mean, I've got in like quarter-mile range, like 10 sold properties. The highest is 235, so 230 feels like it's pretty top of the market. I mean, I'm an investor, so normally I'm looking for something that's needs work or distress or something like that. Sounds like you got a pretty good property there, trying to maximize your value there, right?
Correct.
Gotcha. So yeah, probably not a good fit for me, but you know, it sounds like you've talked to a couple realtors or something like that, so probably in a good spot with them.
What's your number?
Well, I don't know. I mean, obviously, if you're wanting 230, it sounds like the property doesn't need any work, right?
Yeah.
I mean, typically, I don't like to just poke people in the eyeballs if they've got a good house that doesn't need any work. But if you just want a number out of me, it'd probably be somewhere around 160.
Yeah. Well, I'll let you know if something happens.
All right, Luciano, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Today has had a consistent theme. It's either that or highly motivated that ends up being a contract. It's interesting. SignCon. Hello, is Carlos there?
Oh, man, what number are you calling?
I was calling about the property on Emerald Creek. Is that not your property?
No.
Okay, sorry about that. Bye-bye. Got a signed contract in Wyoming. Woo, baby, 110 acres. That's what I'm talking about. And that is 100 and holy shit. Look at that. We just got 110 acres on our 110th contract signed. What? That is cool. That's cool. So yeah, I mean, for $300 a month, if I ever just want to go sit in the middle of Wyoming and stare into the great abyss, I can now do that. Just on my honestly, Pin, I think I'm gonna keep it. I mean, it's 110 acres in Wyoming. We got it for $53,000, seller finance, $300 a month. The taxes, I think, are $80 a year or something. I mean, it's nothing. So I personally think I'm just gonna go do what all of those emojis are right there. I'm just gonna sit there and stare at the stars and be happy. That's cool. 110 acres on the 110th contract signed. Boom, baby. And what's hilarious is when I opened my email to look and I saw that there was a signed contract, I could have sworn it was going to be the South Carolina guy that was like in San Francisco that was like, hey, I'm gonna get this signed as soon as I get it. That's what I thought was going to happen. Awesome. And start your own Yellowstone. I don't know if it's pretty enough.
What do you need?
I was calling about your property on Parkmont Avenue that you entered on my website saying you wanted to sell it.
I still want to sell it, yeah.
Awesome. Well, that's what I need. Let's see. How much you want for it?
Let me tell you to come out here and you do a tour and you tell me what you're going to give me for it.
Well, I'm in Fort Worth, Texas, brother. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it all the way out to Baltimore just on a whim.
Okay, do you have a representative here in Baltimore that you can send here?
I do, but we don't go look at properties until we've talked to the seller to see if it's going to be a good fit for us, because otherwise I'd just be wasting time.
Correct. And then you can waste my time to come here and tell me what you want to give me and don't give me what I need. But I will give you a price for that. I need $229 for it.
$229. All right. What's the condition looking like?
You said what condition is it like?
Yeah, what's the condition looking like?
It's pristine, minus a couple cosmetic things.
You said sinks or things?
I said it's pristine, other than a couple minor cosmetic.
Gotcha. All righty. What are these pictures from? So Zillow has pictures from 2014. Does it still look like that, or have you remodeled it since then?
I have done some things to it, screened in the front and back deck, put fans on both front and back deck, got the roof fixed. Other than that, nothing. No.
Okay. Well, what's got you looking to sell?
Say it again.
What's the reason why you're looking to sell?
Because I'm trying to downsize. I had a couple family family members that passed on in the household don't need as much space now.
I see. Well, I'm sorry to hear about that.
Thank you.
What about like the carpet in the bedrooms? What's that like? Are those still in good condition, or would that need to be replaced?
You said the cupboard?
Yes, carpet.
Oh, you said carpet.
Yeah, carpet.
The carpet can use some shampooing, but it's not bad.
Okay.
Doesn't work. It could be bad.
All right. You have a mortgage on this?
I still have a balance left on it. Left adjusted. Yeah.
Gotcha. 229. That's a pretty specific number. How'd you come up with that one?
It's just that I know what the neighborhood is selling for as well, sir. I mean, I'm not sure where you're going at with that. I'm just not sure where you're going at.
Oh, honestly, I'm just trying to make conversation while I'm looking at the property instead of just awkwardly sitting there. I mean, I really didn't care what your answer was, so you gave me a good answer.
Okay.
No, I'm on the phone. Let's see here. $260. You kind of gave me like an awkward number. It's like you're kind of an awkward number. You're like close enough where I kind of want to say yes, but then you're not good enough for me to say yes. Anybody else told you something like that before?
I might have heard it in another situation, not necessarily about houses.
It's like I mean you're I'm an investor, so I'm trying to see like, all right, can I come in there and do some work and fix it up and make money, right? I mean, that's what I got to do. That's how I feed my kids.
And my goal is to pay up the balance and still have to live after I leave here.
Exactly. So I want it to be a win-win, and I'm trying to see if that could be the case. It's funny, like, where Green Hill Avenue is?
Is that something that you're making up?
No, it's a street. It's like
That's the street, Green Hill.
Green Hill.
Oh, Green Hill.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's around the corner from where I live.
Yeah, there's a property literally like one block over from you that's active for 260, and I mean it's a little crappy house in comparison to yours, So I'm like, all right.
Okay, I'm listening.
So I'm like, well, I mean, that thing's been listed for 369 days, so they're crazy.
Yeah, the 69 days. That's and some more days. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that.
I mean, because it looks like your house is in, I mean, based off the pictures that I'm seeing here, looks like it's in pretty good shape. So you've got the basement is 545 square feet. Is that finished or unfinished?
It's a finished basement.
And then the rest of the house is 1624 square feet. Is that right?
That's about right.
How many bedrooms and bathrooms do you have?
There's four bedrooms, 3 baths.
3 full baths, or is there a half bath?
1 half bath and 2 full.
Gotcha. $16, $21. You said $229, right?
Yeah. As long as we on the phone, I'm ready to go up to $245.
You're going up. We're going the wrong way.
Yeah, hey.
Hold on.
It would be even better if I was going lower, though, I'm sure.
Hold on. Let me hit you.
That was just like, you said your little inside joke. Can I get a chance?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, I just try my hand, so, okay.
So you ready for me to hit you with my closing line?
Here we go. Go for it.
All right. All right, here it is. This works. This works 65% or 100% of the time, all right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the best price you can do for me if I got no realtor commissions and I cover the closing costs?
I would say, why not try this route? What if you covered the balance on the house and don't worry about the closing costs?
Well, that's what I'm saying. How much do you owe on the house? You're like in the mid hundreds, right?
Not quite. Well, you're close. Yeah.
Right. So you want to walk away with money in your pocket, right?
Yes, I do.
That's what I'm saying. So what's the magic number if there's no realtors, there's no commissions, and then the closing costs, I'll cover that. I mean, it's just a couple of grand, but I mean, what's the best number you do for me if I do all that? We close in like 30 days.
If the closing cost is $2,000, let's just use that for
Well, normally it's like 1 to 1.5% of the total purchase price. So I'm getting my title insurance and the escrow fees and all of that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So pretty much the number that you say right now would be the number that's net to you. The only thing that's going to come out of it is your mortgage, any liens on the property, and prorated taxes for this year.
Okay, but if I'm not having any of those type issues like liens or
Exactly. So there's no money coming out for liens because there are none.
right, I don't have any tax, but I'm gonna pay my taxes on time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So the prorated taxes. So say if we closed in August, you're going to pay the property taxes from January through August.
Yeah. So you're saying if you put that in the plan to pay that off, like, that should be help to me in some kind of way. Is pretty much what I think you're saying. But I'm not too much worried about that more so than the balance on the house is pretty much what I said to you not so long ago. It's like, the other things I would say I can deal with.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, what's the number? What's the best price you can do for me? Your mortgage is going to get paid off. I mean, that's so. Like, for example, if I were to give you $200,000, they're going to pay off the mortgage, and then you get the rest, if there is any.
Okay. So does that mean you went from 229 to 220, or you're just saying roughly speaking? You're just estimating right now?
I'm just throwing out a number.
Hypothetically, right? Okay. Again, it's like I will say I do need the 229 regardless because I have to live. once I leave here. I'm trying to downsize, but I know I got another venture ahead of me, and I want to walk away happy, like I'm sure you want to be happy on the other hand. And that's pretty much what it is, cut and dry.
Oh, I said my closing line works 65%, 100% of the time. You didn't come down one penny for me.
And you didn't go up one penny.
You said I didn't go up one penny.
I threw a 245 at you, that went right over your head.
Oh, hell no. It didn't go over my head. I just chose to ignore it.
You just totally ignored that.
I said, I'm going to pretend he didn't say that number. That number hurt my feelings.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess if I would say 100,000, how would you like that?
I'd say, well, that's crazy. I ain't going to do that. I ain't going to do that. I ain't here trying to steal your property. I'm saying, I said I want this to be a win-win situation.
I could have sworn it sounds something similar to that, but okay, like I said, sir, you asked me twice, I gave you a price. What do you want to do?
I think I want to buy your property is what I want to do.
Okay, let's go for it.
Let's do it. Here, Miss Cassandra. I got my partner here. She just walked in. She's standing next to me.
Okay.
We got this beautiful property here in Baltimore. Mr. Gregory wants to sell it. He told me he wanted $229, and I said, "What's the best price you could do for me?" And he said $245. So he's a shrewd negotiator. So so we got.
Because you're not gonna tell him. Let's go for it, man. I'm sorry. Let's get back to business.
We're good. We're gonna get back to it. I think I need to be closer to like 215 is the number I wanted you to say.
That's like you jumped inside my body and said, "Put it that place," but the real person said 229. So we're falling short somewhere.
I know, but the problem for me is like
We can do that. Full cover closing costs.
I know I told him I would cover the closing costs and there's no realtor commissions, and he said he didn't care. He said he wants 229. And I want to be. Well, how about this? You got any wiggle in your worm?
You know, I give you this much credit. You made me laugh today, and I needed that.
There you go. Hey.
I needed that because I'm so low down when I talk to you today. So I want you to know you helped in that regard, okay? But I want you to also understand I got to live once I leave here.
I hear you. Let me ask you this. How much money are you going to be walking away with if I buy this property at 229?
Why does that matter to you, sir? You get in the house, that's all your concern should be, right?
Because my next question was going to be,
you think I'm trying to railroad you?
No, my next question is going to be, what if I just gave you, what if I took over your mortgage and then just wrote you a check for what you're walking away with? Sometimes that's better for me.
Well, if you took over my mortgage and then you wrote me a check, okay, that's another strategy.
So, like, for example, if you said, hey, I owe 200, and I say, oh, well, then I can just give you 29,000 and you just walk away.
It saves us on holding cost or closing costs for us.
It's the same method as what you just said. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Well, in that case, if you could write me off a check for 29,
Like, do you owe 200 or is it less than that? Because it gets to a point where if I'm writing too big of a check, it's kind of like, okay, it's better just for us to buy it outright.
Well,
if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to tell me. It's not. I'm just trying to come up with a solution.
It's like, sir, it's like, I don't have a problem telling you, but I have a problem telling you. Does that make sense?
Completely. I follow you 100%. You don't want me to negotiate against you after you tell me the magic number.
Of course, you're gonna go that route. Of course you are. But I just would honestly get back to the 229, and I'm not willing to negotiate no in between and no other kind of ways. 229, and that's it.
Has there been anything done to the house?
So this is old pictures right here. This is what it looks like when he bought it.
What outside?
I'm getting there. So this is the back. Backyard. The front. This is still old. You said 229 and you can't come down at all on that with my 215.
Not at all, sir.
Man. You looking for a job?
Am I looking for a job?
Yeah.
Well, if you can get me into real estate some kind of way or anything like that, that would be great.
I was gonna say, I mean, get you on the phones over here for me.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I said, get you over here on the phones for me. You're a hard negotiator, man. Last time I talked to a guy like you was in Maryland. I tried to get him down $1 and he wouldn't come down $1.
Wow. I don't know.
I said, man, just come down $1 so I can, not be embarrassed when I walk in front of my guys.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 second. I don't agree with those comps. Those are bullshit right there. Because look, when you pull up these other comps, what I'm curious is this? Yeah, I'm here. I'm just I'm talking to Cassie about what's going on here. Give me 2 seconds, Greg. So, see, like, this is our street. We've got these two, but then I don't know. I'm perplexed by this one a little bit. It's Baltimore,
You need to have 3.
Let me do this. All right, man. Let's do this. I'm going to dive into this and see if I can really do the 229. I don't want to tell you I can do that and then not be able to do it. So let me dive into this with Cassie, and then I'll give you a call right back and let you know, okay?
That'll work. Sounds great.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Here's the thing that concerned me when you came in here that I didn't see previously was this. I thought, based off the pictures, that we were getting this whole thing, and I don't think we are.
Yeah.
We're only getting half of this.
Yeah. That's
So
why I'm like, where, what?
I thought when I pulled it up, we were getting all of this because off of these pictures right here, when I was scrolling through, you know, I'm seeing this nice, beautiful.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Right. And then I saw when we got to the back, right, I see this. So see, there's a barrier that they added.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw this. This didn't lead me to believe that this is 2 units, and it still kind of doesn't. I guess their exit is on this right side.
Well, I saw it immediately because it had 2 different roofs and sidings on the other house.
Well,
like on the old photos.
On the old photos.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's what triggered me to be like, this is 2 units.
Yeah.
So I was trying to understand.
Yeah, this is so now we have to find comps for essentially, what do you even call that? It's not a townhome, right? It's not even a row house. I don't even know what you call it.
It's a townhome. Duplex.
Nick, we use Privy, PropStream, and Batch for comps. I normally start with Privy and go to PropStream. Cassie normally starts with PropStream and goes to Privy. So that's what we're doing there. Honestly, Cassie, I mean, if you want to comp this on the live,
yeah.
you can share the address. I don't really care. So yeah, I'm gonna go eat my lunch and let Cassie jump in here real quick. Can you hand me my phone?
Sure.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm back. Okay, so let's share. Here's what we're looking at. So this is what RJ is saying. It says it's a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom. I mean, this thing is obviously in beautiful condition. And when I was originally looking at it, here we were. That is a comp that RJ had pulled up. That's a comp that RJ had pulled up. Absolutely charming, fully rehabbed, outdoor space, front porch. The property being 1624 square feet. Like, there's just absolutely no way. So what he was saying is he didn't realize once it was rehabbed, right, that these were separate units. It was looking more like a single unit. But they've put this barrier up here. So what we're going to do is just go verify that. And then I'm going to pull comps really fast. So this is why those of you who have ever followed me, I looked at this. This house is painted a different color here than here. It is deceiving. Don't get me wrong. It is deceiving. But this is saying it's from 2019. And this has a different address. So this is a split, right? So we need to be looking for a comp that was a split. He has it as a comp that is not split. He has a single family comp, right? So I'm going to pull up comps here. And we've definitely got to keep in mind that what we're seeing on Privy, I've rearranged it to be sorted price per square foot, or not price per square foot, arranged it in order of square footage. So here's our subject property. We're going to want to look at this, which is going to be probably a single family, so we can't use it as a comp. And sometimes, guys, yeah, this takes like a little bit longer, unfortunately. So this is absolutely now this might be I think this is a single family home. If I could just get to the listing description. I guess there's not a listing description. There it is. Not a very good one. I don't see two entrances at all at the front. I think this is single family. It's listed for $260,000. I mean, there's just no way that this is a deal. What RJ had seen, I mean, there were several properties that made this appear like, were we getting the entire thing that it would make sense? The finishes are very similar. Regardless, like how you run the numbers, I think that our comps are in the, like, I could spend time digging in and like finding the comp, you know, if you guys really wanted me to. It might take a little bit of time, but I feel like this is going to be market value. I'm not even lying. Like, that's what was confusing him on the property. So this is a single family. It's probably in fairly similar condition, and it's not attached to any other units. So I'm guessing that there's just not a way to make money. So I wouldn't normally spend time digging into comps here. So what I'm gonna do is call him back. Hi, Gregory.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Cassie. This is RJ's partner.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty good, thanks.
So I sent RJ to go eat his lunch because I was just pulling the rest of the information on this property, and I think that some of the things that he was hoping would be good comps for us are not good comps for us. So I wanted to just kind of call and go over the details with you. I know that your price is $229 and you're not going to go lower. I want to make sure that I have the right details for you so I can kind of at least give you an opinion on what I would do if I were in your shoes. So I want to make sure that I fully understand. Family.
Is it a multi-family house? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, this is what it says on the information that was ported in from our ad. And that's why I'm just verifying that we have it right. Because when I'm pulling comps and running the data, I'm only pulling it on the side that I'm showing is the...
I don't know that nothing about the 4220 address.
Okay.
I do know. Yeah, this is 4220. Yeah. So you said, was it a multi-family house? I mean,
And and the only reason I'm asking is because I think that the only possible way we're going to be able to do anything for you is to do the creative deal, because I don't really think that, I can call Stacy. She's probably the best agent in the continental U.S. aside from myself, and ask her. But I just don't think that I feel super confident. Like, I have detached comps that are like looking at 260, and then that has the closing and the holding costs. I just don't feel confident in any way at the 230.
Ma'am, I could cut you off right now. If you can't give me 229, you don't feel comfortable, then let's don't do. We have no deal. I mean, it's like, I don't know all the little in betweens are about, because I know what I've done to this house since I've been here, and I'm not taking no less. It's like, people, when they stand from a computer to far away, it has nothing to do with what I know I've done to this house, and I do know I have to live once I leave here.
Yeah, I know, I get that, and
that's where the clarity's coming at. You actually saying the same thing he said, so if you're gonna come and tell me the same thing he said, then we don't have a deal here, because I gotta live once I leave here, man. And I don't know what else to tell you. Like I told him,
I get it, and I've got to not buy properties and lose money. So I'm asking questions so that I could, if there's a solution for you and there's a solution for us.
That's your job, but I'm not going no further with this than I'm not going under 229. So what else is that you have to say, man?
I don't have to buy the house. You don't have to sell the house. But if you're interested in actually selling the house, like, it's a conversation that I have to have. You know what I'm saying? If you don't want to.
We're having a conversation. And so, okay, now my conversation back to you is that I know what I need for this. I know what I'm asking for. Just like you know what you're asking for, I know what I'm asking for.
Okay, so let me take this and give you a little bit of perspective, so that maybe you're not like taking it personal when I'm telling you I am looking at data. I am looking at photos and things like that. I understand that, you put money into the house, and I understand that you think it's worth a certain value. I will also say this. Say you're moving and you go to purchase a house, and I'm representing you as an agent. You have to get an appraisal. You have to get lending approval, and so on and so forth. If a seller believes that the property is worth $260 and it only appraises at $230, so that the lender will only give them $230, And you're saying, well, I believe that it's worth 230 because of an appraiser and comps and data, and the bank isn't willing to lend me more than 230. And the seller says, well, I don't care because I think that the house is worth 260. Are you going to give them $30,000 extra out of your pocket because they say that? I have to look at it based on what I can and can't do, what I can get it appraised at, what the market data tells me what my costs are. And I understand you have to get money in your pocket to move on and live. I don't know what your motivation to sell on this is. I don't know if it's to capture equity. I'm just asking the questions. And if I can make a recommendation to you on what to do based on those questions. If I can't buy it at 229, that doesn't mean I can't give you a recommendation to see how you can get 229 from it, but I'm just having the confirmation or the conversation with you based on what I see. There's not a lot of attached comps like that. So it does make me nervous. And I mean, I'm the buyer. So, I'm going to tell you that because I want you to be fully informed.
Okay, but, you're going to move on and try to buy houses from everyone, other places, other whatever parts of the city that you are dealing with. And you're going to, you're going to make a deal with somebody. I'm going to continue on calling people and getting them over here to see this until I get 229. Because like I said, man, it's like data and computers. Yeah, of course, that's what your line of what you got to rely on that. Okay, that's what you do.
So do banks and so do buyers. And
you need to come in and lay eyes on those, physically. And I don't know if it's going to change your mind, but I know that's back to what I said, what I've done to this house and what I'm asking for, and I do have to live once I leave it.
So let me ask you, do you have a time frame in which you need to move? What is your motivation to sell this house?
My motivation is, I'm selling this house because I need a downside. I told the guy that.
You need a downsize? Okay. I mean, I can, at this point, I can send Stacy over to look at the house. I want to ask you though, and this is not a question, based on anything, but how things work with lending and banks and buyers. So, I would ask, you're going to have somebody represent you, or you're going to need to represent yourself in such a manner as a buyer, right? So what is it that you put in this house that's going to up my appraisal value? What did you do to the house? Did you add square footage? Did you finish out a basement? Did you add covered parking? What is it that you're banking on what you added into this house? And the reason I'm asking that is because I can't see it, and I want to be able to attach a value to that will come back on my appraisal.
So you're asking me, what have I done to make me so that what I'm asking for is suitable?
No, you think it's suitable, and you own the property, and you're perfectly willing to wait until you get that number because that's what you want. I'm not saying that. I am saying, what did you do to the house that I cannot see? Because I can see photos. It's a beautiful home when you bought it, right? It's a beautiful home. But you keep going to, I know what I've put into this house. So I'm asking you, what did you put into this house? Did you add what did you add to it? Because I know what an appraiser is going to account value for, right? So it can give me evidence to say, oh, well, that makes this house worth $5,000 more, or that makes this house worth $10,000 more. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So things that would be if you had, I'm just going to throw examples out there. I'm not saying you did any of this. So if you had 3 bedrooms and 1.5 bathrooms, but you turned an office and you put a closet in it and you made that a 4th bedroom, and you took a half bath and you turned it into a full bath, those add value on an appraisal. If you add covered parking, that adds value on an appraisal. If you add square footage, it adds value. If you finish out a basement, that adds value. So I'm asking you, what did you do to the property? Because you're continuing to say, like, I know what I've put into this house, so I'm just wanting to know so that I can, see what you see.
Okay, that's where you get someone to come out here physically and see it instead of us talking on the phone, because we're getting nowhere.
So you didn't add value to the house?
I added value to the house, but you need to come and see it.
I'm not going to come see this house. I will have Stacy come see it, but
Man, why don't we continue talking? I mean, you're not.
I will have Stacy come see it if you really want to sell it, but you're not answering my questions, so it doesn't make me take you seriously.
I told you that what someone needs to do that if they are interested in buying the house, because I'm starting to believe that you're not. You asked me what I wanted for the house from the beginning. Now you're trying to make me feel like I shouldn't be asking that much for this house.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm asking you a very direct question. What did you put into the house?
Maybe you should come on here and see it.
No, I'm just asking you. I'm the buyer. You're trying to sell me something. What did you put into the house? You keep relying on that for your asking price. I'm just asking a question before I waste Stacy's time or my time. And in case you didn't get audio, Alejandro, that was just a big fat waste of time. House isn't even worth what he's asking for it. And just being honest, he's just not answering questions. Like, what did you put into the house? It was in perfect condition. And it's worth, he bought it at $160. He's not saying, he's like, you need to come walk it. I'm not going to send somebody out there. It's not worth what you think it's worth. I didn't want to say that to him because I didn't want to offend him, but he's not going to answer the question. He already knows it's not worth it. He's just hoping we'll pay that. Also, it's weird that it came through as a pre-foreclosure and multifamily. Sounds like you missed a pretty good one. Not really. It's just the guy. Here's the problem. Like, I did show the comps a little bit, Alejandro, and like, I'm trying not to offend this man, but I'm trying to say, like, he's just one of those sellers that's like, I'm not going any lower than 229. I know what I've put into this house. Well, you're trying to sell me the house, so tell me what you put into the house. And he just refused to tell me what he's put into the house. You need to come walk it. You're trying to make me feel like it's not worth what I want for it, and I need to go live past here. Okay. I don't know. I actually would be curious to look up and see if he actually is in pre-foreclosure. He's just saying he's trying to downsize, and like sometimes, honestly, had I known he kind of had that personality type, I probably would have let RJ call him back. It seems like he was like actually pretty jovial, but sometimes people don't like to be asked math questions and they want to get super offended. And he's like, I'm just going to keep showing it to people until I get 229. Well, that's great. Like, he didn't even like, and I was talking like the only way I'm going to be able to do this is going creative because I'm a little bit uncomfortable at that number, being that this is an attached unit. Like, I don't see the comps for it, but I'll have Stacy come and pull them. And Stacy is literally like this, our friend, an incredible agent in Baltimore, and I trust her inexplicably. Like, she is phenomenal. And I would have had her help me comp this thing because there aren't a lot of attached comps. But when I see remodeled, detached, single-family homes that are selling for $260, I can't buy this at $230 and not lose money and cover closing costs and holding costs. So I'm going to tell him two things. I'm going to tell him I can do creative, but he didn't. He just wanted to skirt right over that. or I can refer him to an amazing agent that will help him. But it sounds to me like he is aware he didn't put any money into the property. He is aware that the property doesn't comp out, and if he lists it with an agent, he's not going to net $230,000. That's what it sounds like to me, if I'm being honest. And he liked, a lot of people will do that. They'll do that to RJ. They'll do that to me. It's not a matter of like anything except for they're going to get mad at the person who tells them what they don't want to hear. You know what I mean? And I happen to be that person today for this guy. You need to come walk it. You need to come walk it. Well, I'm not going to come walk it. I can send somebody to come walk it, but why won't you just tell me what you've put into the house? Because you're not, now am I not only, he's like, yeah, you in front of your computer. Was that cursing? Did I curse? If he had, he wouldn't have had a problem telling you. Oh, I forgot I'm screen sharing. Yeah, if he had done stuff to it, he would not have had a problem telling me. Hold on one second. I'm going to let Titus out. You want to come say hi to Robin? Actually, come here, Titus. Come here. I don't think he cursed. I didn't curse. I did hit his pain points, his properties. He may have cursed. I don't know. I try to ignore people. Come here, Titus. Come say hi to Robin. Come here. She wanted to say hi to you yesterday. Come here. Give me a hug. Oh, he's just sitting down right here. Give me a hug. Come here. Give me a hug. Come here. I will let you out in a minute if you come here and say hi to Robin. Normally, you're trying to get in my lap. You say hi? Is somebody eating? He is not here for it today, girl. Somebody's doing something out there that he wants to see. Come here. Come sit in this chair. Right here. You say hi to Robin. You shake. You're a good boy. You shake. You're a good boy. Kiss. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I need to give you guys an update on the baby bird. Okay. Yeah, calling out the BS. Yeah, I mean, I also like, and I'll just let y'all know, sometimes when people get like that, it just depends on the situation. Sometimes I let them just get it out and I stay silent. But like this guy, I literally went back in where I could have just let it go. I went back in because I feel like he's not telling us something else. You know what I mean? And I always want to make sure that if we can actually help somebody, like sometimes in that situation, I mean, this lead came in a way that it's like, I mean, it's direct to seller. So, I mean, he put the information in. And it says pre-foreclosure. So getting him on the phone and him acting like that, I have reason to believe that it was like pride. So maybe like oftentimes, like when you just continue to have the conversation, but I'm like, I'm not going to be bullied. You're not going to be able to like hide anything from me. Like, I want them to know you're not going to be able to hide anything from me. Eventually it will all come out. And like, a lot of people just don't understand that. You know what I mean? Like, hey bro, like if you are in pre-foreclosure, I'm going to find out if I'm by the deal. Like you're not, there's something about what RJ said that made him suddenly feel like the more he tells us, the more leverage he loses. Something in his conversation with RJ triggered him to think that. Like, you know, I know RJ was talking to him, oh, you're a harsh negotiator and all this, and he was trying to make him feel better. And then here I come on the phone and I'm like, yo, sir, like your property is, I can't buy that at that price because it's not going to appraise for that. So we can go creative. I can verify everything with a realtor. You keep saying you put all this money into it. What did you do to it? Did you do something that's going to add value on the appraisal? Because, like, if you did, I need to know because I'm running my numbers wrong. I'm just looking at the numbers that are there. And, yeah, that's when he's like, you need to come look at it. I'm just, you know, I said 229 and I meant 229. Well, it's like, bro, I hope you sell it for 229. And I hope that you actually have the time to wait until you get your number. But I ain't your girl. You know, I ain't your girl. I could have referred him to the best agent in Baltimore. You know, and that's where sometimes like people, I mean, you're going to run into it. We do operate in a way where, you know, look, if it ain't it, it ain't it. I'm not losing any sleep over not buying this for too much in Baltimore, but I'm going to do everything I can to let you know, like, I can help you solve your problem. If you're just downsizing, well, then cool. You know, run people through your house and deal with this until enough people tell you or somebody contracts it at the wrong price because they didn't take the time to do the full comps. And, you know, I don't want people to go through that. Like, I want them to have good real estate experiences. But if you're not willing to tell me, like, there's nothing I'm going to come see, you know, yo people in front of your computers. Like, no, bro, like your paint color doesn't add value to the house. What did you do to it? Because, I mean, I'm telling y'all, I think I showed you, but it was in perfect condition. So part of me wonders if he made the house worse. He said that there were deaths and he would take a job from RJ. What kind of deaths?
Guess what?
What?
Batesburg, South Carolina just signed the contract.
Whoop, whoop. Guess what?
Baltimore's dead.
Oh, I pissed him off real good.
When I heard y'all were getting into it, I was just listening to the volume level. I couldn't hear what you were saying, but while I was eating my lunch, I could just hear.
So I called him back because I was going to say, you know, creative or Stacy, refer him to Stacy.
Right.
Because the comps aren't even close, bro. Like 260 for a detached remodeled house. You know? And I was like, there's not a lot of comps like this. I can verify with my realtor. I can send her to look at the property, but, you know, what do you, or we can do creative. That's what we're finding. But I want to verify because in here, what he entered is foreclosure and multifamily. I was like, I just want to confirm that 4220 is not a part of this. And he said, I don't know nothing about that house. And then he's like, he got really mad at me. He's like, I said, I want, you know, 229. And if you don't want it, you don't want it. And I was like, well, I'm just trying to verify like the information. I'm pulling comps and yeah, it makes me nervous to purchase at that price and cover closing and holding costs. And he's like, I know what I've put in this house. You just need to come see it. I was like, well, tell me what you put in the house. Like, what is going to add value on an appraisal? Did you finish out a basement? Did you add?
I pretty much knew it was a done deal once I figured out it was wonderful.
Yeah, I was still just trying to see if I could help the guy because he said his motivation was to downsize, and he's just going to have people come walk the property until
he has financial issues.
He has financial issues. I mean, I picked up on it, so I was trying to still solve it for him, and it was like he's pissed that I didn't want to pay him $229. Sorry, guys. I need to ask about a roof bid. Sorry. Sorry about that. He said there's deaths. He would take a job from RJ. That's why he's downsizing. RJ just said he had financial difficulties, and he... Look, I mean... Go on, then. I may just send... I don't know. Part of me still wants to send his contact information to Stacy, but maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. I hate for people to, and that's my thing, guys. Like, you have to understand, I don't take any of it personally. Like, but at some point, you get people that say like certain key phrases, and it's like, if he was just honest and he's like, I have financial struggles, like, he'd be doing himself more of a service with us anyways. Or I didn't really put anything into it. I just maintained it. Something, you know. You're not, so what some people don't understand is they're not going to magically get more than their property is worth on the market, on any market. You're going to get what somebody's willing to pay. Somebody's probably not willing to pay over an appraisal for that property. I say that very specifically. Do people pay over appraisals as we saw in the market before interest rates went up? Absolutely. It happens in certain market cycles. It's crazy, but it happens, right? I'm not saying never. I'm saying highly unlikely. If you have a problem and you have financial difficulty, or you have whatever, I mean, if the guy can sit on it forever, I mean, he can sit on it forever. But just saying that's what I want, you're not giving me any information that makes me give you what you want. You don't know how to get what you want, sir. Sometimes what I want to tell people, just so you all know, I'm importing a few leads really fast. Yeah, that's just not a very good way to get what you want. You have to be able to talk about why it is that value. And because I feel like it's that value is not a reason for somebody to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars because you feel like it. It's math, not magic. Facts, not feelings. And I am all for helping people solve issues, and I understand there's emotions and feelings involved, but those things don't make your property worth more than it's worth. It might give us information on how best to solve your problem. Let's see. But it doesn't make your property worth more because you feel like it is, or because you need that amount out of it, because you need to go on and live somewhere else. Maybe the best thing for him is to not sell. Maybe his time is better spent in solving whatever issue he has by not selling his house, but by doing something else. Maybe we could have offered him a job. But I don't typically like people to work remotely, and that's the truth, because it's very difficult unless they are our VA. Boom, boom. Can't always get what you want. That's right. But if you try sometimes. Alrighty. Oh, man.
Hi, this is Sal. Please leave your name and number, and I'll
We are interested and we'd love to have a discussion with you. If you would, please give us a call back at 817-710-8689, and I look forward to hearing from you. I actually forgot that Garrett left this on here, so you can. All right, guys, RJ's done with his lunch. People in hell want cold. I love that, Robin. All right, guys, I will see you on RJ's next break. This is why we've structured this way. This is why we're going to harp on you, and this is why we're going to hold you accountable. We'll hold your feet to the fire. We're going to say, hey, you need to work on this, because that's what you need to work on to go out there and be the difference.
I applied the systems and the processes and I generated a lot of revenue in my business. I'm actually back here for the second time at the Titanium Crucible.
These people pour so much into you. Nothing like it whatsoever.
The amount that they pour into you is priceless. Iron truly sharpens iron.
Can't underestimate that stuff. This literally right here, what we're doing here at the Crucible, was literally just a manifestation of words. We said we're going to do it.
Operate in the destiny that God gave you. The wealth will come. Lean not to your own understanding, but in all your ways acknowledge Him, and He'll direct your path.
This thing is so powerful, it will change your life. It's such a blessing, and I recommend it to anyone and everyone looking to change their life and get on track.
Get off your ass and come do it, man. Take a chance, put your faith in titanium, and get out here, man. Much love.
What's up, Jamie? Yeah, Dispo and Sherman is good. We've got buyers there. We've done quite a few deals up in that part of town. So if you've got something, for sure, let us know. Let's see here. Someone called back. Hi, is Lucy there?
This is Lucy.
Hey, Lucy, this is RJ Bates from Titanium Investments. Just calling you back about your property there in Lake Jackson.
Okay.
You had entered this on our website saying that you were interested in selling that property. Is that right?
I have never I don't know why people keep telling me I'm contacting people about selling my home. I haven't contacted anyone.
That's weird.
If you're interested,
So it is weird because they gave me this phone number.
Okay.
And then
somebody's selling my information, and I'm not. I mean, I don't know who's doing it.
Right. I was going to give you some information that might be able to help you. They gave an email of lucyrentdrop@gmail.com. And then but the name that they put under was not Lucy. They put Maria Della Luz Sabol. So
Okay. Did you want some information about my home? Is that what you're calling?
well, no, I was just calling you because someone went onto my website and entered that information on my site.
Okay. Like I said, somebody is probably selling my information or giving it away or forwarding it to someone, but I did not go on your website. But I am selling my home. If you're interested, you can ask me because I'm at work and I really don't have a whole lot of time to talk.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay. Well, how much do you want for the property?
It's $320.
$320. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me look at this real quick. Just on a quick glance for me, that's probably not going to be a good fit because I'm an investor. So it sounds like you've probably got a beautiful home that doesn't need any work or anything like that done to it, just based off the price. So probably not a good fit. But yeah, I was just trying to let you know how I got your information and maybe that can help you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Lucy. Bye-bye.
Bye.
People crack me up, man.
forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 503476. Please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Candace, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Woodrow Lane. You had entered it on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Please leave your message for 254226.
Hi, Maurice. This is RJ Bates calling about your property on 14th Avenue. You had entered it on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Please leave your message for 727303.
Hey, Tiffany, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on 59th Avenue. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Having some challenges on Manning, South Carolina. Yeah, because it's South Carolina. Comps are all over, asking $75K, occupied by tenant, $785 a month. That could be rough. Probably need to get them down a little bit. South Carolina is just really difficult to comp. It's a non-disclosure state. It's probably outside of South Dakota, the most difficult state to comp if you don't have MLS access. I'd say South Dakota is the hardest, followed by South Carolina. You can totally get hooked up with Penn there, and maybe Penn can help you. Even like he's saying, Manning is hard.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 305205. Not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Andrew, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Stokesbury Way. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling. If you can, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
You have reached the phone of Terry Jackson of MJC Demolition. Please convey a brief message stating business or personal matters, and I will return your call as soon as possible.
Hello, Terry. This is RJ Bates calling about Elliott Lane. You had entered it on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. You could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Penn, South Carolina is not a non-disclosure. Was it in the past and they changed that? Huh.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 432413 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Valerie, this is RJ Bates calling about Jocelyn Hollow Road. You had entered it on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 6039234 is not available at this time. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Robert, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Lambert Court. You had entered it on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Hey, Josh, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Sunstone. How are you doing?
Yes, I'm doing.
So you had entered this on my website saying that you were looking to sell that property. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Did it just get listed on the MLS or is it still off market?
No, I just got listed.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm an investor, so looks like you got a beautiful home anyway. It's probably not a good fit, but I also don't buy off the MLS. So it looks like you're all set up there. I'll make sure to take you out of my system, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You've reached Chris. Please leave a message.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Chris, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on New Hampshire Street. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Hello, this is RJ Bates from Titanium Investments calling you back about your property on Pine Shoals Court. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
You still looking to sell that property?
I was just really trying to see what I could get for it if I did choose to go ahead with the sale.
Gotcha. Well, how much did you want for it?
See, that's the thing. I don't really know because, you know, everything is fluctuating, and I know, like, my sources might not be as accurate as your sources. So,
I got you.
Just give me, you know, like, from a investor standpoint, because the house is pretty decent. It could use some upgrades. You know, we are 2023. It's kind of sort of still back. Builder's grade type stuff. I did some stuff to the kitchen, but I've seen some houses that are really nice and just look at this to use low, you know, TLC.
I gotcha. So needs a little bit of love, but it's. Are you living in it right now?
Yes, I'm living in it.
Gotcha. All right. Let's see. So basically, just cosmetics, though. Everything is functional in it, like the AC and stuff like that.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna look around. And it's 1,489 square feet. Is that correct?
Yeah. And I know some sites was stating that it had one bathroom. Actually had 2 full bathrooms.
Gotcha. How many bedrooms does it have?
3.
3 full, or is it 2 full and 1 half?
You talking about bedrooms or bathroom?
Bathrooms.
2 full bathrooms.
2. Okay. I don't know, from an investor standpoint, without knowing too much about the condition, probably the low hundreds, probably in like the 120 range, 115, somewhere in that range. If it needs cosmetic upgrades, that's probably where we would be.
Okay. Yeah, I still owe like 147 on the house, so.
Gotcha. I mean, are you wanting money to walk away, or are you just kind of done and you just want to be done with it?
Of course I would want to be done with it if I'm a walk away from it. I don't want to still have to deal with, you know.
Well, I'm saying, like, are you do you need money from it, or is it one of those situations where you're like, if you just took this off my hands, I'd be okay? Sometimes people are in a position where it's like, man, if you could just take over my mortgage, that'd be fantastic.
I would probably definitely need some money to walk away, you know.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I would probably think the best thing that we could do, and I need to look at some other numbers here to see, but sometimes when it's in a situation where it's like, hey, I want to be done, and you've got a mortgage on it, the situation could be we can take over the mortgage and just give you some walk away money. In this case, it'd probably be in the range of like probably 10 grand. That'd probably be the best I could do. And then just take over the mortgage, depending upon like what the interest rate is and stuff like that. So I don't know if that's something that would be entertaining to you or not. It just kind of comes down to realistically the motivation you have.
Okay. Well, I'll definitely keep that in mind.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think if the property is livable, where obviously it is, but I mean, like, there's no holes in the walls and like all the appliances work and the AC works and stuff like that. On the market, you could probably get maybe a little bit more than what you paid for it when you bought it. You got a property on Boston Common that's listed for $158. That's the same square foot as yours, but it's a little bit older. And then you got a couple of comps that have sold for like 132, 185, and 150 or 250. But that 250 is a 2-story home, and it was like fixed up. So that's kind of what the market's looking like right now, just in your little neighborhood there. So like I said, I mean, if it was one of those situations where you're like, hey, I just want to be done, then we could do what's called a sub-2, which is essentially just us taking over that mortgage and then just kind of giving you cash to walk away.
Okay. Yeah. I have the number, so if I, say, hey, go touch to it, and I basically contact you and let you know.
Okay, thank you so much. I got a shiny $100 bill saying I'll never hear from her again.
Please leave your message for 206-349.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on East Broad Avenue. You had entered this on my website saying you wanted to sell that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 865405 available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Robert, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on West Newton Street. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. All right, let's look at some follow-ups here. So this seller in Virginia sent me over pictures last night, and the property actually is in pretty decent shape, which is pretty surprising to me. I did not have high hopes from what I could see online. And it actually looks pretty good. He says seller wants the list, realtor wants the list for 79. Okay. So realtor wants the list for 79. So I could get him down a little bit off of that just because of the realtor commissions. And we got a comp at 85 and 147. So I need to look at the pictures of this 147. It's a brick home. Property is actually in pretty decent shape. And it's hilarious. Like I did not think that it was going to come over like this. It's not too terribly different than this one that I'm looking at. A little bit more outdated in the living room. It appears to be a great rental property. All right. So our comp at 147 is 1,500 square feet. Worth 1,300. Does this have a bunch of land? 1.26 acres. And we only have a quarter acre. So that makes a difference. All right. Now this one, so this is a little bit interesting because essentially we've only got two comps. What is this one that's for sale for 85,000? That's basically our house right there. Sold for 85 with a half acre lot. We have a quarter acre lot. I don't think it works. And we are out there, I believe. Oh, yeah, it's in the far west tip of Virginia. It's closer to Knoxville than it is anything. I don't like it. Yeah, it'd probably need to be about 50,000. Hi, is Donald there?
Yes, this is he.
Hey, Donald, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Daniel Boone. How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
I was the one that you sent over the pictures to last night.
Yes.
So I wanted to give you a call. Actually, I really like the property. Looked really good in pictures. I was actually very impressed with how good of condition the property was in. I know that you said that your realtor said they wanted to list the property for $79,000. I don't know if that was what you were leaning towards doing. I think I'm going to be a little bit less for my offer. Just because I'm an investor and there's some things, the property's in really good shape, but there's just some things I'd want to go in there and do to the property. And so I don't know kind of your standpoint on it, if it was something that you wanted to sell quickly and be done with, or if you were open for listing and kind of going down that route. But I think I would want to be closer to 50,000 if I were to offer on the property.
Okay. Well, I think I'm going to just go ahead with the realtor. I don't, I'm not frantic to sell it.
Right.
But so I got some time, and I think that's what I'll do.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And I pretty much figured that would be the case because it is pretty significantly lower than what she was saying that she could sell it for. So, but I told her I'd give you a call, and I still wanted to do that, and I appreciate you getting those pictures over to me. Yeah. Like I said, the property's in really good condition. It's in better condition than what I thought it was going to look like from the street view. That's an older picture though, so you have taken care of the property. It's just for me, I think probably if we came in and we fixed it all the way up, we're probably getting like a maximum value of, I don't know, 90,000 on it. And so I just kind of want to end up with, and you're an investor, a little bit of equity plus the cash flow.
I understand very well. It's worth different things to different people.
Yep.
If if you're going to flip it or whatever, you're not going to be able to give as much as somebody who might rent it or something like that.
Well, I actually would want to keep it, but I just want to end up where I could refinance and pull all my money back out, and that's where I'm coming up with that offer amount.
Yeah, well, I understand that. There's the interest rate right now is higher than it was, when I was dealing with things with it. And I understand it perfectly. It's just a simple matter of money and incentive and whatever that goes with that.
Right. The only other thing I could say is I mean, we never really talked about it, but would you be open to seller finance?
Oh, no. It's just too long, too far out in the future.
I got you. So, yeah, I mean, in that case, I don't blame you for saying, hey, I can hold out for $25,000 more with a realtor. I'd want to do the same thing.
I actually had see, the reason why I'm going to hold out for that is I actually had an offer of 72 on it.
Oh, do you?
Oh, I tried to sell it myself, and I got a lady that offered me 72 on it, and of course I went by her information. She told me the bank that wasn't really quibbling about the amount, but when it all came down to it, she didn't have the her
Qualifications.
Her qualifications weren't good enough to get the mortgage.
Gotcha.
So if I've got an offer there, and I've had a couple of offers of 60, so and I haven't even advertised it or anything.
Right. Well, I'm way down on the totem pole then. I said I'm way down on the totem pole.
Yeah, well, I'm just telling you what happened.
Yeah.
I don't have any. I don't want to swindle nobody. I don't care. I don't need the money that bad.
Right.
Whatever you get from me, you're welcome to look at it. I'm no carpenter or anything else, but it just, I don't want anybody to be surprised with anything.
Right. Well, it sounds like you're in a good spot there, man, and hopefully get you a buyer soon so you can move on from it, okay?
Well, I actually really appreciate the offer. Some people wouldn't, and so on, but it kind of gives me, really just was kind of flopping around. I had some idea of what it would be worth to some people and somewhat it is to others. So it gives me a range, at least a bottom line of what I can work from.
Exactly. And I will say you've got the one property that's sold on Daniel Boone is in pretty similar condition for $85,000. So you've got that comp working for you as well. It was in a little bit more rehab shape. So I think that's where your realtor was coming up with that $79,000 number from.
Yeah, probably a little more fixing. I don't know. It's pretty clean.
Yeah.
I think. And it had a little a place or two in the floor there. I fixed those, and it's very solid now. So I'm just, what I'm going to do is just, keep kind of plugging away at it and keeping it in as good a shape as it's in, or maybe a little better.
Right.
And just try to sell it that way.
There you go.
Hopefully it'll work out. But I do appreciate what you've done, and I have, like I said, I have other properties there. I got a couple more. I'm going to move back into one of them pretty soon, I think, and so I'll have to deal with that situation. But the property that's next door, that might come into play, because I may need to get that. I may end up having to sell it out from under them. I don't know.
Right.
Hopefully not. I'm just not that kind of guy. But sometimes you have no choice.
Right. Well, you've got my phone number. Feel free to call me about any of your properties, and I'll make you an offer. And if it works out, it works out.
All right. That's fine. I won't be offended one way or the other.
Well, I appreciate that.
No, not whatsoever. That's fine.
There you go. All right, Donald. Well, it was good talking to you, and feel free to reach out to me.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Tracy.
has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 7243223 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Tracy, this is RJ Bates calling about the contract I sent you for the property on Catherine Avenue yesterday. Just wanted to make sure that you received it, that you were able to get it opened up, and let me know if you have any questions. So feel free to give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Oh, my. So this is the lease for Illinois. So he's now sent me pictures of the property. He sent me lease. He still has not signed the contract though. Eight VAs. Hey, is Jesse there?
This is me.
Hey, Jesse, this is RJ Bates from Titanium Investments. How you doing, man?
Hey, RJ, how are you? I'm good.
Pretty good. Just wanted to see how your meeting with the realtor went the other day.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. So he came by. I confirmed the fact that them asking 250 for that whole house up there was insane.
Yeah.
He said the lot and the house that he would probably list it for as is yearly quick sale for around 180. That would be the house and the lot.
Right.
I've done some pricing. Excuse me, let me get away from where I'm at here. It's loud. So I've done some pricing of lots, similar size lots. They're probably going in the range of 30 to 40,000. So, like I said, I can get that sold apart and separate from this if you're just looking into remodeling houses. So, we could work on the house, just the house, if you wanted to make an offer that seemed reasonable in that ballpark.
Right. Did he happen to tell you what he thought the house could go for if it was completely fixed up?
Yeah, he said if it was completely fixed up, and there's very few things that it needs. It needs new central heating and air, and he knows this. I honestly haven't noticed. I guess because they're double pane. A rock has apparently came out of the lawnmower and popped one of the windows, so that would need to be replaced. Let's see, maybe, and he says it's not a big deal, but it bugs the shit out of me. There are some holes in the siding here. I think it honestly, in my opinion, it's cheap siding.
Right.
And it bugs me to no end. They're not massive. You have to get up on it to see it. But, so that's something, and that would be expensive to fix. One other thing, let's see, a year and a half ago, no, I guess it was just last summer maybe, but maybe just a year ago, I had noticed some water damage in the front bedroom and in the floor. And I think it was because the guy had lived here before put a window air unit in there.
Right.
At least. So what I did is I paid someone to rip up the entire floor in that bedroom just to be safe and go back down with Vantech. And then I just did a little floating, I don't know if they call it vinyl now, but fake hardwood basically. And it's not completely level. But the floor is level, but it's not level coming off of the living room. So
I called somebody else who come back because I didn't like the way this guy worked. What it would cost to raise that back up and make it level so you don't have it's about an inch step down from the living room into the bedroom.
Yeah.
And again, he said not a big deal, but it bugs me. So it's real hardwood throughout the house. So you could go back in with real hardwood and stain it the same. A guy priced me to at least bring the floor up without the materials for the hardwood at $2,000 to fix that. He said if you did all of those things, you still might be looking at 150 to 170 for a quick sell, but that's as is. You know, if you're willing to let it sell the market a bit more, because you could probably get 180 out of it pretty easily. Just the house, not
right.
So, but I'm not looking to stick around and do that kind of work. I want to get back to Memphis.
Right.
Get out of here. You know, like I said, the biggest things for me on this is it definitely needs central heating and air. If I were going to live here, I would raise that bedroom floor back up to make it even. I mean, it looks fine. It's just bugs the shit out of me. Some little things like that. But the housing market here, there's just not a lot on the market. It's the problem.
Right.
We'll have very few things to go get. So, you know, like I said, I would entertain anything in that range that gets me out of here quick. I'm not looking for to make a ton of money. There's no mortgage on it. I just want to move about my life.
Right. So he says he's going to list it all together for 180. You're saying the lot's worth like 40?
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot that's somewhat not real near here, but it is comparable. It's just a little bit smaller, and it's listed for 42. So I feel confident that we get 40 for it. And I won't have any problem. I would sit on the line if I needed to until somebody gave me what I wanted for it.
Right.
But I don't want to sell the lot and not the house. It's basically it. I'll sell the house and not the lot. I won't sell the lot and not the house.
Right.
So if you're just looking at the house and I'm just spitballing here. I haven't looked at all the numbers in detail. But let's say if he's going to put much there for 180, if someone offered you a list, I could get 40 out of the property, that's 140. If you're looking in the range of 130, that might be something that we could talk about and start there. And I can get you some pictures and stuff.
Yeah, it feels like to me the buyer that the realtor's going for is more of like an owner occupant that doesn't care about some of those things that need to be fixed up, and they're just going to take care of it themselves, you know. Like for me, if I could sell it for, if I got to do those things and sell it for 170 on like the blue side, you know, blue sky scenario, and I'm paying 130, it's like I'd almost rather have the house need more work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely get that. Unfortunately, it just doesn't need a ton of work.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, I wish this was 3 bedrooms because if it was, then you'd be adding more value to it than just if it were already on the market with 3 bedrooms. But it's just 2, so they're decent size. The front bedroom is actually large. I've got a king size bed in there with a sitting area and 2 dressers.
Right.
So
yeah, I mean, I personally feel like where I would be comfortable and where you would be comfortable, and I don't blame you where you are. I'd probably be doing the same thing if I were you. I think we're about 20 grand off. And that's just for me wanting to be conservative. Because it is kind of out there a little bit, you know. So there's always the chance that it could sit on the market a little bit.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I just didn't want to, you know, if you are looking in this area and finding anything that just 260 is unrealistic as hell.
Oh, for sure. They're crazy. That's easy to see just looking at the comps, you know. I mean, I don't know where they came up with that, but But yeah, man, if something doesn't go right, or if you just get in a position where you want to be done, you got my phone number, you can hit me back up. But that's probably where I would want to be.
I got you. No worries. I understand. If it so happens that I can get a net for the lot and I can get out here something close to that, I'll give you a call.
All right, Jesse. Appreciate you.
All right, man. Take care.
Bye-bye. Eric, I'd go with 75%. I never want to go as high as 80.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Francis, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Somerset. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Pen, it doesn't work that way. Whenever you try to put contact information in a comment, it won't come through. So none of us saw it. So I can't see it on my phone. I can't see it on here. You can send it. Yeah. Hello, this is RJ.
Oh, hi, this is Terry Jackson.
Hey, Jerry, how are you?
I'm fine, yourself?
Pretty good. You called me back about a house you want to sell me?
Yeah.
Awesome. Let me look you up here. This is the property on Elliott Lane.
That is correct.
Awesome. How much you looking to get for it?
Well, it last appraised that it was like $429 or whatever. I'm looking to get at least $400.
All right. What's going on with the house? You live in it? Is it vacant? What's the status?
No, well, I actually own another home in Bolingbrook, and my daughter was staying there. She's moving out. She has her own place starting August 1st, so I'm just getting rid of it.
Gotcha. What's does it need any work done to it?
Slight stuff, nothing major. She has a kid in there with her, so just some little minor things. I got cedar wood on the outside. A couple pieces need to be replaced, and maybe a little something done to the bathroom. And there's I got a little plumbing issue as far as a leak that needs to be taken care of, but no major things done. I put new hardwood floors in. I did some work in the kitchen. I did work in the bathroom. So I've actually put a decent amount of money into it. So it's not like I said, I wouldn't say excellent, but I would say close to it.
I gotcha. Well, unfortunately, I'm an investor, so I was hoping you were going to say, yeah, it needs some work.
No.
I would say, on the open market, you're pretty close. You're probably being a little bit conservative at 400, just to be honest with you. I think probably the best thing to do is get you a local realtor there, and they probably get you, a little bit more money.
They probably will, but then you got to pay all the commissions and other stuff like that. That's why I was like, okay, maybe this would be a good route. I didn't know exactly what was going on, but I mean, I saw the little advertisement, and I said, hey, this might work out for me. I mean, I can go that route, but what I'll probably maybe wind up doing is just wind up because I've had several people interested in the house already. Ask me when I'm ready to sell it, just let them know. So, I might even do sell it by owner myself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're in a neighborhood where there's quite a few houses that have sold in just a couple of weeks. But I will say this, there is a benefit to having a realtor there. They do maximize your dollar a little bit. So, just keep that in mind. I mean, listen, I'm an investor, so I want to make every dollar I can make, and I still use realtors to sell my houses,
I got you.
So.
I got you. But see how, I mean, and I'm going to take that into consideration, but you figure what they making off commission. So you figure, am I going to get that much more, me selling it myself versus them selling it? Is it going to be that big of a difference? Because they're going to walk off with a decent piece of change from selling that house.
That's true. But there are things that they bring to the table as far as how to handle, at this price point, you're going to be dealing with loans, appraisals, different types of lender situations. There's value in having a realtor in regards to that as well. Where, do you know how to negotiate the difference between a VA loan, an FHA loan, and a conventional loan? Those are the things where their expertise and understanding how to do that, calling the lender, talking about the pre-approval letter, seeing which, especially in a hot market like you're in right there. So there's value there. That's what I would say. And if they go in, if a buyer comes and they're represented, you're pretty much paying that realtor no matter what. So you got to think, if they were to come get you $420,000 instead of $400,000, you're paying them $25,000 both on the buyer and seller side, but really only half of that is your realtor. The other half is the buyer's realtor. So $12,000 out of your pocket to be represented. And that's a negotiable commission as well. It doesn't have to be 6%. It could be 5%. You know, it could be even less. But there's value there. That's just my bit of advice, man.
Well, that's fine. I mean, I'm gonna take it all into consideration. Like I said, I'm just really starting to take care because my daughter finally got her place approved. So now she's moving out. So soon. So now I'm really gonna start putting the pedal to the metal. I didn't want to really start doing anything until I knew for sure that she was gonna be out of there. You know.
Right.
So yeah, I will take all of that into consideration. You know, but I appreciate your input.
Absolutely. Best of luck with everything, and hopefully it goes quickly for you, okay?
All right, bro. Thanks much for your time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right.
The reason why I don't go live on Instagram is because through StreamYard, it only allows us to have so many different platforms, and Instagram is not one. I just think it's due to the ratio or the connection. I don't know. So right now, you know, I've got it on 5 different Facebooks, either pages or groups or profiles, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Those are the ones that StreamYard is connected to. I do think that is something that I want to work on for the next 50-50-50 is both Instagram and TikTok going live on all of the platforms.
Well,
Hello, is Bill there?
this is Bill.
Hey, Bill, this is RJ Bates, Combatch Property on Greencroft Lane. How you doing?
Just fine. What is your name again?
My name is RJ Bates.
All right.
You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. Is that correct?
I am. It depends on what your business model is. I think I can probably guess, but are you just looking to buy cheap homes, or are you interested in all homes?
It's all relative. I mean, the purchase price doesn't matter as much as kind of what can we do with the property. I mean, I'm an investor, so I have to have some sort of exit strategy of some sort, whether that's the property needs work or if it's something that I can hold on to it as a rental or I can use it as a short-term rental. I just have to have some sort of exit strategy.
Well, the house is in a rather upscale neighborhood. Really doesn't need anything. The house was built in '83, was very, very well maintained by the original owners, but they let the outside go. I've been here for 6 years and really took care of the outside, and looks much, much better than when we bought the house. The house was just overgrown and things had been let go on the outside, but the inside's always been very well maintained. Kitchen was done in the late '90s. Probably one bathroom was updated in the '90s. The master bath should be updated. The master bath is probably the only thing that's really outdated, per se, in the house. And it's a very attractive home, the kind of home that everybody sees it and says, "Oh, I love your home." If I knew it was for sale, I would have bought it when the original owners sold it. And it's the kind of place that is a very comfortable home. There's nothing strange about it. I've bought a lot of homes in my time, and I've found that all all homes have something a little goofy or screwy about them. This one really doesn't have anything like that. If you look at the Zillow numbers, they're going to be low because they don't take into consideration everything that's been done to bring the house up. So, you know, the selling price would probably be about $795.
Gotcha.
It is in a rather upscale part of Baltimore County. Actually, it's in the crown jewel of Baltimore County, horse country. We live probably 2 miles, I would guess, from where Cal Ripken lived, and probably another 3/4 of a mile from where another Baltimore Oriole lived. I can't think of his name, Markakis. He lives just about 3/4 of a mile away. So I tell you that so you know that it's a rather upscale area.
Right. Alrighty, let's see here.
If you think you've got interest, I can send you some photographs that were taken.
Not much on the inside has changed though since you bought it, right?
The only thing that's been changed on the inside is the master bedroom was repainted. Other than that, I don't think anything on the inside has been updated. But I will say, if you're looking at pictures from the last time the house was on the market, those pictures, I don't know what was with that real estate agent. Yeah, he did not know how to market or sell. The pictures do not do the rooms justice. I know that's kind of nebulous for you to understand when you're looking at the pictures. The house was overcrowded with furniture, and the pictures just don't do the house justice.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like an amazing property. I mean, and I look at a ton of houses every day, so I have a pretty good idea of what I'm looking at. You know, I mean, even with the pictures, I do think we are a little bit off on price, just in comparison to this property that just sold on Greencroft for $945. It was a little bit larger square footage wise, and the interior looked like it was pretty much updated throughout.
That house was pretty impeccably done.
Yeah. So using
No doubt about that.
Yeah, using that one as like, hey, this is my blueprint of what I would want it to look like. If I just said, hey, we could get to $945 with your property, which you do have a bigger lot.
Well, I don't mean to interrupt, but I will tell you this. They were under the gun to sell. They got over their asking, but I think they could have actually done better if they weren't so pressed. The house right next door to me is listed right now at 1.1. But I'm not going to pretend that our house is as nice as theirs. That's a beautiful place. They have a pool. In the basement, they've got a full gym. It's quite a place. But I will tell you this, comparing to the 945 house, we sit in the neighborhood, and this may mean something to you, it may not. Some people it means something to, some people it doesn't. We sit in the most prominent part of the neighborhood, and out of the 84 homes in Greencroft, there's only probably 6 homes that sit on this ridge, that in the back you've got
a breathtaking view that just goes on forever. You have complete privacy in the backyard, and you've got a view that is just incredible. You don't see that in the pictures from when the house was listed because the previous owners had let the lot go so much for maybe 20 years that just trees had grown and the view was completely obstructed. We cleared about maybe a third, maybe even close to a half of an acre. And the view is breathtaking. So the 945 house didn't have that. So that may mean something, it may not. It means something to me, but I realize that not everybody places a value on that.
Yeah, no, I think there's value in it for sure when you go to resell. A couple of things that are worrisome for me from an investment standpoint. You've got the one house directly next to you. Directly next to you for 1.25. They've been on the market for 138 days.
Well, I'm not talking about that house, and you're right. That one is listed for, I thought it was actually a little bit more than that, but I'm not even talking about that house.
Yeah, you're talking about 14,112.
Right.
Yeah, so that one, they just did a price reduction of $65,000 on July 5th, and the concern there is that's a 5,000 square foot house too.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying, that you really can't compare. That's quite a place. That's like almost like living in a resort.
So going back to like, hey, that 945, you've got a little bit of bigger lot. You got the breathtaking view. They had more square footage. They have bigger basement. It kind of washes out where it's like, all right, I mean, as an investor, at some point in time, I have to land on a number where it's like, hey, if you've got these big houses sitting on the market at 1.1, they're probably going to just keep coming down closer to the million. At least we have this one that sold at 945 that we can compare to. If I use that as a number, I mean, it's pushing me so far away from your price of 795. I mean, I'm probably down in, just being honest with you, probably closer to 600,000. So we're like $200,000 off. But I don't think you're that far off from what you could potentially get if you listed it. Just because of the things that you've told me about the property and what I can see here. But again, now you're competing against these other properties that are currently listed. And then you do have a concern about 14014 Greencroft Silver 765. It's a very underwhelming house from the outside, though.
That house is, quite honestly, I was surprised it brought 765. That house was really a borderline kind of a fix-it job, you know. It's a project house.
Yeah, and
it sits down low in the neighborhood, and it's just not, as you said, it's very underwhelming.
And that's probably your best comp for you right there. That's the one that makes your house more valuable. So, like, it puts you somewhere between 765 and somewhere between 945, right? And you're like, well, yeah, that's how I got 795. You know, just, you know, for me, it's just about, I always have to start at what I think I could sell the property for when I go in and I fix it up. That puts me at 945. What is it going to take for me to get the house to 945? I mean, you're talking about, we got to have $950,000 finishes on, you know, 3,000 square feet. So that puts us somewhere in the range of, you know, I'm probably going to be spending $90,000 to $100,000. If I were to pay, $800 for it, and then I put $100 into it, I'm at $9 to sell for $945. I'm losing money,
Yep. No, I understand. I do think that I don't think the house would really take $100. I don't think it really needs that. And I'm being fair and objective. I think the only thing the house really could use is an updated master bathroom. I really think any money beyond that is not necessary.
I was assuming the kitchen too, just based off of the pictures that I saw in comparison to the one that sold for $945. They had new cabinetry, new granite countertops.
Well, I'm not saying that the kitchen is brand new. But what's there is 20 years old, but it's in perfect condition.
Yeah.
I guess the way I look at it is, if you went out today and put all brand new cherry cabinets in this house, how would the house really even look any different? It's
right.
If something is 20 years old but looks new, what's the difference?
Realistically, from an investor standpoint, it's like we almost have a template of what we do when we go to houses, and that it's hard for us to make decisions to not do things to houses when we're trying to maximize the value, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, there's been times where I've gone to houses before and I've been like, hey, this kitchen isn't that bad. And then we go and we list, and then you're 3 weeks into your listing and you've been told, like, hey, really like the house, but chose another one with a newer kitchen. And you're like, oh man, that saved me $12,000, but it also just cost me $3,000 in holding costs. So now I'm going backwards, like I would have rather just have done the work and sold the property, Now from a seller standpoint, from your point, you're like, hey, this is a great kitchen. I use it every day. It's perfect. It's just, that's where sometimes we're a perfect match for people, and sometimes it's like, hey, you've got a great house that you're perfectly happy with in a great neighborhood. So it's like, I don't disagree with you trying to sell your house for $800,000. I just don't know that I definitely know I'm not comfortable paying $800,000 for it because I don't want to live in it. Now, if I wanted to live in it, that would be another story,
Right. No, I totally get it. So, this time it didn't work out, and that's fine, but I appreciate you calling.
Absolutely, Bill. Well, best of luck with everything. If something crazy goes on, or if you spot any houses in your neighborhood that do need an investor, give me a call and I'll buy that one, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Roland Zurich
Is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Roland, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Creek Road. You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Hello? 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 Okay. Oh, where's that one at?
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 92057 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Norma, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on North Main Street. You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Sent y'all a deal in Eloy, Arizona. Land deal. All right. All right.
The Text Now subscriber you are trying to reach is...
Seven 203-185 is not available.
Hey, Mindy, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Newport Street. You had entered this on my website saying that you needed to sell that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Sorry, the party you are trying to reach has not set up voicemail on 5087.
Hello, is Lindsay there?
Who's this?
This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Palm Street. You had entered it on my website saying you wanted to sell that property.
Okay. That must be an old listing, but yeah, the property is actually for sale. This is her mom.
Gotcha.
Yeah, are you local or?
No, she saw an ad on my, I guess on YouTube, and she filled it out, and it just came across 2 days ago. So I called yesterday. So I don't think it's old. It's not like an ad. She came to me and filled out my website.
Oh, she did. Oh, well, I see. I didn't know she did that. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is her property, but I'm the one who was like trying to sell it for her.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, are you interested in it for yourself?
Well, I'm an investor, so I mean, I'm potentially interested in it. I don't know anything about it outside. She gave me an address that I want to sell. So, did she have an idea of how much she wanted to pay or how much she wanted for it?
Yeah, I mean, if you're an investor, we were asking 35, but we would take 30.
Okay.
An investor, it has been all, it doesn't need any work in it or anything. It's all been painted and redone. The only thing in that community is that there's a lot fee every month. It's one of the trailer parks that has a lot fee.
Gotcha. So she doesn't own the land; she's renting the land.
Yeah. Well, she doesn't. Yeah, she just pays a lot fee. She owns the actual trailer, but has to pay the lot fee. But that takes care of like the trash and the water.
Jeremy,
and,
are you here?
Sanitation and
This is in Vegas.
in the community. So, it's not too bad of a deal. That's why I didn't know if you were looking for yourself or how you were going to do it. But it was appraised before the renovation at 39.
Gotcha.
So it's a pretty good deal. We are trying to move it.
So normally I'm not interested in mobile homes that don't come with the land, but I have a buddy based out of Vegas, and I am almost positive he said if I ever come across mobile homes, he's got a connection there that's looking for mobile homes. So I want to call him and see if this is something that he would be interested in. So
yeah, it's a cute place.
I'm looking at the pictures on Zillow. I mean, it looks like a good little spot. I mean, I think y'all are being more than fair with the price. I got to figure out what I would do with it. I'm
Right. Yeah, as an investor, that's touchy maybe for you, but someone else that who may come into town often or whatever and needs a place to stay or is moving here. There's a big difference between buying a $30,000 place or what properties are going for now.
right.
If you get one for 400, you're lucky.
Did they let you rent it out there?
They're really, that would be a question for my daughter. She actually lived in there for like 3 years and she had roommates and all, and nobody really cared about any of that. But you would want to get approved in the community, because that way when you're paying the lot fee every month, it would come under your name and it would be, the property would be yours, like you wouldn't want to still have it under my daughter's name or something.
Right.
That would be kind of weird. Or whoever wanted to buy it, your friend or yourself or whatever.
I was just curious if I bought it and I just left it there, could I rent it to someone? Because if I'm paying, what did you say? It's like $300 a month?
No, it's
$7? Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's about 700, but still, you could charge 12, 13, 1400. There's a new one, like right down the road from there, and they're like $1,800 a month. You know, so like right now rentals are pretty high.
Right.
You can charge whatever you want and still make money on it. But that would be kind of something you'd have to figure out, because I don't know, or that would be a question for my daughter really too, because I know she had people in there. Some were approved and some she didn't really care about because they just lived in there with her, you know? So, you know, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, well, let me call my buddy, see if this is something that he'd be interested in. If he is, then I can call you back and see if we can work something out there.
Okay.
I'm actually, funny enough, I'm going to be in Vegas tomorrow, so
okay.
yeah. So if it works out, I might come take a look at it. So
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, just give me a buzz back and I'll be happy to show it to you.
okay, sounds good. We'll talk to you then. Okay.
Okay, what's your name?
My name's RJ Bates.
RJ? Okay, I'm Lisa.
Nice to meet you, Lisa.
Thanks, RJ.
All right, bye bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Oh, I thought we were on to something in Vegas, and then it was, it's rented land. Jeremy. I swear Jeremy said something one day about, if you come across that in Vegas, I got a hookup or something like that. I can't remember if he said that or not. That being said, I have to go to a mandatory Closers Olympics meeting now. So y'all are going to get to sit in with the girl on fire today, Miss Cassi DeHaas. Everyone's talking in the office about how she's been going around making things happen. Did you make things happen in the past 2 hours? She says she doesn't know. So, speaking of Closers Olympics, enjoy this video.
Close it. When I close, doors open. Every key I
This is a competition. Somebody's going home with the top closer title belt.
If I did 189, would you have to talk to her, or could you agree to that? All right, let's do 189.9 then.
If I gave you 31, will you sign today?
Where's that time?
So
If that's a price we can do, is this something you'd be ready to move forward with today as far as like an agreement in place?
More urgency. Closing time. Close it. Pick up the
Trap in. Everybody get excited.
He was good.
But this guy's got skills, and his approach is different, and it works so well.
I look at rapport not as like, weather, sports.
That was probably top 5 that I've ever seen.
He us away.
The truth is I already knew it. I'm so hot I'm melting the vent like ice.
It's the noise talking and backing it up for me, and the consistency.
It's something that you're never going to be able to see, I think, replicated anywhere else. It's so much you can learn from this.
this is the best training series anybody could ever ask for.
Mr. Knox, we're taking care of him, and we're going to spend the money with the family for somebody I don't know, okay?
Yeah. On every call, it's sell or be sold. Let's go.
Man, I thought that was going to be something.
Is that something that you would want to move forward with, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything is possible. There is nothing holding you back.
Baby, you won! You won, Dad!
Yeah!
It's all on you. Close it. What you gonna do?
And that's the bottom line.
Close it. Hey, close it. Pick up the phone. Close it. Big ass scroll. Close it. $1 million deal. Close it. It's all on you. Close it. What you gonna do? Close it. I want the proof. Close it. $1 million.
Hey guys. I feel like I spend a lot of my days right now just remembering shit that I forgot. I tried to explain it to RJ that if it doesn't come through a certain format, I'm not going to remember it. There's too much going on, and not enough time to chase stuff down and figure, So I'll be texting one of you. Every time I'm not on here, I just I got 45 people asking me a question. What it leads to is if it's not coming into a system that I'm in, I cannot be relied upon. Just trying to set up good expectations. That includes text messages or calls. If you text or call me and you're not a seller or buyer or someone on my team, even if you are, I'm probably not reliable. I can't mark it as unread for when I get like however much time you need. Somebody texts me, call me when you have 5 free minutes. He ain't getting called. There is no such thing as 5 free minutes. It's just, it is what it is. I got like multiple things to do. So the ones that make it into my system and stay a priority, that's what I focus on. And I learned a long time ago that I need to be okay with setting those expectations, because I can only be, it's like I have a really, like I try to do it all, and then I end up not being able to do any of it. Speaking of which, we got to just review that Chicago deal, which putting that on my plate, no bueno. Yes, Angel, the compound.
you shot at Michigan?
Keaton. Hold, please. Anyways, where was I? Let's review the compound, shall we? Tis indeed a beautiful home. I got a bunch of photos from her. She texted me at 1:30 in the morning. Okay, so I have a one comp that sold for 1.4 million. But it is 8365 square feet. So almost 2,000 square feet more, but also like way more commercial feeling. So let's do a price per square foot analysis on that real fast. $167. So we're at 1.1 million. It looks like maybe it's 6 units. Or maybe just the one unit sold for that. Jeez. These all look like super commercial though. Good gravy. Oh shoot. I found the perfect comp and it sold for $860. I don't think he left notes about her wanting So I've got one showing 860. How do you calculate innovation price? Eric, no. There's not a video you can watch. You don't calculate innovation price. I don't even know what. I don't even know how to answer that question. How are you applying innovation? Like, are you going to list it? I don't know how to answer that for you. I think that you need to apply the numbers that work. I think that there's a misnomer also. This is the same misnomer that was really popular with Subject 2, in that people also think like if a property is worth $220 and the buyer won't go lower than $220, offer them Subject 2. It's just not always the case. What if their mortgage payment is $1,700 and it rents out for $1,500? You gotta know when to apply and when not to. I mean, you're gonna have a hard time selling a property if, like, why are you applying innovation to it? That would be my question to you to answer that. I wouldn't overcomplicate it. Are you doing it so that you can get the property listed and make more money? Or are you doing it because it's what the seller needs? Because 9 times out of 10, I find that when you're just trying to make more money and it's not like solving the seller's multiple problems with innovation, it's a complicated strategy I wouldn't approach lightly. Also really dependent on if it's occupied, if it's not occupied, stuff like that. Excuse me, y'all. I need my drink. So how are you? So Eric says he claims it's fully renovated. Asked 1.35 million. I came up with comps at ARV 1.5 million. Just gave me gut feeling. Okay. What happens when 3 AC units need to be replaced? Who's doing that? Who's paying for that? Where's it located? What realtor is going to list it? What are they going to charge? You're going to have $100,000 and $105,000 or close to it in closing costs.
This is somebody calling us for the property. Do you want to take it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, Eric, there's just a lot that goes into it. Like, are you just listing it? That's why I ask. Hello, this is Cassie. I'll give you more insight, Eric, but I'm not on the phone. Okay, what is your name? Is Dustin Fisher? Just a second. I'm going to get some information pulled up.
Like I said, you guys are the first ones that I've even thought about calling. I'm just kind of trying to get some ideas of how this is going to go forward. I've spent 10 years as an actual real estate agent back from 03 to 13. And so I know the terminology, I know my way around the basics, but this is my first time in this whole I call it non-conventional arena.
I love the non-conventional arena, and I own a brokerage, so I understand.
I call it non-conventional because back in our day, we didn't really sell houses like this. I mean, if it wasn't kind of cut and dry, we put the sign in the yard, we do open houses and showings, and then we get every once in a while, there were investors back then that had plenty of money, and it was all kind of done, under the table during a lunch or something where, so that kind of stuff. And FISBO, what we call FISBOs, they kind of died out here, I see lately. Not a lot of people trying to sell their house on the road. So I know the basics, I know the main line, I know the conventional stuff, and I'm open to any ideas you guys might express. So I have a goal, I have a mission in mind, and as long as we can figure out how to get there and leave you guys a little room, then I'm fine too.
Well, sounds like the ideal situation to me. So I'm going to ask you like 100 questions now. Are you ready?
I wouldn't make the call if I didn't.
I'm actually going to create.
Don't make me lie. Don't make me lie. We'll be okay.
Okay, yeah, no lying allowed. Your part or mine. So give me 2 seconds. I'm actually going to create a lead in our system really fast for the property, so I can just take notes. I like to be efficient.
Watch RJ's videos all the time. They're entertaining.
That is exactly what I was going to ask you. I was like, you found RJ on TikTok, guaranteed. But yeah, well, we appreciate you liking. We're out there to try to give as much insight into our world as we can give, and it's one of those things. I always say, like, one of the hardest things historically has been for us to try to explain to people who are in traditional real estate, is what I call it. Your version of conventional, I call traditional real estate, as the general population understands it. Yeah, it's a whole different world, on the other side of the fence, right? So we just try to get out there and share it. I mean, realistically, we're not the best solution for everybody, but we try to offer all the best solutions, and we feel like we do that better than most people. So a lot of people just keep it in one little narrow perspective. So
Well, yeah, I know the conventional side. I mean, I was a very successful real estate agent.
Right.
I mean, I didn't have a year that I didn't break $10 million a year in property. And
In Clarksville?
yes.
Yay.
And when you're selling 80 to, I mean, an expensive house back then would have been about 150. That would have been kind of the top of the line. Houses that would sell for well over $500,000 today could be bought back in 07 for,
80,000. Yeah. Yeah.
80,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
Our starter homes were 55 to 70.
Right.
And yeah, so I mean, it was nothing for me. I averaged moving about 12 to 15 units a month.
Yeah.
And so I made plenty of good money. And then what it was, I had an elderly gentleman. He was well up into his 80s, and he had this dream of owning this business. And of course, when I first met him, he had 60-something properties that he wanted to liquidate. So I spent nearly 2 years just working on his stuff. But we liquidated all that property, and he wanted to open a family arcade business. And he's like, I'll bring $500,000 up. He'll bring $500,000. We did. And so we opened up this arcade business about a block from a mid-major college. It was highly successful. And then I sold it. And right after that, well, about a year after that, I got COVID. Ended up in the ICU for 33 days. I probably should have already passed on this world. But I told the doctors and nurses, I'm like, the devil's been trying to kill me for 60 years. I'm not going to make it easy on it.
Right.
I hung around, and now my health, even though I sound probably healthy as a government mule, I'm really not. I go down to the mailbox and get my mail, and I'm helping the pumping like I ran a marathon. So I told you all that to say this. We had this house, the house we're talking about. We lived in it for almost 20 years. Well, we've owned it for over 20. I bought it in 03. We lived in it for about 17, 18 years, I guess. And then we bought another house at the edge of the country where I had deer and turkey walking through my yard every day. And then we rented this one. And we'll get into it in a minute. I'm sure you're going to ask questions about it. I'll just tell you, I didn't make all the right moves with that house, which is what's brought me to this point. And there's a lot of people, when you're talking about trying to get the word out, we did the same thing back in the day, because even as legit as we could be and on the up and up as we could be, people were still very skeptical. I mean, most real estate agents aren't looked at as much over a used car salesman. I mean, that's the perception.
Which is sad, but the bad apples tend to ruin the barrel there, don't they?
Well, when the internet became kind of a thing, I watched, there was a mass exodus out of real estate.
Yeah.
There were people just retired in a heartbeat. They didn't want to mess with it. They couldn't understand the internet. The internet back then was nothing like what it's evolved into now. But I went through all those changes and phases. But here's what I'm going to say. I use my own set of skepticism, sure. What I also do is education is the key to most all this. I fully understand there's more than one way to get this done, especially nowadays. 20 years ago, 5 years ago, probably not. But now, there's a lot of different ways to accomplish a goal. So I'm realistic in what I'm expecting. I'm not going to get lowball, I can tell you that. I'm too smart for that. But I'm also willing to give what I have to make it work on the whole thing. Now, I'll be quiet for a minute and let you talk.
No, I think that's actually for the most part, that's our goal. I mean, if you don't have anything that's extremely excessive where it merits, a lot of craziness, I don't expect to make a year's worth of salary off your property there, by any stretch of the imagination. But, our goal is to always, pay what the market value is in the as-is condition is the best way I can say what I got to say about that. I mean, for me, obviously, as an investor, short and simple, I'm going to fix and flip it, or I'm going to buy and hold it, or I'm going to put it in the hands of somebody who is going to do that faster than me and partner with them or assign it to them. Or if you need to do a creative deal, we'll look at that. This is probably not going to turn into that because it's probably not going to be the best solution for you. So what I need to get down is as far as brass tacks goes, what is the? I'm assuming there's not a mortgage on the property. Is that correct?
Oh, no, we still owe on it. You know, and that's got to be paid off. I owe right at 150 on it. That's where I owe.
Okay. The second thing I will note is if I have an awkward pause, I will let you know. And I try to warn people because sometimes, like, I just sound so weird, but it's because I'm typing down notes because I don't want ever to lose. We call it the drop rule. If RJ has to come in here because I got to run out there and take a call, he knows what you and I discussed. You know what I'm saying? Or my transaction coordinator will always know what you and I discussed, so on and so forth. So don't mind my awkward pauses. My second question is you said you had it rented out in 2017 or 2020, I'm sorry, somewhere around there, when you bought your new house. What happened with the tenants?
The tenants are still in it.
Okay.
And they're kind of a rare breed. They've not one time ever been late with rent. I've never had to chase them down. And June the 1st, I just signed a new 1-year lease with them. We self-manage it because if I didn't, and it's a little bit unique situation. You know, every case that you hear is always going to have a twist or a turn, or maybe a handful of turns. This one's got several, to be fair. But from the way I'm looking at it, I don't think there's anything that can't be resolved and move forward.
Always.
That's why I'm calling.
Yeah, always can have a resolution. So what are they renting it at?
I'm charging them $1,300 a month, which is well back of value. If the house was where it needs to be, you know, spit and polished and ready to go, it would be about 18 to 19. I mean, you can't rent a 1-bedroom apartment here for less than about $1,600 a month. So it's not exorbitantly high compared to an LA or New York or Dallas or something like that. But it's, you know, we're a military town, military in a mid-major college town. So one of the reasons why we kind of live in a bubble with real estate. I mean, I had houses in the 10-year run that I was literally bought and sold 7 or 8 times the same house in 10 years. And it was just a constant conveyor belt in and out. You know, there's always people coming into the military post. There's always people leaving. This is great. The word's out. Middle Tennessee is the place to retire. We're still affordable. I couldn't tell you how many houses I sold to people from moving out from Chicago and Pittsburgh and Miami and every place in between. So real estate's really good here. It can get blister hot like it did here about 6 months ago. And even though it's cooled off a little bit, we're still pretty good. You know, houses don't sit on the market more than 30 days.
So would you say the rent rate could be somewhere to the effect of $1,600?
Oh, easy that. If the house was polished up, and like I said, I made an exception for these people. Kind of a long story short, we were actually getting ready to move. We had already purchased the house we're in now. We were over there one day laying a new floor down because I was getting it ready to either sell or rent, and we were working towards that. My youngest son's mother-in-law is an active agent. She had somebody stumble in the office on Saturday afternoon looking for a place to rent because they were getting tossed out of their house because the owner was moving back here. They had to have a house, and they had to have it by the weekend. We didn't even have the floor finished in that house yet. And I said, well, you have to give me at least to the weekend. And that was really kind of pressing me because when we moved out, I had intended to take the whole summer, like 3 months. I was just going to take the whole 3 months and paint and do everything. Well, they had to have it right away. Now,
check your messages.
These guys are on income. The wife has anxiety attacks that needs constant medical. You know, she goes to 3 appointments a week. They have an autistic teenage son. They don't make a lot of money. I've tried to convince them that they need to try to just buy the house a dozen times, but they can't get the credit right. They're great renters in the fact that they pay the rent, but then that's as far as it goes. You know?
Right.
So the house is is not as nice as what it was when we first moved them in. They've lived there almost 40. Well, they have lived there 4 years. It's getting ready to go on 5. I just said June the 1st, I just signed your contract, your lease with them. I really want to be able to at least let them live that lease out without causing them too much grief. I just don't want to cause myself grief because it's, I know how the lease is worded. Depending on what attorney you get involved on Tuesday or Friday is depending on how they're going to interpret that thing. And I don't need the situation where I got to pay a bunch of money to move them and all that. You're not going to have much to say at the end of the lease, next year.
Right. So let me ask you this. With taxes and insurance, what is the mortgage payment?
Right at $750. It's a little bit more than that, but
with taxes and insurance?
Yeah.
Do you have a VA loan? You don't pay taxes or something?
No, it's a VA loan. Well, no, I don't pay tax. I pay it monthly, but I get it reimbursed at the end of the year. If they take it out, it goes into escrow.
Okay. So, wow, that's really low.
Yeah, it's about a 2.25% interest. I paid $106,000 for the house in 2003. We refinanced about 10 years ago, and I owe right about $150 on it.
And the monthly mortgage, PITI is, you said $750?
Yeah, I'd say $750, but it's something like $760.
I'm just gonna type 770 to be on the safe side. We can narrow that down if it becomes important. So you're cash flowing on this is my point right now. If we went somewhere creative, that would be relevant, in which you've already got your other house. So you do have a lot of options here that I can see already. You said the house isn't in as good as condition. Are we talking normal wear and tear? Are we talking maybe some damaged walls or floorings, or what are we talking?
Yeah, I can tell you from as we moved out of it what we were still intending to do, because even then it probably needed to be addressed. They're going to need some help in the kitchen. The cabinets are not great, and the flooring. I don't think the walls caved in like that.
Let me ask a quick question, because I'm going to run numbers two ways, and I'm just going to speak the lingo to you because you understand the lingo. I'm going to run the number. I'm sure if you follow RJ, you know we've been on TV, and I can go to the nines if I got to, but I'm only really not going to do all that stuff. I'm going to look at it, and I'm going to look at the highest comp in the area, and I'm going to look at it like an appraiser, right? If I flip it, I'm going to look for my 6 comps that make perfect sense. You know how to do that. And then I'm going to do my remodel budget, right? So if I can assume interior cosmetic like flooring, granite, do I need new cabinets? Do I need whatever? I don't want to go into that fine of detail quite yet because right now there's a tenant occupying it. At the same time, I'm just going to assume is it fair to say I got to update cosmetically 75% of the house to make it to 2023 standards?
I would say so.
Okay.
In all actuality, because we were just getting around to start doing some of that stuff. I changed some light fixtures in the bathroom.
Gotcha.
I changed most of the lighting, like the chandeliers and all that, but it's still got contractor toilet and contractor sink and all that stuff is.
So I'm going to do tile, granite, floors, maybe some vanities. Yeah, I got you. I'm not going to go over top in this price point, but still it's a nice house. It's a good size house. This is a good flip candidate for me. You know what I mean? Like, not the TV stuff but I like taking houses like this. This is that right. This is the sweet spot that nobody puts on TV. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is actually more my my coup de grace, if you will. Like everything else is over the top, most of the time, and not as profitable, right? So it doesn't usually work.
Let me fill in a little bit of shaded area here too. I spent 14 years as an Army Ranger. My oldest son was in 3 different kindergartens. Okay, and the reason I say that is because we moved every 6 months.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just what we demanded. We were all over the world. I mean, he had a second birthday in Thailand. Okay, we spent 3.5 years in Thailand. So
that's kind of cool.
Well, I was out of the Army. My wife started her teaching degree, going to school. Like I said, she's 2 classes away from a doctorate degree. She's been teaching for 20 plus years. She's only got about 2 more years to go. She's going to retire. So when we bought this house represented to us, at the time I had stair-step kids. I had a 14, a 12, and a 10-year-old. This particular house represented our lifelong dream. Finally, after all these moves all across the globe.
This is home. I got you. Yeah.
So we started the process, and it was all contractor grade stuff. It was just a nice, big, roomy house, 4 bedrooms, a little bonus room, in a decent neighborhood on about a 1/4 acre tract of land, and it could be a majestic house all over again. And you're talking about putting granite and all that. We were going to do that.
Yeah.
But I was also going to be careful not to overbuild the neighborhood too.
Right.
This is 5 minutes from, I don't know if you've heard of Fort Campbell, Kentucky or not.
Yeah.
We're 5 minutes from that gate.
Gotcha.
And it's in Tennessee. The only reason I call it Fort Campbell, Kentucky is because the post office is on the Kentucky side. But 90% of that post is in Tennessee.
Yeah.
And this whole town, we're a town of about 220,000 people, which is a long way from 1987 when we topped the hill and said, welcome to Clarksville, population 33,000. When I went to my wife, we grew up in a town of about 2,000.
Oh, wow.
We never seen 33,000, let alone watch this town grow to over 200 now. When we first got here, they had 2 high schools, one on each end of the town. We now have 11.
Yeah.
Right here in the city. So, having said all that, that's what pushes these values. And I don't care how bad real estate is in the rest of the country. We never experienced a downturn. I sold more property every single year the longer I went. The only reason I rested is because I had a business opportunity I couldn't say no to. So
sure. Yeah, I mean we've done business in Clarksville before, so like for me, like I love hearing like your story and like you actually watching it, like because it's so funny to me. Like I went from I was born in Northwest Ohio in a village. Like that's where I grew up. It was still called a village. I remember when it got township status. You know what I'm saying?
Township, yep.
And we shared a high school with other villages. And then I moved from there to Fort Worth, Texas when I was 11. And, you know, I'm again, without going into great detail, I love all of it. You know, like a lot of my family, they ask, you know, they call me the city girl because I live in Fort Worth. And I'm like, well, if I'm going to be a city girl for a city, it's going to be Fort Worth. Right. But for me, it's like, I need to have that quiet, you know, town, like outside of the hustle and bustle living too. And I do have the great fortune of having access to both, even though I haven't bought my country place yet. But I get it because my family owns land in, you know, different parts around here. And then I also kind of live vicariously through a lot of the properties we purchase and sell all over the country, you know, and doing what we do, we get to travel to all kinds of different small towns and big cities, you know, for various reasons. So I love that story, and it's so interesting.
You could ever see the home I live in now when I left there, the reason why we moved from there and turned that into a rental. I I have deer and turkey walks through my front yard every day here.
Right, and when you said that, I was like, "You're speaking my language, Roger. You're speaking my language." Like that would pull me away every day too.
Yeah, we still live in town, but it's kind of out in.
Right.
I can't say country, but it's out of the way. I live on a dead end street. There's only 4 houses on the street.
Yeah.
Literally, I had 2 bucks and a doe run through my yard about 30 minutes before I even called you. They literally just ran. I can show you pictures where baby fawns come up on my porch and lay down across my door. So that's why we live here now. But just as an example, I told you that to say this. We bought this house for $263. We've been in it 4 years in March. This past March, 4 years. We bought it for $263, and I had it appraised because I was going to refinance it. I'm glad I didn't now. But the appraisal come back $263. The appraisal come back $414 in 4 years.
Yeah.
True story. And so that's kind of the progress all across town.
Right. Yeah.
Real estate just holds the money here. So somebody like yourself, if we can put a deal together, whatever that looks like today, in a year from now, it's going to look a whole lot sweeter too. So
sure.
I'm just tired of being a landlord. I'm tired. My wife's getting ready to retire. We're probably going to buy an RV and just go spend our winter in Arizona or something.
You know what's really funny about you saying that too is like I can't even tell you how much I relate to this. And I mean, again, if you've been watching RJ's channel and maybe you've run across me, I don't know where you watch him, whether it's TikTok or Instagram or YouTube or whatever it is. I'm sure you see me on there, and I will say that it is my nature as the way I was born. Like I love listening to people's story, and I love to understand what their goal is in with their asset. And I love the story, and I love. Like I relate to people, right? Like it's just what I do naturally. And it's so funny because when you're telling me these stories, it's just like, I'm just an empathetic person. So I'm immediately like, you know, what's so funny about that? My dad literally, he just retired last fall, ended up having to have heart surgery. So retirement, major health issue, owns 2 properties because they bought their retirement home about 45 minutes away from where I grew up. His wife just retired, and in between that, I sold their house that I grew up in, and so they could buy an RV and go tooting around the country when they didn't feel like being here in Texas, and just do their thing. And I'm just like, I relate to that, and like I'm so happy for my dad for having that. So, I mean, absolutely, you as kids say, YOLO. You only get 1 trip around the sun, right? So I say that's like a really cool thing for you guys to do. So that would be the reason you're motivated to sell, so you can just not have another bill, pay for your RV in cash out the equity, so on and so forth.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of down the road thing. We still got a couple of years with her work, and she's going to finish up 2 more years. She'll have 25 years teaching.
What does she teach?
She teaches special ed.
That's awesome.
School. I'm glad she's a special ed teacher. Sometimes I need all the help I can get.
I went to school to be a teacher, and I'm telling you, I considered it at one point. I also considered social services, but you know, I have it takes in very hard truth, and all joking aside, it takes a very special individual to be a teacher. Period. I commend our educators, at least the good ones.
Yeah, I found the school, by the way. It's actually $730 a month. It's escrow gets $2.25, and the actual payments right at $500.
Cool.
And that's 2%.
Okay, so I just have some comps pulled up here. I'm gonna try to look in this direct neighborhood. My first comp that I pull up, of course, is on like 2 acres, right?
Well, it's in a subdivision called Whitehall,
Yeah,
and there's probably 600 houses in there.
yeah.
That's kind of one of the larger houses, a larger floor plan in the whole. There's maybe 5 houses in the whole neighborhood. It's bigger than that. You're going to find a lot of 14, 1500, that kind of stuff.
So I guess that's the first thing I should verify. You said it's a 4, 2.5,
4.3.
4.3. Okay. Tax records very rarely or ever right for me for some reason. When I quick pull them,
You're going to see varying square footages. Anything 1800 is too low. It's more like it's like 1957 officially, something like that.
I show 1897 on the tax records.
Yeah, that's okay for general purposes, but it's not. It's more than that. It's 1957, I think, is what it officially is.
And then I got a 4.
I've been kind of tracking it every month or two just to keep up with the value.
What do you think the value is if I flip it?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm going to say. If this place is done, and I don't mean Taj Mahal level, just adequate, nice, marketable, I would have no problem in the world putting about a $295 price tag in the sign in the yard. And it would pull that. I mean, around here, not too many people negotiate. We do things a lot different here, like sellers paying closing costs. And now it's not as hot as what it was, say, 6 months ago, but it's still kind of in that range where you put a house up for sale, you'll have 5 offers before the week's over. I mean, you'll have multiple offers to deal with. And a lot of times people have to pay over lists just to be competitive. So it'll easily hold in the mid 290s, upper 290s. I hesitate to get a little squeamish at 3 something just because there's not too much stuff over there that's sold. Even if you get like the next neighborhood, which like there's a subdivision called Brentwood, which is literally across the street and down about a block. They tend to be 2,500 square foot, 2,800 square foot, and there's very few things in there that's brought more than say 310. And Whitehall's not that subdivision. So that's finished.
I assume those are the ones I'm seeing that are like the newer construction. Yeah.
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 This is the way I'm looking at it, just from being in the center of it, looking out directions. I would like to walk away after all the dust is settled at a minimum of about $50,000. Now, obviously, I'd like to have more, but I'm also being realistic, and I'm also trying to leave enough room for somebody like yourself. I mean, there's some money to be made in this house, but what it would take to get that kind of money, that 280, 290, if my price, because I got to go find the contractor, I got to pay retail at Home Depot to get a new vanity. I just don't have the resources like somebody like you guys would have. I would guesstimate for us to fix it to the level that we were trying to get it to, probably in the 35 to 50 range, depending on how fancy we got the cabinets and that kind of stuff. So I would say you guys could probably do that for about half price or 2/3 at the most. So you make the
I would say that is not accurate. So if I was doing now, and I'm not talking about like, as you know, I'll just throw this down for you. If I was having to do cosmetic only and I was having to touch all of it, I would end up assuming I have no windows to replace, I have no doors to replace, I have no roof, water heater, HVAC, like all those things that are going to come up on the inspection report that buyers are going to make a big deal out of. I don't got to touch any of those. More than likely to cosmetically update everything it's going to be somewhere between 35 and 45 for me at that square footage price. Now, if you take off our worst case scenario and you're talking it's 45,000, right? And I multiply that times, you said 75% because you got 25% of it done. I'm looking at 33,750. So best case scenario, I'm looking at $35,000, which it's been a long time since I've put $35,000 into a, 2,000 square foot house and got a lot out of it. But if I'm doing that and it's literal just surface cosmetics, I can get some deals in, but it's cheap labor is usually comes at a higher cost than paying for the good stuff. So if I'm at 35 and at 75% of that, then I got 26. So you think it would appraise for 290, and I'm gonna put in just somewhere in the middle there, $30,000. And then my closing costs and my holding costs, I could probably do less on my holding cost there. And you want 200,000 roughly, is that right?
Well, and I base that on, I know I'll right at 150, and I would like to target 50 for walkaway because I'm still going to have capital gains to pay.
Sure.
Which will be anywhere from $8,000 to $10,000 probably.
I got you.
And I want to get something that's fairly substantial to represent owning that house for almost 20 years.
No, I absolutely get you. I mean, if I could do that for $30,000, we're not too far off the mark, but we're a little tight for what I would normally do. But it's not by a large margin. So in the normal scenario like this, I would say, yeah, let me go through, let me assess. I obviously, if that would be looking at like, I'm going to purchase it, I'm going to fix it, I'm going to flip it, and I'm going to have it listed on the market in 3 months or less, right? Now, I don't know that that's going to be the best plan for me or you or the tenant. So I'm probably not going to spend too much time digging into that for you. I also feel like if we purchase this at 200,000 and my closing costs, I'll put 0 on my holding costs. I'm going to put 0 on my repairs for right now. And I'm going to put, you said they're renting it out for $1,300. So that's what I'm putting because I feel like I would have to raise the value. So for me to hold this, how I would close it, I would be losing money every month that I kept those tenants if I purchased it at 200,000 and covered closing costs, right? So I feel like, this is something that you and I would approach in a more so a way that we're going to have to get crafty. So you're going to have to stick with me and don't stick with your training from years and years of your conventional knowledge. I would say you're going to want to do something creative and hybrid, and you can achieve all of your goals, but you're going to have to really think outside of the box to do that, right? So the way that I say that is because you have a good price and a good interest rate on your mortgage. So we can temporarily take over your mortgage, right? It could allow us to keep the tenants in place. You don't have to be a landlord anymore. It can allow us to season that for a little while, and you can get, we can structure it different ways, right? And that you can get, a chunk down, and then you can get, a balloon payment after a certain amount of time, or whatever you want that to look like for you, and kind of actually achieve all your goals. But to achieve all your goals, we would have to suss out exactly what that looks like. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and really the only goals that I have, obviously like everybody, let me make as much money as I can. That's really not my driving force. I have a number I'm trying to get to, and I'm trying to work this to where the tenants aren't tossed out on their ear in 3 months, and they're, so after that, if we hit those 2 marks, however else it has to happen, it's like whatever. I'm not that sticky on the rest of it. So, I mean, if the house was sitting there empty, then that changes everything. I get it. But
yeah, for me, it is literally like I buy this house from you all day, every day in a hot minute. It's the conditions and terms in which I got to buy it under that determine the numbers, right? I was, like we have a saying around here, it's math, not magic. I think your numbers are good, but I gotta, I gotta deal with my exit strategy, and my exit strategy right now is pretty hindered with the $1,300 a month rent, right? So I can solve that for me and for you, and get you to your goal. It's just how we chop it up is going to make the difference, right?
Right. Well, and don't look at the $1,300 as some kind of hindrance to start with. That can actually be used as an asset. That's $1,300 coming back to somebody. However.
Right, but my payment every month, if I go get a loan on this, is going to be more than $1,300. Mm-hmm. It's not like your VA loan with 3% interest and $750 a month. If I buy this at $200,000 right now from you, I'm negative every month. I keep them.
Right. Yeah, I understand that.
So I would, yeah. That's why it's a hindrance, and that's why. And honestly, I hesitate when I look at the current rental listings to feel like this property would rent out for more than $1,600 as is. I see some really good ones around the same square footage that are going for like $1,900, but they're completely remodeled or newer or whatever, So no matter what way I look at it, those are the numbers that I run. But I do love the property. I do think there's a way to get you everything that you want. To be honest with you, it's just.
Even if that has become a little bit of a delay here or there, I'm fine with that. I mean, I'd rather have half the cookie now and half the cookie later, as to have no cookie at all.
Right. So, have you ever done? I mean, I know you've owned businesses. I know you've been in real estate. So, anything that I ask, you're a real reasonable guy, my kind of person. But like. Have you ever done a creative deal or subject to the existing mortgage or anything like that before?
I'm not going to say that I have.
Okay.
Most of our stuff around here was pretty cut and dry. I had a mortgage broker I worked through. She got 100% of my business. And it was,
You got spoiled.
I've done some of the deals that were absolute layups. I mean,
yeah.
Have what they call a duty roster where, okay, you're on the floor from 8 to 4 on Tuesday. Here comes Father Jones. He just transferred in from Fort Bliss, Texas, and he's got his wife and his kid and his 1.2 dogs. I'm not sure where I could ever find a 1.2 dog, but they say that's the average. And when I ever find a 1.2 dog, I'm going to buy it. I got 2 already. You can hear them. But anyway, they come sliding in on 2 wheels. They got to have a house. I have had situations where I literally meet them in the morning, and I'm handing them the keys to the new house by that afternoon. I mean, that's like 50% of the cases. Because around here they do early occupancy, they do guaranteed approvals, they do all this stuff.
Yeah.
And I'll have to say that 98%, unless I was dealing with Farmer Brown's land or something, and like I said, I wrote some strange contracts.
Right.
nothing like what we're talking about. I just didn't have to get into that.
Sure. No, that makes perfect sense. I mean, and that is honestly in most people's experience, even in real estate. I think for me, I completely understand that. Like I mean, I was an investor first before I became an agent. And I will say that, like my experience with that is like my title gal, until we really started expanding, you know, we really started expanding to like other areas, but they were still in like Texas and Oklahoma. And that's when we really started recognizing that like our title gal spoiled the crap out of us. You know, like you don't know what you don't know until you get out there and you experience that other side of real estate, or you start even working, like even if you're staying in your normal setting, like you start working with people, a more variety can even make that difference. But I say all that to say, I mean, you're familiar enough with real estate and contracts as an agent, and like especially because it's like you said, you didn't, it's not even as of recent. How long has it been since you've been an agent?
Oh, I got up 2013.
2013. So it's been 10 years, maybe. You know, I don't think that much has changed, in my opinion, since 2013. But you probably have a good amount of experience, like in different kinds of real estate cycles, right? Even though I know it's stable, like DFW is very stable and Texas is pretty stable as well. So I do understand that. But also I've gone in all kinds of places all over the country. They have a very stable real estate market, and they weren't really that affected with, some of the swings we've experienced in the past couple of years. But all of that to say, I don't think I'm going to throw anything at you that you don't understand, but I'm probably going to like keep it simple until you can read it on the contract. So I will just give you a brief overview of kind of what it means. You can read it on the contract, and we can chop up the numbers in different ways that make the most sense for you and us, because at the end of the day, the goal is to achieve your goals. I'm going to acquire an asset, and you're going to make money on your asset, right? And I kind of will see what the numbers make the most sense for you, understanding what your minimal goal is. Usually whenever we do creative like this, sometimes I can get you a little bit more, just because, like I said, it saves us a little bit of time on that closing cost, and then we can additionally profit. What I will say is, in essence, your options are going to look mostly two ways. Okay. So one, you sell the property to us subject to. Your recourse is the same no matter how you do it, in that you would have, if we don't pay, you get the property back. It's that simple. If we were hit by a bus and we couldn't just sign it back to you, right? And you had to fight it, you would have to foreclose. So that's the worst part, I will tell you, is if something happens to us and some reason we stop performing and worse, the sky is falling, you got to foreclose. It's not fun. I've not had that happen. However, I want you to know your worst case scenario. It's very similar to seller finance. Other than that, so if you guys have seller finance addendums in Tennessee, I don't know because I don't use the promulgated contracts, but in essence, it's written by an attorney. It's very similar. It's not anything crazy, right? So you're going to have your underlying mortgage, and we're going to take over that mortgage subject to the existing mortgage, right? Your payments outside of that is where your two options come in and how we chop that up. You can receive monthly payments on the rest of the amount that you want. You can do it with interest. You can do it without interest. You can receive a small sum up front. You can receive zero up front. And realistically, it's just about putting that in a mortgage calculator. You have a note on top of your existing mortgage. So you have an existing note that gets filed. We do pull title. Sometimes it really depends on it varying with varying title companies. Most of the time, the risk that we're taking until we put this in our name is, I have to make sure you don't accrue any liens or anything like that on the property, right? So that's kind of my protection in the contract. And other than that, it's you make money every month until we close it, or we can kind of chop it up anyway and get creative with it, right? So if you wanted a huge amount down right now versus at the end, you're probably going to make less overall, right? But if you make a kind of reasonable entry point, it's all going to be based on, I'll keep the tenants for the rest of their lease if you really want me to. I don't have a problem with it. I just have to cover the mortgage, make a little bit, make enough to pay you, and I'm fine with keeping them all year, and then flipping the house or, working it out. However, if you wanted to turn it into a really long-term thing, I would assume you only want to be in it 2 years, so you can at least have a lump sum to buy your RV. I don't know what kind of price point you're looking at on that, but over the course, depending on how we chop it up, you could make more than 50,000, and that can be that chunk of it where it's like, yeah, you've owned it and you've made, a good amount on it, and you can make a little interest, a little bit more over the course of as long as we have it subject to.
Yeah, and I said like the RV thing was kind of a matter of speech. It's like, Dad, it's the talk, but it may come down to me paying off my truck before I do something like that.
Sure.
Whatever. But the 50,000 comes from, and I am very slightly negotiable on that. If it meant, we got to come down 5,000 or something, well, if that's all that was standing in our way, okay. But what I don't want to check and walk away from the closing table like, well, here's your 7,500, have a nice life. That doesn't do me any good.
Oh, no, heavens no. Oh, heavens no.
There's got to be more to it after owning a house nearly 20 years. But all those things that you just said are fully understandable, and I can lean either way. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
But when you look, it's again, my thing is, what am I walking away with? And is there a way I'm doing this out of the kindness of my heart because we've done so much for this family already. I know if they have to move anytime in the next 60 to 90 days, they're on the street. They're homeless because he's not going to have the ability to come up with security deposits, debt deposits, and, a move's expensive. He'd have to have his hands on at least $5,000 just to move.
Right.
And with the mental issues that goes on over there and the disruption, like I said, he has an autistic kid. His wife's got anxiety. He works from home. I know the move would be tough on them. And I'm trying to avoid that. Now, at the end of the lease, when they know they're expecting, because he knows not to be so complacent that I'm just automatically going to give him the new lease each year. I've done it. We almost got to the point of selling this house about this time last year. And my wife and I just didn't have the heart to make it happen. And we said, well, we'll hang on to it as long as we can. And even now, there's no real sense of urgency, like, oh, this has got to happen in 90 days. but at the same time, if the right deal was put together to kind of hit the only two things I'm asking is what am I walking away with, and can we keep him there somewhere close to the end of the lease, at least to the end of the year.
Yeah, and I think you can walk away with your asking price, and we can do that. But to do that, if those are your top two priorities, we've pretty much got to go that creative route. If you wanted to close right now, I'm gonna let you know it's that makes it tough for you to get your number, and but I don't like. The way I see it, it's a win-win if you can get your goal and you don't need to cash out your chunk right now. I'd rather,
I mean, we wouldn't mind a small amount, something like 12, 15, 20,000 at the most. But, right now we wouldn't. I mean, there's some things I could do with that. But if it's going to be, 3,000, I'll just ride it out and do it however we got to do it. But and that's the thing, there's money to be made in this house. And if I was 30 years younger and was better health, and I could take my time and do it like we were going to do it when we moved out, and we got kind of rush banged into basically making sure a family wasn't on the street, things might have been different. But that's kind of the whole nuts and bolts of the whole thing. That's where I'm at. I'll give you some time to figure out what can be done.
Yeah, what I'm probably going to do, Roger, is I'm going to double check. I'm going to verify my numbers, okay? I'm also going to write up a contract so you can understand what those terms are, and I'm going to get it sent to you. So I need one more thing before we get off the phone. The first thing that popped into my head was the song. So, anyways, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rocketmail.com. I want to make sure I didn't try to write that wrong. That's been a minute since I saw Rocket Mail. You're going to get an email probably from me directly versus our e-signing service. And I may shoot you a text. It will be an 817 number. And I'll have it'll be an example of the terms, understanding that your specific note on this property, we can adjust it, as needed. But from my understanding, I'm going to write it up. Best case for you, best case for me. Everybody wins. Tenants can stay. And we can just go from there and adjust to what you're thinking. But I do think that that's the best solution for everyone. And it allows me to see exactly what I can get you in total. And then obviously, if you want to make any adjustments, you can make adjustments. You know what I'm saying? So for example, if you're like, yeah, I would like to go longer than 2 years and make passive income on this, then we can talk about that and I can adjust it. So that's why I'm not going to send it to you in the e-service for the signing. But you can call me and we can discuss it when you've had a chance to read it and just, I don't think there's anything that you're not going to understand, but just with the understanding that we can adjust the numbers.
I will say this, because it hasn't really come up, and I don't think it's a big issue. It's not even really time to worry about it right now. But when it comes time to do like title search and payoff quotes and all that, just be aware that this thing is split over a private lender, which is this. I'm not looking at my desk now. What's the other one? I'm gonna go back in here and look. There's a blender on both knees. We did during COVID, we did a forbearance for about 10 months. And what they did was, since it was a VA loan, the VA stepped in and they paid up to current parents. That's the blender, I think.
So like you had like a loan modification of some sort tacked on as a second lien?
I don't even know if it's even tabbed as a lien or not. I guess that's what you could call it for lack of anything else. But what they did was the VA paid to get it all current, and then the VA holds the amount.
Another note, yeah. I gotcha.
Between the two, it's 150.
Okay.
I mean, combined, it's 150. So, but I just say that because if somebody starts doing a title search, I don't know how that VA is going to show up or if it shows up. But what you're going to find from Carrington is like 115 or something like that, 107. And then there's going to be, the rest of it's going to be on the VA. But in total, they're both 150.
Gotcha. Okay.
Let me see. Carrington right now says that we owe them. Where'd it go? Yeah, Carrington says we owe 114, which I know the difference because we didn't make a payment for 10 months. And then the VA paid that current pretty much just like they sent him a check and said, here, start him over, he owes that balance. And then the rest of it will get paid to the VA once I ever sell it.
Gotcha. Yeah, like on a lot of those forbearance ones, they don't pop up. They pop up as looking like a second, like a second first lien, basically. So it just depends on how they did it.
I'm sure it is probably a lien. There's somewhere that the VA is attached to that, but I didn't want a title search to be done. And he only owes 114. Well, and then we go to close and nobody, because I've seen people not, you know, damn good and well, you had a second mortgage or a lien and you didn't say nothing because they didn't catch it. Well, guess what? That screws everybody up 2 years down the road.
Yeah.
You know, when it didn't get paid. So I have no interest in that. That's what I'm telling you. I know what I owe on the house is right at 150, and that's between the two. So 114 and right at 34 and some change is roughly 150.
Gotcha. Okie dokie. Well, I've got all my notes. I took all my notes. I hope I didn't have too many awkward pauses for you. But yeah, I'll get it drafted up and I will get it over to you. And I think this is it's doable like that, and I like it. I've had all of our deals that we've done there have been, you know, fairly. It's kind of funny because like you described your real estate experience there. They've been fairly straightforward and what I expected when I got into them, and that's how I like to do real estate. So I like to get what I expect.
They can get messy in a hurry.
Well, that's real estate.
I know we've talked for a while, but I gotta tell you a story real quick. My very first transaction had the buyers, and we found this house that was out at the edge of the town. Had this little creek that runs on the backside of it. And I took them out, had a little, like almost like a picket fence thing that lined the driveway, went up to the house. And as soon as you got at the end of the driveway, they had this huge rock that was like the size of a Ford truck sitting there. And it was pretty. I mean, it was, you know, it went with the flavor. But I fell in love with the house. We wrote the offer. Got it accepted. Day before closing, we're going out to do a final walkthrough, and I had the wife in the front seat with me. Husband's in the back. We approached the end of that driveway. It's about a quarter-mile driveway down to this little house. and they had a record truck and had a strap around this rock, and they were lifting this rock off the ground. I couldn't even get the car in park. The door flies open. She flies out. What are you doing with my rock? Well, now he's upset. He's trying to chase her down. I didn't know what the crap was going on. Well, come to find out, and I made a mistake. First lesson I ever learned in real estate: if you think you want something that's on the property,
you better write it in the contract.
it ain't gonna stay. And it seems to be that the previous owners, the sellers, her dad, who had since passed away, had went down to this creek that was on the property and took a tractor and drug this rock up and put it in place. And I'm thinking, okay, well, I probably could tell how he died. He probably keeled over of a stroke trying to move this 4-ton rock. But the buyers had plans they were going to have it drilled out. They were going to put a fountain where the water would run all down and a flower bed around it. They had all these fancy plans. To keep peace that day, we agreed to leave the rock, but it ended up in court about a month later.
Oh, my word.
And the judge, no kidding, he couldn't figure out what to do. So we ended up leaving the rock on the property. Now, it made the buyers happy, but they couldn't do what they wanted to do to it. And the previous owners got visitation to the rock.
Oh.
They could come and sit and be with the rock in honor of her dad. And that was my very first transaction. And then about a week later, I had the buyers again on a really nice house, and they had this about 16-year-old St. Bernard, beautiful dog, but he was ancient. Had the arthritis, he was all crippled up, couldn't hardly get around, and the sellers were moving off to Alaska when they sold the house. Well, my buyers had two little daughters, about 10 and 12 years old, and they fell in love with this old, about to die any minute St. Bernard. And the only way the sellers were going to sell the house is if the dog stayed on the property, because they knew he was too decrepit to make the trip to Alaska. And the dog ended up living about almost 4 years after that at this house with this new family. So I've had that kind of stuff. I've had lawn furniture and lawn mowers. I've had old trucks and cars. Back in the day, you could do that.
Yeah.
Because what was happening is people would say, oh, we're going to leave you a $10,000 carpet allowance. Okay. Well, VA forecloses for some reason. They come check the house. There's not a stitch of carpet in the house. Why? Well, because the new buyers never bought new carpet, but they should have bought a new Harley Davidson. You know? So when stuff like that happened, so my experience toward the end was lenders were cleaning that up pretty drastically.
Yeah.
I mean, so there was some flexibility, especially when you get into, the conventional loans and stuff like that. VA's pretty much got you strapped down. I mean, you don't leave the main road with VA or FHA, either one for that matter.
Right.
But, and 85% of the loans in Crucible are all VA loans.
Right.
All of them.
Well,
so anyway,
understandably so, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not impatient in any sense of the word. If this takes a week or two or a month or two or 6 months, I just need to get it some direction. You've answered a lot of questions for me today.
Yeah.
If we put this thing together ultimately, I do have one final request.
What's that? You got a rock you need to visit?
No.
I'm just making sure. I want to make sure I put it in the contract if you do.
But tell Mr. Bates I want the fattest, juiciest, greasiest hamburger he can offer.
Oh, well, I would imagine. He actually just walked back in here, and he is waiting for me to move away from his desk. So I am positive once I tell him what you and I have discussed, he will have no problems with that.
But see, that's the way we seal stuff in the South. And somebody gets mad at you, a neighbor gets mad. You offer a cheeseburger. make the world go around. And if you don't believe that, every time I've ever had to move, I've offered money for people to come help me move. You can't get people to come help you move. If you offer beer, pizza, and cheeseburgers,
Yeah.
they'll move the entire house for you.
Well, you know, I have to add an amendment to that statement because we are in the South and tacos are also on that list.
Yeah, we do a lot of tacos up here too. Beer and pizza.
That's right. That sounds about right. Well, Roger, it was such a pleasure meeting you and talking to you, and I very much look forward to working with you. We'll get it written up, and we'll get it over to you, and we'll get it straightened out and get it the best way. We'll move as fast or as slow as you really want to. I think it's a good solution to kind of serve the whole situation, and all I really have to do is kind of calculate numbers, see what all I can get you, and I kind of know your bottom line and your goals, and I think they're achievable, and I just got to go put my Mad Hatter math hat on, and we'll get it over to you, and you'll probably hear from me in the next day or so.
That's good. All right.
All right.
I'll help somebody. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Roger. We'll talk soon. Well, Roger was cool. The first pet rock in America.
Where's that at?
Clarksville, Tennessee, which we love.
Did you call her?
I have not. I don't like the price.
I think we need to look at it together.
That's why I have it pulled up, so we could.
Because I agree on first glance until we start really looking at the square footage and what we're getting.
But I have exact comps that tell me that like this is like 860. She wants 800, right?
She wants 800, and she's saying she knows that she can sell for 1.4.
No, she cannot. No, she cannot.
Okay.
Like, we're talking about apartment buildings will sell for 1.4 that have a lot more square footage and room.
She says she has comps.
Then she needs to send those comps. Okay. Because I have comps too. And this is a perfect comp. It is more that and more that.
Gotcha.
And it is in the same stinking condition. And to the point of it also has that. And it's $860.
Okay.
I mean, now it might be $875, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, I wasn't done pulling comps. I only have 2 to support me, and I'm not saying I'm not willing to keep looking in, but so far, no good. I mean, the pictures look really cool. Have you seen them? I mean,
she said these?
To me. When I say it's an exact comp, I'm not joking.
Yeah, you're right.
So I don't believe her comps so far, because everything that I find that comps for me, it's unless she is saying that additional acreage, which I don't know what it is, that additional 3 lots or whatever, that might be the moneymaker that she's thinking. Because I don't think my comps have that. Huh? Oh, yeah? You sell a deal? I was going to come out and make it for myself at this point. I just hadn't talked shit to you yet. No, you're all right, babe. So this, I mean, it's about the same on the interior.
I got you. All right,
So
we'll deal with that after. Let me finish up for the day.
I texted her and I told her that we would call her today, and she texted me back at 1:30 in the morning. So I'm not.
I got you.
I'm like, girl, 73 texted me at 1:30 in the morning. All right, guys, RJ's back. I'll see you at the end of the day in 26.
This is why we've structured this way. This is why we're going to harp on you, and this is why we're going to hold you accountable. We'll hold your feet to the fire. We're going to say, hey, you need to work on this, because that's what you need to work on to go out there and be the difference.
I applied the systems and the processes, and I generated a lot of revenue in my business. I'm actually back here for the second time at the Titanium Crucible.
These people pour so much into you. Nothing like it whatsoever.
The amount that they pour into you is priceless. Iron truly sharpens iron.
Can't underestimate that stuff. This literally right here, what we're doing here at the Crucible, was literally just a manifestation of words. We said we're going to do it.
Operate in the destiny that God gave you. The wealth will come. Lean not to your own understanding, but in all your ways acknowledge Him, and He'll direct your path.
This thing is so powerful, it will change your life. It's such a blessing, and I recommend it to anyone and everyone looking to change their life and get on track.
Get off your ass and come do it, man. Take a chance, put your faith in titanium, and get out here, man. Much love.
So while I was away, we got another signed contract. So both contracts that we sent out today in South Carolina have signed. Wyoming signed today. Alabama signed last night. So got a good solid wave of signed contracts. Really, the two that I'm most surprised about are the two that I thought were going to sign the fastest haven't signed. Illinois has sent us everything, like a lease, pictures, an appraisal. Still hasn't signed the contract, so I'm going to call him. Let's start there. Aaron, I do think that was a seller carry. I walked in on the backside of it, though.
Hello?
Hey, Mike, it's RJ Bates from Titanium Investments. How you doing?
Yep, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Hey, just wanted to follow up with you. I got the lease that you sent over. I got the appraisal. Just wanted to follow up with you, see if you were going to be able to sign that contract today.
Yep. Well, I'll probably do it first thing tomorrow. I've just been really busy today.
I got you. No worries.
I was traveling all day yesterday and got home and had water heater issues, so I've been fucking with that all day.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. But yeah, I got you. Like I talked to your partner yesterday and told her I'd get everything to you.
Okay. Well, yeah, I just want to follow up with you. I just want to make sure I didn't miss something there because I was getting the emails of all the other information. So, but yeah, no worries. Just whenever you get a chance.
Yep, I'll get you.
All right.
At least I told her. All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
Bye-bye.
He sent an appraisal. He sent pictures. He sent lease. He's like, but I'm real busy, so I haven't signed the contract yet. All this other stuff was way harder to do. Not going to press on Pennsylvania. I already called that one.
Please leave your message for 208695.
Hey, Robert, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on South Saddle Street. You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. So if you could give me a call back at 710-8689. Thank you. Jared, we don't use the fixed price mode. We're part of the coupon club. So when they run the sales for coupons, that's when we load up on speed to lead. A little bit lower of a conversion rate, but way cheaper on the price entry point. Let's see. Yeah.
Please leave your message for 61725.
Hey, Sandy, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on 4th Street. You had entered it on my website saying that you wanted to sell that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Hi, this is Sal. Please leave a name and number, and I will call you back. At the tone.
Pretty sure that is not a lead. Yeah, that's actually what I was doing yesterday, Jared, was going through and using that coupon. Actually, I need to hit those again.
Please leave your message for 8572428. Sorry, mailbox is full. To send an SMS notification, press 5. Your SMS notification will include your number 1-817-710-8689. You may enter a different number now, or press the pound sign. Your SMS has been sent. Thank you for calling.
leave me a message, and I will return your call as soon as possible. Thanks. Have a great day.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Rob, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Moore Street. Give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you. Hello, is Yesenia there?
Yes.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Norland Avenue. How are you doing? Good. You had entered this on my website a while back saying you wanted to sell that property. Are you still looking to sell? Awesome. How much are you looking to get for it? I'm sorry. It sounds like you're really far away from the phone.
Can you hear me better?
Oh, yeah, much better.
Yeah, I said I have an appraisal for 308. And then if you are an investor, I don't think you're going to offer that. So I just going to sell it myself.
Okay. Does the property need any work done to it?
It doesn't need anything.
Okay. I see some properties around there that of similar square footage that have sold for a little bit more. What was the reason why it came back at only 308?
I don't know. I have to run my market analysis because I don't believe in that opinion. And I know that no other property sold more than that.
Gotcha. So you want more than 308?
Exactly.
Okay. So how much do you want?
I want 320.
Okay. $320, and it doesn't need anything done to it.
Nope.
Interesting. Have you talked to other investors?
I haven't.
Yeah, not trying to talk you out of selling me the property, but there's solely a property right down the road from you that sold for 370, and it had less square footage.
Okay, so I'm asking for 320.
Okay.
And you said 370, so it's a huge difference. $60,000.
Yeah, no, that's why I was a little bit confused as to why you would say 320 if you wanted to get full market. And then also the appraisal for only 307. That's a little bit strange that they came back at that.
Well, I have no idea. You are an investor, you run your numbers, and then you see how much you want to offer, and we'll see.
Okay. All right. I'll take a look. Okay. I'll take a look at it. I'll give you a call back. Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you. Fucking Connecticut, man. Connecticut might be the new California. I'm trying to be nice. Hey, we might not be able to do a deal, but I'm letting you know, hey, a property just right down the road from you, literally 0.2 miles over 370. All right. It's like, are you trying to buy my house? We are not going to be friends. We're not going to be nice to each other. Calm down, sweetheart. You can actually like people.
message after the tone.
See if any of these had none of these leads had a SMS conversation. I agree, Angel. We should get one more on the line today. Could this be the one? Feels like it could be the one to get my teeth kicked in. Let's see what we got. What's my favorite market? My next contract. I mean, realistically, I don't have a favorite market. We got Texas, which, at this point, Texas has 15 of the 112 contracts. So obviously, that's a good one. But it's huge. I'm going to try to find a speed to lead that I can. Let's go for Idaho. Star, Idaho. This is for you, Star. Which is my oldest dog, by the way, if y'all didn't know.
Hello?
Hi, is Corey there? This is RJ Bates, calling about your property on Cherry Laurel Place.
Yes, how are ya?
Pretty good. You still looking to sell that property?
Say it one more time?
Are you still looking to sell that?
Yes, I am.
All right. So here's the deal. I want to buy it. So you got to tell me what the magic number is.
Well, we're looking to get about, we're thinking 825 is where, we want to come down. It was originally listed, we had it for 899, then 850. So we're comfortable coming down to 830.
Oh. All right. Let's see here. Based off of the first place I pulled up, that's more expensive than everything in the neighborhood. So let me look somewhere else.
All right. Well, if you have an offer, then send it to me, and we're willing to entertain. So it's just, let us know. We don't have to. If you're not bringing agents into it and whatnot, then we can definitely, there's things that we can talk about. And I, of course, have to talk to my husband. So if I have an offer, then I go to him, see what he thinks, and we can mill it over.
I gotcha. Well, there's definitely no agents involved. I guess, just looking around, I see a couple. When I pulled it up on a different system, I see a couple that have gotten up there into the 8s. I just being honest with you, I'm an investor, though. So if the property is in immaculate condition and it doesn't need anything, and you're trying to maximize the value, I can't get up that high. I have to have some sort of exit strategy with the property, otherwise I'm just spending money.
Right. Right. Well, we do have there's an RV garage. A lot of these properties that we have, that are comparable ones, they don't have RV garages. And we do have that. We just actually completed the epoxy flooring, so we did the entire garage and RV floor with an epoxy coating.
and that was just finished at the beginning of July. And it's been painted on the inside. The wood floors have been redone, recarpeted throughout. So there's a lot of work that we put into it.
Right.
And it's a custom home that I actually designed myself. So Sunrise Homes built it, and they have several specs. We looked into their specs, fell in love with the living room, and then I sat down with the blueprints, and then we just kind of added what we needed to, and went from there. And all of those kitchen lighting, countertops, all that, it's all custom granite throughout. So it's every part of that house is done pretty well.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, it's a gorgeous house. And if I wanted to live in Idaho, I'd be interested in buying the house. But unfortunately for me as an investor, it's realistically at that price point, the only thing I can do is just turn around and resell it. So there's just not a lot of potential there for us to be a good solution for you guys.
I totally get it. I do. And it was just one of those, those things that's like, hey, you know what? Let's see what they can offer, and we'll go from there. And if we, doesn't work out, then all right, well, we'll list it. So it's, because we built a house, in Eagle, so we have to pay for this one with that one.
I gotcha. Well, I guess if I don't see any reason why you wouldn't be able to sell it, but if it gets to a point where, hey, you want to sell it at a discount for whatever reason, feel free to reach back out to me, okay?
All right, will do. Thanks so much for the call. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, that wasn't the one, so we're going to go for another one. That was Idaho. One more. Just a quick reminder as to why I don't have a deal under contract in Idaho. What else we got? I was hoping there would be motivation there because it was a vacant home. And there is. Unfortunately, they have an $800,000 house that they could afford to build another house. So literally the motivation is like, hey, we just want to kind of stop the bleeding on the two mortgages. But clearly they can afford probably $2 million in mortgages. So they're not overly motivated. And oh man, that's I'm trying to find something in any of the states we need. There's Miss Cassandra.
Hello, sir.
Miss Cassandra, I'm trying to just pop one right here at the end of the day.
Where do you want to?
Anywhere that we need a contract.
I'm sending a contract in Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. Right now, I'm just trying to play the game.
Okay, you and your games, sir. What
Games
about
are fun and people like them.
What about California?
We do not have one in California.
Sounds good, man. Well,
Incoming.
Best of luck. You teach your class there, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Incoming, sir. And give me just a couple minutes.
Incoming in California, she says.
I will tell you when you, or I'll give you a 10-second countdown.
Well, we don't have to do that. You can just tell me I'm ready. California, my favorite state in all of the union.
In all of the union. You said, you asked this, you spoke it into existence.
Realistically, it's just about the people. I like the people the most in California.
You like the people the most in California?
Yeah, they're just, super down to earth, realistic about what's going on in the rest of the country. Make really good decisions.
Are you talking about another state and you're confused right now?
Not just being super sarcastic. Angel, I love you.
Angel, we love you. You don't present as California does.
Angel doesn't identify as California.
At least Californian in real estate. Man, they do some crazy stuff in California. I'm not one of those people who likes to generalize.
Angelo on Charcoal Road. Here we go. We ready?
Your call has been forwarded.
Angelo said, I don't want to talk no Texan boy. Well,
I tried.
We gave it a run. Listen, we had a great day. I mean, I straight slayed today. That's all I'm gonna say.
Did you?
I sent
Do
out.
you know that my subject to seller finance hybrid is from your social media?
Terms are really good.
What? No.
I thought that would make you happy. It's a good deal. I think it works perfectly for.
Come from our social media.
He said he watches you online all of the time.
So how did we get the lead?
He looked us up and called.
Whoa, that is cool.
It's super cool, and I thought that would make you super happy.
Yeah, I love it. That's awesome. So that's super cool. Clarksville, Tennessee.
And he's like the perfect seller. Like, he was in real estate for like a long time. He was an Army Ranger. He knows
I
all
gotta
about the
remind
town.
you, because I know you're not good at this stuff. But part of our $65,000.
Hold, pause, please. I'm good at everything. You may continue.
All right. Part of our $65,000 education was that we got a industry expert that came in to shadow us for 2 days and teach us whatever we wanted to learn. And when we finally got this person to come to Fort Worth, Texas, his name was Randy, and Cassie, he was from Clarksville, Tennessee.
I didn't remember that he was from there.
Yes, he was from Clarksville, Tennessee. And what did he teach us? He taught us sub 2.
Well, kind of.
He taught us enough.
Taught us enough to be dangerous. Actually, we learned more from him than anything else, didn't we?
That's facts. So he taught us enough, and now we could be buying a sub 2 in Clarksville, Tennessee. That's
You know what?
Pretty cool.
Cheers, partner.
Cheers. Back to these beautiful numbers. So Cassie's going to make that 159 contracts then. 112 signed. More importantly,
I wish it would be 160 with that Chicago deal.
Wyoming. We got Wyoming today.
Is that our land?
Yeah, he signed. You didn't hear. So, Cassie, get this. Our 110th contract signed was our 110 acres. I literally freaked out because I looked and I was like, oh, we got a signed contract. And it was the 110 acres and it was our 110th contract.
That's the man upstairs saying something.
Seriously.
You know what is so funny about this? I have to side note, Nation. I got two things to say before you go on to the States, my dear. First and foremost, this man right here, there is times where I get stuck in this. RJ and I balance each other out really well as far as like the operations of our businesses and so on and so forth. But 9 times out of 10, I'm in the fine details. I'm in the processes, the systems, and the consistent operation parts like that. And yeah, sometimes we flip-flop roles there and I shake it up, but 9 times out of 10, he's the chaos creator and I'm the chaos cleaner, you know? So sometimes, like when I look at a deal in the middle of nowhere in Wyoming and I'm like, okay, I'm not sure I see the numbers or what we're going to do with it, but let's get froggy, let's leap, you know? I do it, but 12 years ago, I'd be looking at this man like he is crazy. And it's so interesting when you pay attention to the little signs. I feel like you telling me that and you freaking out like that means we're supposed to do something really cool with that land that is going to fulfill a calling for us. Like, that's not just a deal that's going to be marginal or something, that's going to be a big deal to us, that piece of land. I can already tell right now, and I don't know why, but I know it. It's going to push us to something great. The second thing I will say is Aaron needs a licensed realtor on his team. Who would want a shot? In what capacity? Are you a broker?
Well, you went down Side Note Nation on steroids. Back to the show.
I was just reading the comment.
Yeah, I don't know what he means by that. We'll see if someone wants a shot. The states. Listen, we got Wyoming today. We added 2 more in South Carolina. Those are sent and signed today, by the way. That was a little bit shocking.
Emotional.
South Carolina had been a little bit slow.
I'm going to be honest with you, though. South Carolina, she's kind of on my list,
Whatever happened with the people that wanted the list, the portal?
Bro, non-responsive, not motivated. Like, lots of work, little return. I'm not. At some point, how much am I going to chase them down?
I gotcha.
I could try to re-engage them to see if they're going to get serious, but
so it's funny to see top 5 Texas. Someone asked, "What's my favorite market?" Well, here you go: Texas 15, Michigan 8, Alabama 7. Alabama has come out of nowhere. Said, hey, we want to be back in the race. Pennsylvania 6, and then Georgia with 5. A little bit surprised by some of those states. I don't think that would have been my top 5 going into this. But
one of the ones I'm really surprised about is Indiana. I really tend to like our Indiana deals, and I'm surprised we haven't gotten more of them. Yeah. But we haven't had a lot of leads in Indiana. So, like, I love these numbers because it gives us something to look at, and as far as going into 3.0, like, where you plant the most seeds, you bear the most fruit, right? Like, So we haven't been doing that here. That's why I give RJ a hard time when I'm like, why do you feel like we don't have to fill out the rest of the states?
It's a game. Also, a part of my game is lead Zolo. I want to give above 70%.
Yeah, me
and we're
too.
at 69.5%. We're right there. I need one more. And guess what? It's coming. It's Illinois.
Is that Mike?
Mike. Yeah. When Mike signs, that's going above 70. When Pennsylvania signs, we're safely in the 70s at that point. So I'm pretty excited about that. We're getting where we want to go. So
you know what I feel like we're missing for 3.0?
The creative. We need to be able to show how many of those deals are seller finance, sub 2, novation, wholesales, cash. Like, I want to be able to show that. That's another part of this that I think people want to see.
Yeah, I'll write it to put on our KPIs. You're right. Like, it's people are wanting. I want to take a poll, so I want to create a poll somehow. So we have creative, tracking, and then people want dispo. So that's been consistent feedbacks there. I think people tend to think we do more creative. Like Eric, I never got back to his question about how to like run numbers for novations, and I'm like, that's a really loaded question. What are you doing with the novation? And like trying to tell him like,
Eric, you just need to go watch my interview. You watched my interview with Rich. I mean, what he said is he goes into that in that interview.
Well, he did watch the interview this morning and then still asked the question today. So that's why I was like, I don't know how to answer that. And then also like as far as I got was I was like, he said it was 1.3 and then he saw comps for 1.5 and I'm like, you can assume 100,000 in closing costs right out the gates if you're just going to novate and list this. Who's doing the repairs if there's needing and because on a $1.5 million house, I don't even know where it's at. You can get nickel and dime to death on repairs. Like, are you sure you want to do this kind of thing? And I don't know. He said he had a feeling about it, and we didn't get to dig in because I got on the phone with that subject to hybrid seller there in Tennessee. So, but like for the most part, it was my mistake. I left out closing costs. Ricky would say, "Hey, look, Eric, thank you. I sometimes I get a little bit of flack for over teaching and not just answering a question short and simple. And I could have answered that short and simple and just told you some random answer that didn't apply to your situation. So cheers, my friend. I'm glad I could answer some things. I don't need to be a broker to hire a realtor. We weren't saying that you were. We just didn't understand what you meant. I need a realtor on my team. We thought maybe you were a broker recruiting.
We still don't know what you mean. I mean, like, where are you located? What are you looking for? Like a licensed realtor to write offers, comp. I mean, I think if you're just going to ask that, just be more direct about what you're looking for. I don't know if there's many realtors in here on the comments. Just to be honest with you, the majority of people that come in here are an investor themselves. But I mean, if you
I am a realtor.
I could probably point you in a direction of a realtor that I know that might be.
A lot of great realtors all over the country. So it just we're just trying to ask to see what it is you're looking for.
Yeah.
So back to 3.0, and what I think you're missing is, look, one of the things that I demand before we film 3.0 by go live at 3.0. Eric, those high numbers can get you really overexcited. It's easy to do. It's good. I mean, that's what we're here for, Bubba. And we appreciate you showing up and learning with us every day. Look, you're doing a great job. I'm very happy. What I was going to say, RJ, is I feel like we need that flower, that tin flour can and a wooden spoon because I can't deal without having the Viking corn, some kind of like.
We should just do
celebration.
it. Get the gong. Put the
Just
gong
do the
right
gong?
here. Just bam. And it's over. I think
It's
we
been a
should.
while since I've seen somebody have one.
Yeah, whatever.
Maybe we'll bring it back.
We'll make my little troll there on Twitch happy. Because he
Because he says you're not original.
Yeah, I'm not original, so fuck it.
I missed all of that, and like it doesn't make any sense to me. Like those were gifts from most of those things were gifts from students and
Bro,
like
he was just a bad troll, like and a non-talented troll at that. So, anyways, guys, I got to wrap up because I got to do some stuff for Closers Olympics. But we appreciate you guys tuning in this week. Remember, we're off tomorrow. We're off on Friday. We'll be back on Monday, 10 a.m. Central for day 49 in where you have a shirt.
why
Have a shirt. Wisconsin, and so you're gonna wear it on Monday, right?
If you hold on,
Cassie's gonna remind herself to wear her Wisconsin t-shirt on Monday.
that reminder.
We'll see you guys Monday.
You'll need to ask your Google Workspace.
I stuck my straw in your milkshake, and I drank your milkshake.
You can get chewed up and spit out if you don't understand these things.
Go drink your milkshake. Are you prepared to do what it takes to get what you want?
There's money in this room. There's millions of dollars in this room networking.
It's about consistent, intentional, tactical action.
I'm on a mission to make something change in my environment that's going to give me what I want, and I'm obsessed about it. It's the Crucible! Oh, this is what we do.